No, wait. Mansi Joshi is not playing and so many other ones are. That's why I didn't want to tell you.
A very good morning to all of you joining us on this live streaming of the Super 6 match of the ICC World Cup qualifiers 2017. Big game at the Sara Oval, South Africa versus India. Two of the best sides we've seen in the tournament so far, and both teams unbeaten. And this should be one tremendous game going forward at the Sara Oval. Just to quickly update you on the points table, this tells you how dominant India has been. India, Sri Lanka, Ireland have qualified. Zimbabwe, a little bit unfortunate. Zimbabwe or Ireland should have come through. Thailand really struggling at this level. That's how it looks in Group A. And Group B, South Africa again, awesome. Unbeaten, 4 matches, 8 points. Pakistan, Bangladesh, virtually the next best two teams. Scotland, Papua New Guinea, a distant 4th and 5th in terms of ability as far as this tournament is concerned. Right, so the all-important toss happened a little while ago. And Ebony Rainford was out there with the two captains. And let's see what happened.
Hello and welcome back to the Sara Stadium in Colombo. Today we're in for the first of the Super 6 matches for the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers, and we're in for a good one. We have India taking on South Africa, which proves to be a great game. I'm joined by our umpire Ian Ramage and the two captains Dane van Niekerk of South Africa and Mitali Raj of India. Right, who's got the coin? All right, you're going to toss and it'll be Mitali to call. Heads. Heads is the call. And it's come down tails. South Africa win the toss. Okay, Dane, what are you going to do?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl. Looks a good track. We've been backing our bowling the whole tournament, so why change now?
I like it. And what about any changes to the team? Anything from the last game that's going to change?
Yeah, from the last game we've got Yulani Furi in for Sune Loose, so we want to give her a go as off spinner, so see what she does on this wicket.
And obviously this is going to be a very tough opponent. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure your team are revved up for this occasion.
Yeah, India's a quality side, so we know we have to play our best cricket on the day, and hopefully today is one of those days and we'll see at the end of the match. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, Dane. Well, good luck for today. Mitali, so you're going to be batting first. What would you have chose to do?
Well, we would have chosen to field first, considering that all the games South Africa is batted first, so we would want to see whether they will be able to set a good target. Nevertheless, I think we've got we got batting, and we should make the most of the wicket, because I guess the wicket may not change as much in the second innings as well. It's a good hard track.
And any changes to your team?
Well, we have the two pacers, the youngsters out, and Shika is coming in, and Deepti Sharma is back in the squad.
Brilliant. And how are you looking forward to this tough challenge against South Africa?
It's going to be a very competitive game today, intense game, because both the teams are the strongest in both the pools, and we look forward for this game because we will know where we stand in the ratings as well as when we get into the World Cup.
Brilliant. Well, good luck for today, you and your team. And just to confirm then, we have it. South Africa have won the toss and they're going to field first today.
Thank you, Ebony. Well, South Africans fielding. That's no surprise at all. There have been some rain last evening. And take a look at the two teams. Now, I got a very athletic, good-looking former captain, Anjum Chopra, with me. Talk us through this Indian side. I want your thinking. Why these changes? Where are those names that should have been playing?
Thanks, Roshan. Good morning to all. Yes, the names that Roshan has been mentioning is right at the bottom, which is missing. Mansi Joshi and Soni Yadav, which means that Shika Pandey, the lone quick, will be out there. Luckily for them, they are batting first, and they will be faced against the bottom 4 quick bowlers, especially Ayabonga Kaka and Shibnum Ismail, to start the proceedings with. But Marizan Cap placed in the middle of the South African lineup, but she will be opening the bowling. So got a good mix, because India is relying on spinners, whereas the South Africans have a great mix of all-rounders.
I would have thought, well, just to dwell a little bit more on that Indian side, Mansi Joshi, to me, has been the fast bowler in this tournament. Lovely run-up, nice action, brilliant delivery, great delivery stride. So, man, I would have thought that she should have been one of the first penciled into this side.
I agree with you. Couldn't agree more, because if you're looking for a fast bowling attack, and we heard Mitali, the captain of the Indian team, say that they would have wanted to field out there and use these conditions. You mentioned there was rain last evening as well. So if you want to use those conditions, you want to go out there with your 2 or maybe 3 quick bowlers, at least have them strengthen your bowling lineup. But surprise element with one genuine quick bowler in Shikha Pandey, and the rest are all spinners.
Yeah, that's a surprise, no doubt. That's a surprise. But let's see how India progresses. And let's take a look at the pitch. Now, I think you were out there close to it, so I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, I was out there about almost an hour ago, and this is a wicket which had a huge amount of grass cover over it the 2 days earlier that we had. But today the grass has been shaved off. It's much shorter. It's not that it's got bald patches throughout. It's got bald patches very minutely, which is largely covered with a even grass cover. I say even because the grass has been cut yesterday, but it's a good wicket to go out there and put runs on the board. But yes, early on, because of the dampness in the surface, it may just last for another 30 odd minutes, but there will be a little dampness out there on the wicket.
Well, that will be a good toss for South Africa to win, no doubt, because as you said, if there is a little bit of dampness, last night's rain would have quickened or freshened up the pitch a little bit, because obviously that's natural water. You can't expect them to water the pitches or the square too much, because it's almost the same square that's been used. So this could be a kind of a blessing in disguise to the quick bowlers. And also the other news that I have for you, Anjum, is that the forecast today is not very good. I was told that we may have rain after, say, late afternoon. So how important will this toss be?
I think the weatherman will be the best judge of that it rains and how much it rains. But yes, it's always an important toss to win, because you decide that largely teams want to go out there and bat second, because they want to know what the target is, and then they can plan it according to the Duckworth-Lewis method if it kicks in. But the South African team, look at that Shibnam Ismail, the short one, which is on the left of Lisel Lee. She will be the one who will be using these conditions early on, and that's a very, very important sign coming in from South African team. They want to go out there with Marizan Cap and Shibnam Ismail and rattle the Indian team openers. Also, they lost the warm-up game against South Africa, the Indians.
2 umpires coming out. Kathy Cross and Ravindra Vimalasiri from Sri Lanka, the 2 umpires going out. So just a very gentle stroll to the middle, not in any kind of hurry, because they have some time. And look at the huddle.
A little chat from Danai Fanikak, the skipper of the South African girls. And off they go. Mignon du Preez, Lisel Lee. Kathy Cross from New Zealand, one of the 2 ladies umpires have been in action, 3 rather. Lady umpires have been in action throughout the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers. Mona Meshram on the left of the screen, along with Deepthi Sharma, the left-hander, will be opening the innings for the Indian team.
Well, India has surprised me today, to be very honest. I must say that I've been disappointed, honestly. Why isn't Tirukshamani not playing? Well, if she's injured, that's fine. I just heard telling me she's injured. But the big question for me is Mansi Joshi. To me, she's been the standout. I've been a great fan of Mansi Joshi. And of course, Pandey is good. She's been good. Ravindra Vimalasiri is the Sri Lankan umpire with international experience. Has played a lot of first-class cricket in the country, so he knows the game very well. But India made their decision, so there's nothing very much we could do about it other than just talk about it. But I can tell you that this is going to be a fantastic game.
Shibnam Ismail marking her run-up. She's the short-statured, very, very thin player, can be missed across on the park, but don't miss her for her quick bowling. Mona Meshram will be taking strike. Played the first game against Sri Lanka. Missed the second one for the Indian team, but she's back in today. And Deepthi Sharma was missing in action in the last game India played that we had covered. But she's at the top of the order, back again, opening for India.
So Ismail, she's looked very impressive for South Africa. She's running hard. She's looked sharp, slippery. And 2 slips. I would have thought a gully maybe, because I'm sure there'll be something in this pitch for the faster bowlers. 3 on the leg side. That's quite normal, but it's more of an offside field. So Ismail it is, will bowl to Meshram, who's on strike. The umpire's just making sure that the final rituals are done. Just getting confirmation from the scoreboard that they're all ready. And this is the Super 6 of the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers, the opening game, and what a game it promises to be. 2 of the best sides in the tournament, India and South Africa. They've looked awesome. Here is the first ball. Straight away a bit of bounce, and India off the mark. Bit of bounce and pace from Ismail, but Meshram on top of it.
Good left hand and right hand combination opening the innings for India. A lot of field changes, a lot of chitter chatter will be out there early on. Had a good couple of innings from Deepti Sharma that we had covered earlier on in 89, 50 to back her performance already that has happened in this tournament. But she'll be up against Shibnam Ismail. She can really pack a punch.
So 2 slips. The slip feels slightly different. It was more of a slip and a gully with the right hand in, but this is very conventional slips. Ismail, I haven't seen a bowl big in swingers to the right hander. I've seen a bowl away swingers to the right hander. But let's see what she does with the left hander on strike. Sharma. Nicely into line. She looks very solid, doesn't she, Sharma? I mean, she always gives you that impression that she's in control. She's solid. She's got a body behind it. And the thing about her is, it's her defense that impresses me a lot.
Correct. I agree with you there 100%. She looks compact and she looks solid. They always say before you learn to drive, you must know how to play a defensive shot. It talks a lot about a batter's skill.
Again, that back foot defensive shot will tell you that she gets into good position. Got across the line, back foot across, and just made sure that you pushed it away on the offside, short of a length. This will give you another indication as to how good the back foot defense is. And look at that top hand. Look at the top hand. The top hand is an extension of the bat handle, they say, which is perfect in terms of batting technique. They always say that it's the top hand that extends the handle when you play that defensive shot on the back foot.
Just look at both her feet in a very straight line. The top hand very firm on the bat, the elbow pointing up. Back live now. That was an excellent shot as well, but extremely well fielded there in the point region. Lissal Lee was the fielder.
So last ball of the over. India won without loss. Still one without loss. Good start for Ismail. Just a single.
They'll be looking to have a solid start, the Indian team out here. When I say solid, not lose more than a wicket in the early 10 overs. Largely without a wicket, they would be wanting to do that and then capitalize from there on. And especially look at anything around 40 to 45 runs in the first 10.
So Marison Cap, that's the name. She's a very aggressive, strong fast bowler. Can be quite skiddy and sharp. That's about the South African faster bowlers. They can be quick. Ismail was quick. She's quite skiddy. And Cap, we did see that she could work up a fair bit of pace. So Meshram is the batter. On strike. Just a little bit of shape away from the right-hander. Looking to go for that length delivery, which is about the right thing to bowl on this pitch earlier on. That's the whole idea as to why South Africa are bowling first. They're trying to get something out of the pitch. So you need to have your length right.
That's close. That is very, very close. But what the umpire saw that was going down leg side.
Yeah, bit of inward movement from Cap. And the feet movement wasn't there. She was caught on her crease, and that has to be close. Has to be quite close. It could be the bounce. Nothing else, but it's the feet movement. Meshram went nowhere, just played from where she was. Done by the length. Didn't get that stride out. And also the inward movement.
Excellent delivery. Marison Cap will keep Mona Meshram guessing. She's got two deliveries which have shaped away from the right-hander. One drafted in and with pace. What an excellent ball that was. Just a little away. Shaping away from the right-hander.
Well bowled. Very well bowled. She's got the right idea. She's not looking to bang it short by any means. She's looking to bowl the length, wicket to wicket delivery. Now the first 4 balls she's bowled, except the first one, the other 3 have been bang on target. She's had a bit of shape away from the right-hander. She's got one to hit the pad that came in. So India off to a very tentative start.
Much better. She's hitting good line now. Marison will be much more pleased. She started off with slightly outside the off stump. But she's realized that Mona Meshram is a little tentative with her front foot. So it's changed it quickly onto the off and middle, with the ball still managing to shape away. Smart bowling.
Excellent over. Very fine over indeed. 2 overs gone. India still 1 without loss. So Ismail will continue. Sharma on strike. Solid, nice looking stance. Ismail it is. See, one thing about Ismail and Cap is the length we've seen from Ismail so far. It's been back of a length. That's quite too short. We've seen Sharma everything on the back foot.
Yeah, but that's a surprise delivery from Shubnam Ismail. She likes to rattle the batters, especially with a short pitch delivery, because they're expecting the ball to come up. But because she's a strong girl, strong in her shoulders, That's her asset. Oh, what a delivery. Hanging in short the first ball. Next one, just enough pace on it to leave the left-hander.
Still a little bit short, but there was pace and movement. Did Sharma in defense on the back foot.
And that generated good bounce as well from the surface. Remember, Deepti Sharma is not a tall player. Getting on top of the bounce this time. But that's a surprise that Shibnam Ismail can bring to any batter if they've not faced her, if they've not done the homework against her. She can be quite deceptive. And because she's accurate, she uses that strength against the opposition.
She's a strong girl, no doubt. She can surprise you with pace. Look at her physique, very wiry. And someone who can be very strong and fit.
2 Player of the Match awards in the last 2 games that South Africa has played. It's been exceptional bowling, and she's been amongst the wickets as well.
She's quite a small girl in size. I mean, when I did interview her at the post-match, you know, not tiny, but she's not kind of built to be a fast bowler. But she can be very nippy and surprising. She's kidding. Well, Malcolm Marshall, Darren Gough, they used to be the guys who would make up for the lack in inches. There used to be very skiddy fast bowlers that used to come onto you.
What could have been the minimum difference between Malcolm Marshall, Michael Holding's height and Shibnam Ismail?
I know that Mikey stood about 6'4". Marshall was under 6, maybe about my height, 5'11", 5'11 and a half. And she must be about 5'5".
A little less, maybe, but yeah, we'll take 5'5". That's not much difference, is it?
With long levers, extensions. Well, you never know. Let's try and compare Jurgen and Ambrose then.
Yeah, that's what you mean. Let's compare apples to apples. 3 gone, 2 without loss, India. A little interaction, tete-a-tete, how important sometimes this little chat can be with your partner at the other end. Especially when you've not really attacked, or if you've attacked, it just gets 2 batters close by. And I've heard some weird discussions, sometimes relating to the sport, sometimes not relating. It's like, it's very interesting if you ever get to know into the conversations that the 2 batters have there in the center. And you just talk to them, they'll be like, really? Sometimes, is this what you discuss?
Cap it is. Again, I like the length she's bowling. Now, that was a pitched up delivery, slightly fuller. It's not a delivery that would push the batsman onto the back foot, really. But Cap has been consistent with her length.
First wide of the morning. Marizan Cap just shaping away for the right-hander, but was on a wrong line for the left-hander, Marizan Cap.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. India looked very tentative this morning.
They have, in fact, and that's exactly what is the juice in the surface that you were talking about. That exactly is why South Africa would have wanted to go out there and field first and exploit a little bit of the juice that they have, especially against the Indian openers. Remember, they lost the warm-up game quite easily to the South African team.
Seem to be quite determined to try and have that stable, solid start.
There's no initial trigger movement from Deepti Sharma. She stays very, very still and balanced in her batting stance. Both the left and the right leg in a straight line. There are some batters who prefer to have a trigger movement, especially when they're facing a quick bowler. But Deepti Sharma, early days maybe, hasn't really developed to have a trigger movement. It's not essential to have one. I didn't have one for a very long time. But slowly, suddenly, some changes start creeping into your game, and that's when you decide to add on some more features to your batting style. Staying very still, very, very still. And that's a probably very strong point for the left-hander.
Yeah, that's true. There hardly any trigger movement at all. She tends to sort of be very still just as the bowler delivers. She looks to commit on the front foot. But then different batsmen have different styles of batting, and you know it's all about being comfortable. 3 without loss, India.
Slowish start to this Indian lineup. Just 3 in the first 4 overs has been the score. So a very, very cautious start, if I may call it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think India, mindful of the importance of this Super 6 stage. Ismail it is. Oh, play and a miss. Just a little flirt outside the off stump. Should have left it. Why was she committed to the shot now? Look, it's wide of the off stump, and she still plays at that ball.
Tentative footwork. Her left leg very much stuck on the crease. A very small step away in the line of the ball.
Much better looking shot. Just coming forward, opening the face of the bat. I remember my coach used to say that leaving the ball is part of your technique. Knowing where your off stump is part of your technique. And that's why some you know, I marvel at some batsmen who know exactly where their off stump is, and they leave on length, they leave on line. Yeah. And then when you leave on length, they really judge the bounce. So it's been outstanding. Some batters.
That's the art of batting, isn't it? When you know where your off stump is. It doesn't happen overnight. It's years and years of practice and hard work. Watching the ball closely, knowing exactly how far have you covered your off stump before you decide to leave it.
Just a question to you. I mean, what about this new method of batting on middle and off, or off stump? During my time, I was never coached in school to bat on the off stump. We were always middle or middle and leg. But the game seemed to have evolved and changed a lot. Are you a big fan of batting, say, towards the off stump?
You said it, the game has evolved. That's the answer probably I would
No,
have
but are
given
you a
as
big
well.
fan of it?
No, it's not about being a fan. It's about what format of the game you're playing, what time in the match that you're batting out there, and how well are you timing the cricket ball, who's bowling at you. All these factors do come in. It's not about deciding whether I want to bat on the off stump. That's a lovely leave. That's a much better leave from Deepti Sharma. And the reason why I say this, just to correlate the two about leaving the cricket ball from Deepti Sharma while we watch the replay, just look at her right leg. It's gone right across. She's covered her off stump well enough and her hands are right behind the body, which means she knows where her off stump is. Now later on when the ball is swinging less, that's the time I won't be surprised if they cover the stumps and making the bowler bowl at you. Once you cover the stumps, you know you can't play across it. You know you have to be very, very cautious in letting the ball hit your pad. But you're also in a position to cover the length, cover the line and hit it through the gaps. 5 gone, 4 without loss.
Yeah, yeah. No, but these are things that people want.
That's what I said.
No, I know what you
What I
mean.
mean is that did I make sense
Yeah.
to
Yeah, because
to
those days, if you try to bat on the off stump, middle and off, coaches will just murder you. They'll say it's a sideways game.
That's what I said. Did it make sense how I explained it?
So cap continues. Meshram on strike. 5 overs gone. India very cautious, slow start. And one thing about Cap in particular, it's been the length she's bowled. She's not pushed the batsman onto the back foot. She's been very good at looking to pitch the ball up, try and get maximum out of this. The whole idea of bowling first is to try and get something out of it. And it's not about bounce, but it's about the seam movement. It's about what you get off the pitch. So Cap seemed to have sized it up quite well. Morning, Ebony.
Morning. And I completely agree with you here. Caps, well, but I think South Africa overall, this is a really, really good period of cricket. These teams are so evenly matched. They've played each other 10 times across their history in ODIs. India have won 5. There's been 4 wins by South Africa and 1 no result. So it just shows how tight these two teams are. But you're right here. This is a perfect bowling start. Cap's getting good movement, pitching it up. And also Ishmael as well. But what I like about this Indian batsman, you've really enjoyed watching their technique. They're so solid. We talked about the foot movement. They're getting nicely behind the shape of the ball. And I just think this is in for a good contest. I am a big fan, actually, of batsmen standing on that sort of multiples off stump. I think, especially in the modern day, if you can get your body in line with it, you know that you've got options to hit both sides of the wicket. You can line it up quicker.
One thing about Meshram that I've seen today is, just like take a look at Meshram. She's got a good solid stance, but well, that's a shorter delivery where she's quite content to get on the back foot. But this morning, we haven't really seen that stride out. We have seen her to be tentative. She's got hit on the pad. She seemed to be still not so sure about the pace of the pitch or the movement, so she's just not trusting herself too much. Just like that. I thought that was a delivery that was very drivable. She just got her stride, foot out, not that great stride out, just a push rather than a drive.
Just have a little look at this. Like you say, measured, just a punch, not trying to be too elaborate. And just pushed out into the outfield. A couple of runs. They would have wanted the boundary, but equally, I just feel India, actually, they have in every single game taken their time to start, haven't they? They've been patient, and it might actually serve them well if they can get to 10 overs without any real upsets or headache. End of the over, 6 for naught after 6 overs. And you just feel that maybe they will, like we've seen them in all games, they seem to accelerate those sort of middle overs once they've got set batsmen.
See, what I like to see here is how the Indians construct their innings. Now, in the previous games, they weren't really challenged by good bowlers, so they could take your time, they could bide your time, and then start to accelerate. But here, when you're up against a good side, and here you've taken your time. Now, if you can't accelerate, or if you're not allowed to accelerate, how would they cope with bowling attack? Now, this is something that I like to look at.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the danger is sometimes you hang around, you take so long, then one gets out, and then you've lost all momentum. So they'll have to find a way to get things moving soon. I think through singles. Bit of a false pull there. Didn't quite get around quick enough. Let's just have a quick look at that.
Ismail's length has been generally short. And really didn't, I didn't think that it bounced much as well.
It wasn't that high, actually. Most of it should have been a back foot punch rather than a pull. If she was going to pull it, she would have needed to get deeper in that crease to give her arms the extension to get through. But yeah, Ismail, you're right. She does bowl that fraction shorter.
Two very different type of fast bowlers, but on this pitch I would have thought that a batter would be far more comfortable facing Ismail rather than really Cap. They would prefer to play her because it's the length she bowls, because it gives you that extra milliseconds to get on the back foot. But in Cap's case, it's a case of continuously asking you questions by pitching the ball up and shaping it in and out.
Definitely, you get a little bit more time off the pitch to see the ball when it bounces that fraction shorter, as we see as well. These pitches are good take down the leg side there. Must have flicked a little bit of pad. Let's just have a quick check of this. Drifting down here, Ismail. Good pace, but started it. Yeah, got that pad there. Good stop there by Trisha Chetty, experienced South African keeper.
What kind of score do you think India are looking at this stage? Too early, I know, but 6 of first 6, that's a very slow start. Oh, this should be taken. Oh, dropped her. She dropped it. Can you believe it? How did she manage to do that?
That is shocking. This is what South Africa have been pounding away for. Look at this short. She just didn't move her feet, rushed her in the air. But Wolfhard, she did all the work. She was set. This is it. Simple catch. She just missed. She didn't actually put 2 feet on the floor at that last moment to settle herself. She had 1 foot in the air, slightly off balanced. She's a youngster, 17 years old, and she'll feel frustrated with that.
That's exactly what South Africa wanted. Just bowl to that. They just kept frustrating. Well, this was the point I was trying to make. When you're under some pressure, take a look at this. This was caused by the pressure that was built by the two fast bowlers. Just getting Sharma to play a shot out of the ordinary. It's not in her repertoire. She doesn't play shots like that. But it's the frustration. It's the fact that she's been tied down. If South Africa are to really beat India, they need to take all their chances.
They can really punish you. End of the over, 7-0 after 7. And you're right, I mean, it's tough going. Laura Wolfhard is, like we say, one of the younger players, but equally, I've watched her this morning in the warm-up, and she was dynamic, running around. That's just one of those pressure moments where you don't quite get your body in place. The batsman there having a good chat. Dipti Sharma knows she was relieved of a big chance there. She's going to have to make South Africa pay there. Should have been there for a long time, but look at Wolfhard now. Hands on the head even, head down. But South Africa going to have to make the change now. Ayabonga Kaka coming in. Bowls with good seam pace. Not as quick as what we've seen from Ismail and Cap, but she will get it up there with a little bit of shape in the air. Maybe this change of pace, sometimes you find batsmen feel that when almost the first change or second change bowler comes on, they lose a bit of concentration. So this could be a little tricky period here for India.
Slightly surprised with this bowling change because Cap bowled just 3 overs. I'd have thought another over because she was causing a lot of problems. If at all, if you want bowlers to try and ask questions of the batsman, this is what I think. Just watching, I would have thought maybe Kaka come on at the other end because Cap and Kaka appear to be hitting the same length, which is a difficult length on this pitch. So, slightly baffled by Cap being taken off. Now, this you can expect because there must be still something in this pitch. There will be deviation. But the important thing for the seam bowlers is to try and hit that length. But that was far too short. So it allows the batsman lack of pace, get on the back foot, see the deviation, leave it alone.
And just a question for you today. I know we had a bit of rain overnight and I felt some moisture in the surface, but it is hot. How quickly does it dry off in Sri Lanka? Is it, you don't find that it stays around too long?
Oh, good shot. Very good shot. Just easing into it. Really didn't overhit it. It's the length. And of course the line was perfect because it was in line with the stumps. Take a look at this. Nice stride. Nice stride. That's the other thing about Sharma. And beautifully driven down the ground.
Glorious shot. And this is what can happen. You drop a player who, as we know, has been very classy. Scored runs in all the games at 54 or 89. Very young player coming in, but has looked like she's been around for a long time. You feel if you let her get stuck in, this could really hurt South Africa.
So on the subject, on the question you asked me, maybe the first hour, maybe 90 minutes, we should have the moisture all done and dusted. Unless there have been rain, then of course the first 2 hours are going to be tricky because every time the sun tries to suck it out, you'll have more moisture coming out. So it becomes a drying pitch. And that time it can be a little bit difficult. Oh, well bowled, well bowled. Just a bit of deviation.
Bit full of that delivery, wasn't it? Let's just have a look at this here. Got through the action nicely, really brought her forward. Just found Sharma just losing a little bit of balance, falling over in the stance, but managed just to have soft hands at the last moment to let the ball go along the floor. This is a good testing period here. Battle.
Oh, well bowled again. Well bowled, finding the outside edge. So there is movement. It's 12 without loss. 8 overs gone. India's plan will be to try and get out of this difficult situation. Obviously, they're an experienced side. Maybe they'll just bide their time. First hour, survive the first hour. Don't worry about the runs. And maybe let's try and build on whatever we have after the first hour.
The biggest, I think, one of the biggest weaknesses in the Indian side is they don't rotate the strike very well. So I think if we see the South Africans out here in a similar position, they would knock the ball around for singles at least until they get their momentum going. And the danger is that India may be missing out on 10, 15 extra runs that could just get their momentum going. So South Africa will be aware of that. They will know that they won't push those singles.
Ismail continues. Now, let's try and get into the mind of the South African captain. Why do you reckon that we've seen Kaka bowling here, but Ismail continuing? What do you reckon she's trying to get out of this change? Because I always think that cap would have been a better option.
I completely agree with you, actually, that cap, the only thing that why they might keep Ismail on is that we've seen Ismail's bowled a couple of short deliveries, which Sharma's gone for. We've seen 2 full shots. One was the drop catch and then one a few balls before. And I'm just wondering if she just feels that maybe Ismail is encouraging, because she's bowling that shorter length, that the captain's thinking that clearly she might be tempted to go for that short ball. So I just think it's because we've seen those 2 kind of full shots. And she doesn't want to ring the change too early. She's new to the captaincy role, Dane van Niekerk. She took over from Mignon du Preez maybe about coming up to a year ago. But she is, I think she was the right move. I think Mignon du Preez did a great job. She kind of built that foundation of exciting South African cricketers coming through. But now I suppose she's someone now who travels around the world. She's played in the Big Bash, over in the Kia Super League. She's a real dynamic all-rounding cricketer. Good thinker. Good short ball there. Nice and tight to the grill. Did you like this, Roshan?
I did, and I didn't think Sharma played it well. Look at her gloves. She got drawn into it. I would have thought she would want to drop it and let it go through. She was very nearly playing at it, fending it. Could have easily just touched the glove, brushed it as it went through. But that's a good surprise. I wouldn't mind that. But it has to be mixed with deliveries that are more pitched up, where you use it more as a surprise delivery.
She got 2 full there. Only picked up the 1. But you can clearly see Ishmael's plan to Sharma to try and test her with that short ball. But you just feel with this pitch now, she's had that drop catch and she knows it's likely to come. So she's going to adjust. But just to finish on Dane van Niekerk, she's inherited a very good team. You know, this South Africa team are growing. They're now starting to challenge for some of the better players in the world. There's some real potential for world-class players in there. So I just feel that she's definitely somebody who could take this team very, very far. She's young herself. You've got a lot of young players to come in.
India 13 without loss. 9 overs gone.
Almost just feel with this wicket, it's a tough one because it's most probably the best or the paciest wicket of all 3 we've seen so far. But it is just missing that fraction of pace. So although Ishmael's digging it in, maybe they've just got a little bit of time to see it off the surface. Let's see if we can have a little look at this pitch here. Okay, there's plenty of dry patches there, Roshan. A little bit of grass holding it together. I think that's why we've seen consistent bounce. But it is tired.
Yeah, it is a tired pitch. I think that rain that we had last night wouldn't have created too much of an impact, but would have been a blessing. It's a shower of blessing because these pitches haven't been having the type of water it needs. Well, as we all know that pitches need water continuously. The grass needs to grow. It needs to bind the pitch together. And subcontinental pitches where you have strong sunlight, particularly going through a period like this where, you know, Sri Lanka is also going through a kind of a drought period. Sunlight can bake you. So it's important that you have whatever water you could have. So this could help that the pitch can be kind of held together and just make sure that the Super 6 becomes a little bit more interesting. But you wouldn't want the best stage of the tournament to lose out on the sheen, particularly run making, which is the thing that cricket is all about. I mean, you need good contests, you need good battles between bat and ball. So I wouldn't mind initial movement earlier on and then it to settle down and the game to go on. But I wouldn't want just turners and you know, dusty pitches that starts to crack and low and slow. That won't help the game either.
No, I agree with you. One thing I have liked about these pitches, actually, because I wasn't sure what we would see when we came out here, but one thing I have liked is the net bounce has been consistent. So even though maybe it hasn't flown through because it is this stage of the season, it has always been consistent bounce. So it's allowed batsmen, once they get the pace of the wicket, to be able to play their shots, play through the line. Just looking there, there's still a little bit of grass that's holding it together. I think that's what's allowed that consistent bounce.
There is that tinge, which is always very important. You need to have those bit of live grass, those creepers that runs and just keeps that soil together.
And talking about green, when we drove down to Gaul, down the highway or motorway, so much, I was with Dave and I just kept saying how lush it looked. It's just so green.
Doesn't it look a bit like England?
It was, yeah, very much. It's very, very
I
green.
always, I used to take
except the palm trees. And the tea plantations.
Yes. I used to take the drive those days on the motorway from Manchester to Headingley, going for a test match. And as you go through the driveway with those mountainous areas, those large trees. I know it's not England per se, but I kind of get reminded because there are similarities that you could draw. It's very green, as you say.
So green, very lush. I kept repeating how amazed I was with the beauty of it. But it was very tropical, though. That's the only thing that we miss out there is a couple of those palm trees just give a little bit of edge.
So just a bit frustrated there. You could have seen Meshram's feet movement, looking to come down the pitch. Tells me that she is getting frustrated. Worth looking at this. So look at her.
Yeah, just a little. But one thing she did, she shuffled down the wicket, but she then didn't let her hands go through. So she got into a good position, but she should have let her hands go. She's just being tentative here. So they're having a think.
So 10 overs gone, 14 without loss.
Well, this is a tough period here. South Africa keeping. There we are. The captain, Dane van Niekerk, is looking to bring herself on. Leg spinner. It doesn't get too much purchase off the surface, but we'll get it up in the air and try and get a little bit of turn. But I still feel South Africa control. They would have wanted that wicket though, David.
Indeed, I'm still got the image of palm trees on the Pennines, which would be great. It's a steady start here. 14 for no wicket. And I think, as Ebony was saying earlier, really needs to be moving the ball around, picking up those singles, whilst you're not perhaps finding the boundaries. Of 14 in the power play, not really enough. Leg spinner on now, the skipper. Oh, she gets called for a wide there. That was a bit harsh. I thought right on the line, borderline. Usually get away with that first ball, but no. So score ticks over to 15 for no wicket. That will be, well, it won't, because it's been given a wide. So they're going to run a couple. That one was a wide, but I thought, how did it evade the wicket-keeper's gloves? Let's have a look at this again. I just thought she might have got I thought she got a little nick on that, but poor cricket there, all round. Wide delivery and not taken.
And they just took a single.
Yes, they should have had 2 runs. So you bowler, keeper, and batters all to blame there.
Janai van Niekerk, the skipper of the South African team, bringing herself on earlier today and getting an opportunity to bowl at these two, especially because they've got a
Bowled her 10 overs on the spin against Bangladesh here. I wonder whether she'll do that again today.
I was saying that she's brought herself early on because there's a left-hander and a right-hander combination, rather than throwing the ball to Marshall, Atsalo or Chloe. She's brought herself on change of pace as well. Delicately played there. Should be 2. Mona Meshram comes back. Welcome 2 runs for her.
Yeah, just a little push past the keeper there. First slip would have been in business, but I probably wouldn't have played the shot had there been a first slip in there.
Just to add on to that slip, Gordon, do you think, David, that there should be a slip? I do feel that for Janai there should be a slip in, because seeing the condition, it's just 19 runs in 10 overs and 11th over rather. I do feel they can do with a slip.
Yes, they can afford one at this stage because India have made a slow start, but they haven't lost wickets. If they were to now lose a couple of wickets, I think there would be in a lot of trouble. But no wickets down. That's not the worst thing, and that's got away. That's away. Backward a point to the boundary. Found the gap there, and this is it proving an expensive first over. You can see the skipper's not happy about it. Great bowling action. Just a bit short and cracked square of the wicket. 4 runs.
No, that's a bad ball. She's unhappy that the fielder didn't make an effort, but I thought it was right bisecting the 2 backward point and cover point fielder.
Better delivery, better result for the bowl. I like the way she comes into her deliveries though. She's got very classic leg spinners action. Angled run though. Leg spinners very often do have that angled run, and Shane Warne's coach, Terry Jenner, he said, do you know why so many spinners have angled runs? It's because when you're bowling in the nets, the fast bowlers are firing in straight, and the spinners are standing to one side, and they come in and bowl at the angle.
I'm very sure that's not the real reason, but I get the point, yeah.
Oh, he's quite serious about it. 24 for naught is looking a lot better. That was an expensive over for South Africa.
You mean that they're a rare commodity? It's like the pushovers. Just stand away. We're the ones who are running in, doing all the hard work. You're just 2 steps away.
When you're doing nets junior cricket and whatever, and it starts to develop like that, and it's a theory.
Never knew
Not
that.
one that you necessarily agree with, though, Anjum.
No, one of them that I don't.
It'll probably be a wide, indeed it is. You need to just tighten up a bit here, South Africa.
Another to add on to this fast bowling and spinner gentle banter that always goes around in the nets is when a spinner just gives away the ball after bowling to 2 or 3 batters in the nets, and the fast bowler says, hey, look, I'm coming from a distance. I'm putting in much more an effort. All you do is just take 2 steps and you deliver the ball. Why should you be just bowling to 1 or 2 batters?
In the air, but safe enough, down to third man. While we're on the subject of net etiquette, another one, of course, that you get all the time is the bowlers, the quicker bowlers bowling from 18 yards. They run right through and not at full pelt, and unless, of course, there's a little bit of niggle with the batsman, but they often just go through, don't they, and bowl from a lot closer than they should be. In the air and gone at backward point. Poor shot. Just straight in. Poor shot. Yeah. Didn't get over the top of it. Tried to keep it down and hit straight to Lizelle Lee there. And that's the end of deep tea. She had a chance, didn't she? She was given a golden chance. She's had 2 innings really, in the sense that a poor drop at mid-on earlier in her innings, and that's the first wicket down. She didn't take her chance, and after having had a very good tournament so far, a very good Group A, she's not going to make a big score here today. Deep tea Sharma gone. Important breakthrough that for South Africa. Here comes the skipper. She'll be looking forward to this challenge, Anjum.
Deepti Sharma realizing that she has to up the scoring rate. Was in no control to play that shot. Rising delivery, didn't have enough room to get on top of the bounce to keep it down. With an angled bat, simple, straightforward catch to the backward point region. Not surprised that she was bogged down. She scored 9 of the 38 deliveries she faced, and much different to what she's been doing earlier on in the tournament.
Just shows the difference in class today. Very, very good South African bowling attack here. And, well, Deepti Sharma back in the dressing room.
Skippers walked out at number 3 today. Mithali Raj, number 2 batter in the ICC ODI rankings. More than 150 games under her belt.
She'll be looking forward to this challenge.
I like the field setting that the South African team have against her. She's got a slip, Poya Bongakaka, and Dane Fanikak on the short extra cover. Has just walked in a couple of steps to have a stationary position, anticipating an uppish drive. Shows aggressive nature. And the bowler pitching it right on the mark for Mithali to drive the ball, or be playing a hesitant drive.
Yeah, just looking for that drive. She checked the shot there, which she knows if she went through with it, And Van Niekerk could have been in business.
I like the bowling that the South African girls have been doing all morning. They've been very straight in terms of attacking the stumps all the time. A couple of wayward deliveries have gone in terms of wides, but largely, if you ever get to see a area where they've pitched the maximum cluster of the deliveries, it'll be in the good length region. David, I'm sure you want to add to that, to what I've been saying.
We knew that was coming, Anjum. We knew it was coming. Every time we praise the accuracy in the bowling one side of the wicket, then.
Yeah, but largely, apart from the 6 wides which have come through, I think they've been very good. If you see the pitch map and they go back home and they see it in their computer screens with the analysts, they'll be happy.
That ball cutting back in. Mitali off the mark, but minor success for the bowler there, getting the thickish inside edge. Yes, I can forgive the wides outside the off stump, because they're looking for that. They're looking to draw the drive to get the batsman playing that shot. But then the one that slips down the leg side, that really got to avoid that one. There are the bowlers.
Yeah, the bowlers have done well. Shibnam, look at that. 5 overs, 5 runs. Can't be better than that. She was unlucky to get a wicket of Deepti Sharma when she was dropped on the mid-on region, but the others have been really on the money. Tanay Van Niekerk had an expensive first over, but she's come back and she's got a new batter, Mithali Raj, who she'll be bowling with.
She'll be happy, of course, that the left-hander's gone now. Concentrate on spinning the ball away from these two right-handers. Just a little bit of gentle turn away from the bat there.
I would be very tempted here to replicate the field that Tanay had for Kaka in the previous over against Mithali. Have a short extra cover, catching, have a slip. I know she's a little tentative because she's not hitting the right lengths right now, and has a field set for her bad deliveries, which is a deep mid-wicket and a long leg on the onside.
Not sure she needs that deep mid-wicket.
But at least one catch in. Definitely to put that extra bit of pressure. With the ball just dropping in short, I'm sure you would. If you can get a wicket here, it'll be good pressure on this Indian batting lineup.
This looks like a sort of premeditated field rather than adapting to the conditions, doesn't it?
I agree there. You can't set a field for bad bowling. Or sometimes if you do set a field for bad bowling, you're missing out on an opportunity of attacking when you really need to press the button at that point of time.
Nearly got through that time. See those two fielders out in the deep there on the leg side. New batter in. Possibly one too many.
End of 13, 29 for 1.
Great. I agree with Anjum. One more attacking fielder there to the new batsman. Possibly to Meshram as well. She's not exactly tearing up trees at the moment either. 12 runs off 30 balls. 1 run off the over.
Because I always feel that when you have the team under the covers right now, they've not really explored the Indian batting lineup. Mithali Raj is new to the crease. It's a time that they are more tentative.
And it would be a big blow to India to lose Mithali early on. So Let's press for that wicket. Okay. Gamble a few runs.
Brilliant shot. That's a bread and butter shot for the seasoned Mithali Raj. It was outside the off stump, always asking to be hit. You can ask her to wake up in the middle of the night and play that shot. She will be up for it. And very good. Huge.
Something that happens often. Indian cricketers woken up in the middle of the night and asked to play shots.
I'm sure all those people who've not been scoring runs would be waking up in the middle of the night dreaming. Who said international cricket was easy?
A lot easier to play when you're fast asleep, I think. And dreaming of a good innings. Bit of advice from bowler.
Kaka has just got one fielder patrolling the boundary. That's on the leg side. That's the fine leg region. And 2 attacking catchers on the off.
Well bowled. I just feel at the start of an innings of an important batsman, gamble a little bit, risk a couple of runs, try to get them out. If they're gone, then it's a big advantage to your side. If you leak 6, 8, 10 runs, and it's not that disastrous.
Because largely the women's game, barring a couple of teams which do like to attack even when they're losing wickets around them, they largely get into a little bit of shell just at the fall of a wicket, and especially when you've not had an early start. And that's the time that you as an opposition skipper sense an opportunity.
Struck firmly again, but straight to the field. And certainly against the leg spinner, Anjum. New batsman in, you've got a fielder out at deep mid-wicket. You're suggesting that this new batter is going to be swinging against the spin into the deep. And if they want to do that, let them try. So... that's the end of the 14th over. Let's see, there's a bit of discussion goes on in the South African camp, and there's maybe a little bit more attacking in this over. But no, deep mid-wicket's going out again, so captaincy by numbers at the moment, I think.
Kaka has been impressive. She's got none for 14, but just coming in replacing Marizan Cap. I thought she's bowled well in her initial spell for the South African team.
Maybe the skipper here, Van Niekerk, she, having conceded 10 from her first over, she just wants a couple of tight overs, but we'll see. Aggressive intent there from Meshram. Bowler won't mind that.
Again, no change in the field from the skipper, who's also the bowler right now, Dane. Expecting a false shot coming in from the batter.
Using her feet nicely there, but again can't find the gap. If you can have another 2 boundary fielders, I'd be inclined to have one on the offside.
I do feel a pressure building up on Mona Meshram here. You can sense it in the body language that she needs to press on the accelerator, look for that single. She's been coming down, but very half-hearted approach to the shots that she's been playing. And just sense something that it's going to go away here. And probably that's what the South African skipper is also waiting for.
Last ball of the over, it's a maiden to date. And it will remain a maiden. Well bowled skip, no runs conceded there. As you say, the pressure is just building on Meshram. 33 for no wicket. 15 overs gone now. It's going to be Kakak to continue. He's bowled tidily. In fact, we're having a change of ball. Let Solos on. Keeper up to the stumps for the gentler medium pace. Trying to get the third man in the right position. Third man was fine and has to chase a long way round for that one. But again, they only get one run. Should probably gone firmly there for two. As you can see, this went just the other side of gully. A long old chase round there.
Just having a little look at Mitali Raj here. Just before, she has this little, sometimes a trigger across to the offside. It's almost like she's getting some momentum into the ball. Nice shot. Over the top. That's a brilliant shot there. That's classic Mitali Raj. She's been trying to open up this offside. Just against a slower bowler here. Just a little trigger before and then opens up. Frees those hands. Plenty of space. And this is why she's so dangerous.
Once that was over the top, there was no stopping it.
Marshall let swallow. Not too much pace here. This is an opportunity for India to try and up the scoring rate. Mitali Raj as well, up there in the ODI rankings. Just going through who's at the top at the moment. She's second in there after Meg Lanning. So Meg Lanning's number one, then Raj, and then Elise Perry. Just showing she's been consistently up there, often number one or in that top three. And again.
Cracking shot.
She's exposing this offside here. Not too much pace. She lets it come to her and then she angles at the last minute, opens up the wrists. That's a fantastic shot. This could be a tricky little period here for Let Swallow. No movement in the air, nothing off the pitch. Slightly tighter delivery there helped End of the over, 43 for 1.
I think South Africa might have missed a trick by leaving Soon loose out. India seem to have gone in with the spinners. India have actually left an opening bowler out of their lineup. And leave the spinner out.
Well, they brought in Yolani Furi. I haven't pronounced that right, but Furi, who's off spinner, and I think they're looking to have a little look at her. I don't know whether it's the right the right choice of decision in your big match to take away from Sune Loose, who's now become an experienced spinner.
I wonder whether both sides there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on in this game as well. I just wonder. Of course, we would expect these two sides to be matching up again in the final next Tuesday. Maybe they're not showing each other all their cards. Of course, India leaving out Mansi Joshi. It's arguably their best bowler.
Criminal for me.
Both these teams almost guaranteed. They both carried 2 wins through from the group stages. Both of them are almost guaranteed to be qualifying for the World Cup. The top 4 in the Super 6 qualify for the World Cup. And there is a final, and there is a prestige of winning that final. And I just think there's 1 or 2 little, yes, we'll keep her under wraps, and we won't let them have a look at her, and just try 1 or 2 different things out in this game. Of course they want to win this game, but at the same time, the far bigger game is going to be next Tuesday.
I'm trying to use her feet here. Meshram not quite working. She's just almost getting too close to the ball rather than giving herself a little bit, fraction of room just to free the arms. I'll come back to your point in a second, David.
That swept fine, but didn't really get hold of it. In actual fact, had she left that delivery, it would have probably been counted as a wide, and as it is, they've got no run from it. We will have a chance to chat in a minute anyway, Ebbs, because I think the drinks break is coming up. So let's have a look at these 2 sides.
You guys, ladies. Yeah.
It is drinks now. Drinks are coming on. Just have a look and see what's happened so far. South Africa winning the toss here this morning, deciding they were going to have a bowl.
This was that drop catch there by Laura Wolfart. She made a real meal of it. Brilliant shot there by Sharma, just easing one down the ground. This was after she was dropped. Trying to cash in. Van Niekerk just dropping a bit short. Her early couple of overs didn't go so smoothly. And then here's the catch. Solid by Lizelle Lee there at point. And then Raj has now come in at the back end and just started to get things going for India, easing it through
This
nicely.
next shot over the top, but then the one that she played through extra cover coming up there. That's a beauty. That's the shot of the morning for me.
Yeah, just to go back to your point there about one of the biggest thing is about, well, let's just look at today so far. Meshram's still there, ticking on 12, taking her time really, isn't she? 12 or 42.
That's all right. That's all right if you've got it in you to actually accelerate and get that strike rate up towards 50, 60, 70 as the innings goes on. Otherwise, you're basically using up 4 or 5 overs of the innings there. And well, it's hard enough if you've got 50 overs to face, but if you're sort of effectively only facing 45, that's a big. And then another one there, Sharma, you see 9 off 38 balls.
She really struggled with a short ball as well, didn't she? 2 poor pull shots which got her away. And
You look at that. You look at that. That's 5 overs. She hasn't scored a run off.
Well, they've got plenty of batting to come. I think the power really is in Vader, Kaur and Krishnamurthy. That's the power kind of middle innings. And from here, at the rate they're going, they'll mostly be looking at 220, 230. But they really need to be pushing on a decent wicket, 250. So got a bit of work to do.
To be fair, there was a little bit of movement early on. The opening bowlers put in a good performance. So there, Marizanne Cat, one of your Surrey ladies.
Yeah, she bowled really well today and clear standout. I mean, look at that economy, 3 overs. Maybe came on off a little bit too early, but she was getting shape. Ishmael bowled well again, maybe a fraction short. And now we're into...
Deserved a wicket, didn't she, Ishmael? The drop catch at mid-on, that'll be...
Definitely deserved one. Now Marsha's come in, Marsha let Swallow. And she's just with her pace, she's got no movement, has really struggled to get any real shape in the air or anything off the pitch. So just worry now that someone like Mitali Raj, who's looking well set, is just going to take things away from her.
I wouldn't mind a little bit that Suni Lucy's back for the final next week. Do you think there has been a little bit of cat and mouse going on in these teams, or?
Yeah, so this is the only thing for me. It's difficult because in tournament cricket, there's two schools of thoughts about maybe resting and, like you say, playing cat and mouse. But the other is you need players to find form, and you see a lot of players improve game on game. So by dropping somebody like her, who's maybe not fully experienced, she's spent a bit of time at the crease. Again, Mitali Raj back straight into timing it nicely. Yeah, for me, if you feel that she's bowling well enough, I think you need to just give her a little bit of a run out. But they've made the change, so we'll have to have a look at the off-spin bowler a little bit later.
No Sonny Yadav either, so I think both those are tactical. Oh, in the air, just wide of Liz Lee. Oh, a little bit fortunate there, Skip.
Just too wide here from Let's Swallow, and also at that pace, Raj has time. She just slightly sliced it, but she was able, bringing that bat down at a bit of an angle to make sure there wasn't too much of a danger. But this is Raj for you. She often goes at around a runner ball. She doesn't come out and blazon the attack. It's more timing, finesse, and angles.
Again, just letting that one slip down the leg side. It's going to be well picked up out there in the deeper now. Splendid return.
Losing her line here, drifting. Raj saw it early and just flicked it with the wrists. Not having to do much. Great bit of fielding here. This is one thing that South Africa are standing ahead. That fielding, powerful arm back in there from Ishmael.
Just needs to get her line right. And she does.
Raj in the floppy cap. She's a big fan of that. She's taken off the helmet in the break, finding it a little bit hot out there. But she's a big fan of this. As soon as she can get it on, she will. Finding this pace comfortable to face.
Finds the gap there.
50 up there for India. Just before the start of the 18th. And that's really down to the captain. She's come in and got things going, timed the ball nicely. Good solid wicket. Yeah, a bit slow, but maybe it's just caught up now to a reasonable start.
They were 14 for 1 after the power play, so 36 runs coming in the last sort of 8 overs. That's pretty good. It is the end of the 18th over, but as you say, it's all down to Mitali. Meshram still bogged down And it's something I think that the better teams tend to do. There is the old scoreboard at the far end of the ground with.
Looks like hard work to work those scoreboards. I remember seeing a few of these scoreboards as you do the rounds, and behind them there are people sometimes actually walking up and down on ladders with the different all the different words and the letters and the numbers. I think in this heat that
Hot
could be
work
hard
inside
work.
there, wouldn't it? Oh, I hope they got a bit of aircon over there. I'm sure they haven't, but it would be nice to think they had. Like to see an old manual
Diva,
scoreboard.
bit of aircon.
Like to see an old manual scorecard, a scoreboard. One of the great things about the redevelopment of the Adelaide Oval is the wonderful old scoreboard that's been there for since Bradman's days. Is still there, and it still is operated during the Test match. Now, there's going to be some bean counter somewhere who's going to say, "Oh well, do we really need, you know, to be paying 4 or 5 people to operate it?" But it's part of the experience of the Test match. You know, it is listed. Then again, the Sydney scoreboard was listed as well, and they got round that by dismantling it brick by brick and reciting it several miles away. Oh, it's a listed building. Yeah, it should stay where it is, shouldn't it? Anyway. But that's nice. And of course, your home ground, the Oval, the scoreboard that used to be there used to be famous. It used to have the runs up before they'd finish running them. Fabulous. No, that's gone, isn't it? Electronics there.
So you don't like the modern way then?
Some things that are it's a bit. Do you prefer a carpenter to come in and put your kitchen in, or do you go and buy one from the local whatever DIY place, put it together yourself, and then just shove it into place? You know, it's like a bit of artisan work, bit of quality, abs. You or I could sit here and operate one of those electronic scoreboards. I don't think we'd be that good running up and down ladders, sticking boards in and shouting at each other. And, hold on, how many was that?
I tell you what, if I would leave that to you, because I think
You
your
would.
fitness. Well, you might take me. I think I'd struggle in that. In the heat as well.
In the heat as well, yeah.
Up and down on the ladder. Well, here comes new bowler. Yulani Furi's come in today. She's the off spinner that they brought in place of Sune Loose. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes. Obviously, South Africa have had 2 leg spinners so far, but maybe they're looking for that variety with the off spinner. Let's see if she can get a bit of purchase off this surface.
Oh. Wasn't quite ready there. Skip will be looking to make an impression. Stamp her authority on the off spinner. She'll know she's just come into the side. A little bit of turn there, very slow, but a little bit of turn into the right-hander.
Just having a little look. She's played in 15 matches, picked up 12 wickets so far. Economy of 4, which is around average.
And those runs there, but cover out on the mid-wicket boundary, and just the single.
One thing they might be looking for by bringing in the off spinner is maybe a bit more consistency and control. With the leg spinner or the wrist spinner, you can sometimes get those loose deliveries. So they might be just looking for someone to keep it tight.
Just a little bit short, allowing the ball to be worked. Another run from Meshram there, and she's really does need to start picking the pace up now. Matali going along quick enough. Got to get that run rate well above 3 and over.
One thing South Africa have been able to do, they haven't put out more than 2 boundary fielders so far. Yeah, they're just keeping control. I'm not sure Raj will go for the aerial route straight down the ground just yet.
Thought about it.
She's milking quite nicely to the leg side at the moment, which she'll be comfortable to do, and then if she gets that opportunity to let her hands go through the ball. But so far, Furi keeping it nice and tight, bowling to her plans in the field.
That should have gone a long way, but she's picked out the fielder on the 45. And that is the end of a tidy enough first over from Furi. Just 3 runs coming from it. Mitali's on 26. Meshram 13 from 45 balls. We have Anjum moving back in. We got a bowling change with Marizan Cap coming back on at the far end. We've got a change in the commentary box here, and perhaps Anjum would just like to say a few words about Meshram, who's got to pick her rate up.
Marizan Cap replacing the skipper. Danavani Kirk, she's bowled 3 overs, a maiden. Hasn't picked up a wicket. Taking time to settle a field, being held by the wicketkeeper there, Trisha Shetty. She's got a slip in position. She's got 4 patrolling on the offside and 3 on the on. Just a third and fine leg on the boundary. And it's a good change. Got a double change in terms of the bowling department. We've got Yolani Fury, who's just bowled a first over, and Marizan Cap. Yep. David mentioned that Mona Meshram will have to pick up her scoring rate. Without a doubt. You've been watching Roshan, a lot of cricket from the best view in the house, apart from the commentary seat. What do you reckon has happened in the last 10?
I'll give credit to India. I will give credit to India. I think they fought themselves out of a very difficult situation at a time when the ball was moving around, at a time when they were challenged by some good, decent bowling, particularly by Cap. I like the way Natali Raj has come in and just imposed herself. I like the way. That's a good shot. That will run away to the boundary. Mithali, I should say. I said Natali. Mithali Raj. I've been impressed with the way she's batted. She looked very free. And above all, I'm not sure whether the South Africans have the resources in the middle to try and curtail the strong Indian batting lineup. The seamers look good. Cannot say the same thing about the support. So India may cash in on that.
Yeah, I would like to agree there. I feel the South Africans have just missed a little trick of letting both Mithali and Meshram settle into a easy little partnership here. Of course, Mithali being the dominant of the two, she's got 30 already.
She looks a free-flowing batter. Loves to play her shots. Good on both the front foot and back foot. Lovely drive off the ball. She looks a technically sound player. Very solid at the crease with her stance, as you could see. Just that bit of initial trigger movement, just that little bit. 58 for 1, 21 overs gone.
Number 2 in the ICC rankings of the top batters, Mithali Raj.
Not surprised. She looks good.
She's dropped down from 1 to 2.
I really don't think there is much to choose between the top 3 or 4.
I agree.
It could be just a few technical things in terms of runs made or whatever. But in terms of quality, they're right up there with the very best.
Yeah, I agree. It's just a matter of a few matches here and there in your form, especially the opposition as well. So, yeah, there's not much difference as long as you're in the top half. Rene Fowry. The off spinner. Yulani Fury rather.
See, thing about the Indian team is that they got spinners who can strangle you. The spin bowling is much better if you look at their spin. Now Fowry, who's bowling off spin here, looks to me very average, part-time at best. Fowry, I should say. Lofted, that's a big one. That's gone all the way for 6. That's a very good shot by Meshram. She got to the pitch of the ball, and there's minimum risk in that shot because she attempted to play it with whatever turn it had.
Preempting that shot, Yulani Fury was way behind the return crease at the time of delivering that ball. But it had enough loop on that for Meshram to come down the track and loft it over mid-wicket. Shot pulled away, at least 2. Pick up a single.
So South Africa will have to be very careful about these little periods of their play where their bowlers, spin bowlers need to come and support. They haven't been able to strangle the Indian batting. They appear to be loosening themselves from that strangle. And that's a good sign if you're an Indian supporter. Again, lovely use of the feet, lovely drive. I like that. Mithali Raj just coming down the pitch and driving beautifully. So last ball of the 22nd over. Again, lovely drive straight to the fielder at extra cover. 65 for 1.
Yulani Fury is bowling from the pavilion end. Look at where she's bowling from. It's inches behind. And yet, she's getting the ball to pitch up to the batters. Don't see nowadays much. It's already used as a weapon to bowl behind the return crease by the bowlers, but bowling 6 deliveries on the trot from that area is definitely a difference over the years in international cricket we've seen. Marizan cap continues. Again, a very strong offside field. A short extra cover in catching. There is only a third man and a fine leg out patrolling the boundary for Marizan. No slip. So that slip has come out to the short extra cover region.
That's a wide. I was a bit baffled earlier on with the captaincy of South Africa. And when you took off that Dana, when she took off Marizan cap after just 3 overs, we saw Kaka coming on to bowl the 8th over, and when I thought that cap looked the most dangerous out of the bowlers, hitting the batsman's pads regularly, so just allowed that breathing space that India wanted, because cap to me looked to be the bowler who was pressurizing the Indian batters at that stage.
Well, just to have an argument in favour of the skipper, I do feel that it might have also been a reason that they wanted to get Ayabonga Kaka, the relatively new ball, to bowl in, and especially bowl in the first 10 overs where there are fielding restrictions. The ball was still hard and moving about.
I have no issues with that, but I would have thought that the end to bowl for her was at the other end, because Ismail was bowling more back of a length and the batters were more on the back foot, more comfortable. But with cap, it was a case of searching, pushing forward. So out of the 2 opening bowlers, cap looked like getting you a wicket more than Ismail. So this was my thinking.
And also when Shibnam Ismail was bowling a tight line in length, Marizan cap maintaining that consistency from the other end would have just maybe added the extra bit of pressure and a caution to the Indian batters. But I thought Kaka bowled really well. She came back. She didn't give away the pressure that was Shibnam was able to exude from the other end.
This is a good field set by the South African captain, just making sure that she has fielders, particularly on the offside. But it's a tight field you need to bowl. You just can't afford to be off target. They've got 3 saving, 1 on the offside, as you could see a fielder on the drive at extra cover. So you got to be very sure with your length and line. Shows the confidence that she has in the bowler.
South African fielding has also been very much aggressive, apart from the one dropped catch, which was of Deepti Sharma. I think they've been very tight. They've patrolled the boundary well, reduced certain twos to ones.
Good finish to the over. 69 for 1, 23 overs completed.
Will be really pushing on over here. 23 overs gone, 69 for 1. They've got a aggressive batting lineup, the Indian team. Devika Vaidya, who's been amongst runs. Harmanpreet Kaur as well slated to come in. Veda Krishnamurthy, who can pack a punch. So they're not short of attacking batters to follow. Shikha Pandey is also an all-rounder. Just feel that they will be tempted to realizing the fact that there's no point just hanging around there. You need to press the scoring rate.
Poor cricket. Very poor cricket by South Africa. Should have never been a single. Fury. Just bowling a regulation delivery outside the off stump straight to the fielder. But a poor lob, allowing the batter to get a single. Fury so far, none for 11. But I like to see the Indians constructing this innings. One player that I'm very excited to see in the Indian camp, that is Harmanpreet. Have heard so much about her, seen very briefly of her, haven't really seen her being given the opportunity to battle long and just understand how well she builds an innings. Oh, wrong foot at the fielder at short mid-wicket. Good work by Mithali. If you can pick up the fielder at short mid-wicket. Completely wrong-footed. Maybe we'll show you later. Completely wrong-footed her. Maybe we can show you. Look at the movement of the short mid-wicket fielder when that happened. She's at short mid-wicket. Good running. Good running. Good aggressive running by the Indian pair. 72 for 1.
Again, a change coming in from the other end, from where Marizan Cap was in operation. She bowled 2 overs. And she's been replaced by Ayabonga Kaka, who's bowled 4 overs, picked up the wicket of Deepti Sharma.
She's just medium pace, but she's a very methodical kind of bowler who just keeps plugging away. Kaka doesn't try to overdo things. She's just sticking to the basics of just running in and bowling the line she needs to bowl. She's got a packed offside field. See, that would be the line she'll try to bowl. Then there's a third man on the boundary, and then there are 5 others on the offside. And the leg side is pretty orthodox, normal mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. But it's the offside that Kaka will try to concentrate. She can't afford to bowl straight because you could work her around, work her through the leg side area, but it will have to be that 4th, 5th stump line.
And that's what Mona Meshram should be looking to do. Work her on the onside. Show the field that there is no square leg. There's a wideish mid-wicket or a squarish mid-wicket. There's no swing on the ball. She's bowling a wicket-to-wicket line. Lofted shot, this time over the bowler's head. Mona Meshram gets a boundary.
Good cricket by India. Good attacking cricket. Not allowing the bowler to try and dictate. Just looking to put her off her line and length. Got the feeling that Kaka was a little bit too full on that occasion and a bit more straight. Needs to bowl wide of the off stump, just back of her length. That's the field she has. That's a very fine shot. Just breaking the shackles.
Will be looking to pick up a single here, if not a boundary, Mona Meshram. Pressing for a second. Will get just a 1.
See, the point I was trying to make is that Kaka shouldn't be bowling straight, and that's exactly what she did. Let's see, very quickly we'll show you. Look at the line she bowls. Just far too straight with an off-stump line. With 3 on the leg side, you can't bowl that line. So an easy single in the end. Five runs off the over at the halfway stage. India, in fact, 1 more ball to go. I beg your pardon. 1 more ball to go. India almost at the halfway stage, 77 for 1. This partnership, 51 runs of 83 balls. Mithali Raj will be the player that the Indians will want to try and build their innings on. She's making batting very easy. Now it's the halfway stage, 77 for 1. Anjum's taken a break. Ebony's back. So that's a partnership, 51 of 84 balls. Mithali Raj has been the more dominant partner, 32 of 52. Meshram just trying to find her feet in a partnership, 29 of 60. But that contribution, just 17 runs. Mithali has contributed 32. So if I say that India have done well in that last 1 hour or so, you'd agree?
Yeah, they've gone up pretty much 4 and over in this last sort of 5 overs. But prior to that, the run rate was around 2 point something. Good use of feet there, just drilled straight to the fielder, Captain Van Niekerk. I just feel that this might work against South Africa if they post a reasonable total. But it is still a bit old school in terms of approach. And also, if you've got players who have that ability, like we've seen from Meshram, to hit over the top like that, you'd just like to see it early on in the innings, just not necessarily going over the top, but punching the ball back down the ground.
I think it's very important for teams to win moments. It's about winning moments in the game. So this is a moment that India has to win. Simply because if you look at the South African captain's thinking, she's trying to mix a not so good bowler with a good bowler, like Cap and Furi. Just trying to make sure that you don't give easy runs to the Indian batsmen. So it's very, very important that the Indians cash in on the weak link of South Africa, which appears to be spin.
Yeah, they didn't seem to have a stronger game plan. I think India is a tough one here in terms of what they're going to post. If you kind of roughly double the score and add a bit, you're still only looking at about 180, maybe getting near the 200 mark. just nicely tickled around. I don't feel that's enough. So India are going to have to get the move on, even though South Africa might have a weaker spin game, we haven't seen much grip or turn yet today. So if it does kind of kick on nicely for the batsmen, then South Africa will be better placed to score the runs.
I think India might end up getting around 210, 220. That seemed to be the score that they might eventually end up with. This is a good shot. Good shot. My goodness me. Didn't look like a boundary at all, but the timing was perfect. And I thought the fielder at mid-off was a little bit slow to react. Take a look at it, but that's a good shot.
That just gets on the back foot, but then it's like a punch, isn't it? She gives herself a little bit of room with the body and then just hits straight through the line. That's quite a smart shot, rather than sometimes trying to get too cute with it. She's just seen it sit up and let the hands go. That's a great shot. Meshram is just starting to find her flow now, isn't she? 34 of 65. And she looks an exciting prospect for India if she can learn to pace her innings throughout. But she's going nicely and she's still there. And if she keeps going, then that allows, like we know, Krishna Murthy to come in, Harmanpreet Kaur, Vader as well to come. Then that's maybe a platform that they could go big on.
See, one thing that I've been very, very impressed about India is in this World Cup, what I've seen a lot is quality batting. They look the best batting side to me in this entire qualifying round by far, by a country mile. They've looked very innovative. That's poor. That's poor. So what's going on with the South African fielders? Are they panicking at this stage? Is this partnership working on the minds? Is it kind of creating a pressure? This should have been stopped. This is straightforward.
This was very straightforward. Like you say, it wasn't running down at any express pace. She's gone down and she's gone down the wrong way. Although it's the old school long barrier, she's gone down the wrong way to be able to pick it up.
Completely wrong.
So she's done herself there. That's, like you say, a bit of pressure, a bit of weariness.
Yeah, the long barrier, if you're a right arm or a right hand, it should be the other way. She's a right-hander, but she's done the left-hander's way. So that's the reason why she's missed out. But it could be much more than just the long barrier. It could be the pressure that seemed to be coming into the South African mindset. Just seem to be worried about what's going on, the partnerships developing, thinking about it a little bit too much, just wavering in concentration. Could be lots of things.
Decent delivery there. And also now, this is the toughest bit. You know, when you field and you do make that kind of easy mistake, your mind starts to tick. And then you start worrying and you have to tell yourself, next one is mine. Because if not, your mind starts to drift and you start to worry and panic. And then all of a sudden, every ball comes to you and you can't make it work.
No, that's the point. That's a huge issue. I mean, you try dropping a catch. And I couldn't have agreed more with you. Because every time you drop a catch, it appears that the ball seems to follow you.
Can we look at that, how she's picked that up? She's doing it really odd. Just a bit, and I can see why she made this mistake. Even here on one she did pick up. Just have a look here. She's going like front ways on. She's going the wrong way around, so she's having to turn her whole body around. That's going to cause her some problems.
Just take a look at it again. The long barrier. This is called the old-fashioned long barrier. Now, this is ideal for a left-hander. Look at the hand she's going to throw with. She's got to turn and throw with the right hand. So it's completely against the run of play. It's completely against the principle of a proper long barrier. So that could be the reason why she's struggling.
She's going to have to sort that out. In this modern era of game, you need, on simple takes like that, simple balls that just run down to you, that's when you need to be disciplined and you need to be getting your body in the right position. But Mithali Raj playing very well here. I have to say the captain has come in and given this innings a bit of impetus. Looks like she might be changing her gloves. Gets very sticky. And yeah, sometimes in this sort of heat, you just need to get a fresh pair of gloves to start feeling the bat again. But she's an experienced campaigner. She's been here, done that. It looks like Soni Yadav is the one who's out there 12th. She must be a little bit frustrated because she would like to play today. But the Indians now thinking about what total they can put on the ball. Decent partnership, 63 off 96. But I just feel in terms of runs, 220 will most probably be around par for today. South Africa desperately need a wicket from somewhere. They're going to have to build some pressure, keep the ball one side of the wicket. Looking at that projected score, if they go at 5s from now, that's around 205. Nicely eased into the covers. Just 3 out on the leg side. For the off spinner, cover for that drive down the ground and any sweeps. Let's just have a little look at this field here. You can see just 3 in the leg side.
It's a split field, 4-5, because it's a clear indication that the bowler's looking to bowl wicket to wicket as tight as possible. She's not obviously a frontline bowler, so she needs protection on both sides, which is not easy as a captain to do that. But so far, in fairness to Fury, she's been good. She's been economical without really looking to be dangerous or threatening.
Oh, through the hands. Great shot, but through the hands. She moved her feet there, hit it firm. There, Meshram. Let's just have a look at this.
Good use of the feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting it through the line. I think in fairness, Ismail's not the quickest. Would have been a very fine catch had she taken it. Very nearly, I mean, didn't touch anything, went through the hands. It went very quickly. But I like the intent of Meshram. She's now looking to kick on. She's gone past Mithali. 22 overs completed, 95 for 1. This partnership now looking very, very good for India.
Just seeing Ismail now. She's been given the nod to go back on the mid-off boundary. Oh, is that actually end of over, 95 for 1 after 28. That's a tough chance, but those half chances, if you can turn them around, it does give your team that impetus. But here now, this is a real chance for India with the field spread to be able to cash in. So they're going to Darnay van Niekerk, the captain, to come on and bring in a bit of spin.
Just to give a recap or an update on Sri Lanka versus Pakistan women. Pakistan at the moment are 108 for 1 in the 27th over. They're looking very good after wicket being lost very early to Sripali Virakodi. So Sri Lanka fielding after they won the toss at the nondescript cricket ground. So might be a tough ask for them. 109 for 1 Pakistan at the moment in the 27th over.
Yes.
Picked her gap, didn't she, Mithali Raj? Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball the way she would have liked to, but she got hold of it. Let's have a look here.
I think there was an element of risk because she was looking to hit it against the turn. But again, it could be that she's kind of read the captain Dana quite well, because Dana is not a big spinner. So the risk factor gets reduced a lot when you don't find too much a turn. So in that sense, I give her a lot of credit because she picked that mid-wicket gap. And just tell me about Dana's line. Now single down towards deep mid-wicket. As a leg spinner with 2 right-handers out there, why are you trying to bowl leg stump?
It is interesting, isn't it? What you want to see is her bowling that middle and off line and getting it to turn away from the batsman. So you'd have a deep cover. She's actually looking to go very straight, which kind of negates the purpose of it.
It also tells me, Ebony, that she's using herself as a defensive bowler. She's just trying to keep things tight, just keep pegging away, rather than really looking to get wickets. That's a sad thing as a leg spinner.
Yeah, you'd like to see her toss it up, try and be attacking, get a little bit of grip. You also think as well for the batsman, or the batters even, that, you know, I would actually prefer the ball, if you know that they're not turning it and they bowl it straight at you, then that gives you options to pump it straight down the ground. Whereas when it's that sort of off stump line, you're a bit nervous at times if it's going to spin, you might poke at it. It just allows you to hit through the line. It opens up the leg side as well.
Straight to the fielder at point. So India very solid at 100 for 1. This is the 29th over. This is after India were put into bat. That's why I think a lot of credit is due to them. Take, oh, drop taken. No, dropped. In fact, dropped.
Chloe Tryon.
Oh my goodness, that's a big, that could be a big miss. That could be a really big miss. It went hard, quick. It needed quick reflexes.
Look at this. Poor here. Great shot. She did the hard work, but it just came on her too quick. She couldn't hold on to it. She just took her head away at the fraction of that moment when the ball came straight into the hands. But frustrated. Well, end of the over, 100 up for India, 100 for 1 at the end of 29. They've been given a few lives here. South Africa have been tough in the field. They've dropped a couple of catches. Wow, you just feel now India, they have a real opportunity to cash in on this game. One thing I would say about Meshram that she has done well is if she's going to go for it, she's been going hard. She's really got her hands through the ball, which she didn't do early doors in the inning. She was very tentative. We were looking forward to seeing her just ease through the line, but now she's giving it everything and it's making it harder to get the hands around the ball. And she goes again. Absolutely perfect. Bisects the long on and cow fielder. Excellent stuff here.
Tossed up and very fine shot. Just making sure that she splits the field. And with the off-spinner bowling. And very little variety in the off-spinner. You could afford to take chances like that. India now looking to kick on at this stage. Just a bit beaten off the pitch, looking to play it with the turn, but that ball straightening up.
It's fair to say there's no mystery in the South African spin bowlers, you know, containing and that allows a batsman to hit through the line. They're not worried about any flight or dip. Whereas I think the Indian bowlers, there's a lot more variety. We've seen, for example, Ekta Bish might come round arm, but she changes her angle on the crease. We've seen, you know, a number of the spinners just get more purchase off the pitch.
What about Yadav, the leg spinner?
5 wickets in the last game.
Another big one. That's gone all the way for 6. So this is Meshram's 50. Excellent way to get to the 50. Coming down the pitch. Just getting to the pitch of the ball. And she gets it wide of long on.
That's pure muscle there. I wouldn't say the classiest shot, but what she did is she got to the pitch of the ball. She just opened up that leg side. Her 50 now of 79 balls is starting to look actually quite good, isn't it? At the rate she started her innings, it would have been a bit nervous if she'd have got out, but now, wow, she's starting to motor.
This time a single down to long off. 30 overs completed. It's 112 for 1.
Well, good stuff here from India. I have to say they're starting to find that momentum. I think Mitali Raj has been the key, but let's just look at this. Just tossed up, but she got into a good position. Quick hands through that ball. That was real acceleration. Finding that power in the back end of the shot. And David, well.
Why weren't we seeing this after 10 overs from Meshram? She's batting beautifully now, but oh dear. She did use up a lot of overs early on. A lot of dot balls at the start of her innings. But my word, we're enjoying it at the moment. Ebony's moving out. Perhaps we'll throw that question in to Anjum when she moves back in. Meshram on strike. She's really going at the moment. This time she's just pushed that for a single. Well run. So it's puzzling to me, Anjum. Well, she couldn't get the ball off the square for 20 overs, and now she's looking like Sir Vivian Richards.
That's a nice comparison, David. Excellent. Well done. She's earned it, Mona Meshram, from you. She couldn't get it off the square, so she decided to clear the ropes.
Fair enough. 2 big sixes, very big sixes. Very impressive striking, but should really have started a bit sooner, surely, for her side. You wasted a lot of dot balls.
Well, how often we've seen one batter attacking, that was Mithali Raj, and then the other one gets settled in comfortably, picks up the courage to loft the ball, gets lucky, gets dropped by the fielder, and then just cashes in on the opportunities offered. India won't be complaining as long as she keeps the scoring momentum going along with Mithali Raj out there.
Mithali Raj will be complaining there because she got a ball that was a bit short. Nobody out on that offside, just needed to find the gap and couldn't pierce the field.
Oops! Mara's uncapped there. She's got a smile that she can afford to right now. If she had missed it, she would have been right under the hat trying to hide her face. She knows it. She knows it there.
Very, very nearly done by the spin there. A few people watching who've played club cricket who've been done like that.
Oh, that's missed, everyone. Nothing much the keeper could do there. But should be surely 2 over here. Mona Meshram will hurry. Shibnam Ismail can be quick. But look at the expression of Danae Fannikirk. She's definitely not pleased.
How has this missed the stumps? Oh, my word.
What a perfect shot that was on offer. I mean the camera shot on offer. Perfect. But you can see the inside edge and finding the gap to perfection. But a question mark on the technique there. The both feet moving towards the leg side.
Question mark on the technique, but no argument with the placement.
Undoubtedly. Couldn't have picked up another couple on that angle.
Can't set fields for the Chinese cut, or the Harrow cut, as it's known in various parts of the world. So now we've got the little slow medium pacer back on. Letsualo. She was a bit wayward early on. She was bowling both sides of the stumps, and let's see what she can do this time. Keep it there, she'll be okay.
Yeah, 5 inside the ring still. As a backward point and a short extra cover on the offside with a backwish of a squarish, square-leg fielder, straightish mid-wicket and a wideish mid-on.
Meshram really revved up at the moment. She wanted a single there as well. It certainly was not.
Down the ground, clearing the infield. An easy boundary for Mithali Raj. Smart batting. She knew the ball will be pitched up. There's a mid-on fielder which is inside the ring. All she had to do was clear the infield to pick up that boundary for her team. And that's 50 for Mithali Raj. Second 50 in the competition, and she's done really, really well for her team here.
Just for the first time, South Africa looking a little bit rattled. Long on going out now, and that means third man has to come inside the ring.
Should be another 2. Not pushing the scoring rate higher by putting pressure on the fielders, but one would say that because it was Shibnam Ismail down at the boundary. Don't want a chance of fast bowlers arm there. .95 of 124. The Indians getting a motoring on over here.
Nice little angle there, but was never going to have the pace on it to beat the third man. Practicing the shot she thinks she should have played, maybe. Got a bit more bat on it, got it wide of the short third man. Got it a little bit wider that time and jogs through for a single. That's not the worst over. She got slogged over mid-on for 4, but 23 runs coming from her 4 overs.
Yeah, rolling the ball, rolling the fingers over the ball as well, trying to take the pace of the ball. A quick message coming in from the Indian dressing room, possibly to maintain this run rate and probably get higher than what it is already.
Yeah, I don't think they need a lot of instruction at the moment. It's going very well in these last 5-7 overs. Problems all with South Africa at the moment. 122 for 1 is a very, very good platform.
She's cleaned up. This time, Danai picks up Mona Meshram. Trying to make room for herself, Mona Meshram went way behind the leg stump and trying to anticipate clearing the infield on the offside.
She's ridden her luck. She's looking over and that's turned. That's turned. And hit the top of middle and off. And there goes Meshram. Bowled by Van Niekerk for 55. 55 off 85, that's pretty impressive, but certainly accelerated towards the end of her innings. Pretty stodgy stuff early on from Meshram. And now in comes Harmanpreet Kaur. Very fast scorer, very hard hitter. Could be her day.
Harmanpreet Kaur will have a task cut out, but she's here because Mona Meshram in no position to pierce the infield on the offside. Gets bowled off Danai, who picks up her first wicket.
I think she was looking to go over the top though. Definite signs of turn there, and I think India will be well, obviously they won't want to lose the wicket, but a little bit of encouragement there to show that one spun a little bit more. I think she'd have been in trouble if it hadn't spun a lot, but through, and the castle was disturbed.
Yeah, but to be fair, she wasn't in any sort of a position to play that shot. The feet were not balanced. But having said that, Harmanpreet Kaur it is. Wide down the leg side, the first ball that she faces. It's a good time for her to come into bat. The power play will be approaching soon.
Really picked the scoring rate up. That's a good base for the innings. 123 for 2. approaching 2/3 of the way through the innings. Just having a look. Pick up the pace of the pitch. See how much it's turning. A little bit of chatting going on, and now the batsmen are having a natter as well. Content just to block at the moment. Harmanpreet. Struck that one hard. Straight to the fielder.
Played the Big Bash League just recently, Harmanpreet Kaur. Had a good outings in a couple of games as well, but more than that, I think the exposure would have been doing a world of good to her and to the Indian team as well. Skipper of the Indian T20 team. 33 gone, 124 for 2. Losing the first wicket, and not much on the board. Deepti Sharma walking back for 9. Mona Meshram was just the last batter to get dispatched for get out for 55. Mithali Raj 51, and Harmanpreet Kaur has just walked in. Looking at the bowling of the South African team, it's got Marshall Otswalo to continue. Does have a lot of bowling options, the South African skipper.
Good stop there.
Both Shivnam Ismail and Marizan Cap have bowled really well. And more importantly, they've got their 10 overs in the kitty. Marshall Otsalo in the 4th over. She's been a little expensive, and so has been Fori. But between Kaka and Marizan Cap and Shibnam Ismail, I think they'll be doing the bulk of the bowling in the next 16 odd overs to follow. More importantly, the 5 overs of the power play that are happening, it's important who comes out and bowls at that point of time.
That's away to the boundary.
Outside the off stump, Harmanpreet is too good a batter to miss out on those freebies. She's an attacking player. She knows how to use the field to her advantage. To be fair, Marshall Otsalo is not express pace to trouble her. So she'll have to have a very, very strict line that she bowls to.
5 fielders inside the ring. Of course, when the power play starts, they'll have to keep 6 inside. Drinks. Since that first drinks break, they've certainly got on with it, the Indian batters, and particularly Meshram. Nice shot there from the skipper. Some mighty blows, particularly that one. Had a bit of good fortune, but also struck the ball very hard.
And a few fielding lapses as well from the South African team. Mona Meshram was the aggressor. She found the middle of the bat and was, of course, joined in by the skipper, who's been packing up punches the time she entered. Dropped chance again, the second of the match from the South African team. But the best area for hit out for Mona Meshram was mid-wicket region. Backed a couple of boundaries, couple of sixes. Till this happened, making room, trying to make a push on for Mona Meshram, losing her wicket. Mona Meshram was the last player to get out for 55 after a real struggle. Deepti Sharma got out early for her 9. Mithali Raj holding the fort up from one end, batting on 51, and is joined by the vice captain Harmanpreet Kaur, who's batting on 5 with a boundary to her credit. 128 for 2. Shibnam Ismail and Marizan Cap were the standout performers. Ayabonga Kaka got a look in as well early on. She's been pretty miser in her giving away the runs. 6 overs, just 25, and picked up an important wicket as well. Tane picked up her first wicket by cleaning up Mona Meshram. The off-spinner Fury has been expensive. 6 overs, 37, and Latswala, who's the one who's bowling just before the drinks break happened. 8 extras and a few fielding lapses for South Africa.
Yeah, when you look at it, Van Niekerk's figures there, she's conceded 10 runs off her first over and has now got figures of 1 for 23 from 8. So excellent after that first over. Well, the ground staff have finished tidying up the crease. Coming back on, are we going to see? I think we're going to see Van Niekerk continue, but just wonder whether you wouldn't bring back a little bit of pace at this stage, or perhaps we're waiting for the batting power play for that. Down the pitch, playing that up to a long on regulation single.
I would feel that Dane has fancied getting herself back on, especially because this is her 9th over, and also is just 1 over away before the start of the batting power play for the Indian team. And surely you're not going to be much more pace coming in when that happens.
She's bowled very well, hasn't she? And she's only bowling with 2 players outside the circle at the moment. And she may well continue and wrap up her bowling spell. In fact, I'm pretty sure she will bowl 1 over in the batting power play when she can have 3 fielders out.
Yeah, Johnny. There we go, ladies. There we go,
I'm surprised that there's not much of a field change for Dane that has happened. She started off with this regulation field when she came in to bowl in the 11th over. She's bowling her 9th and 35th of the innings. There's no change to that field.
It does very much look as though this is my field. And
yeah, but deep mid wicket is there. It was there at the start of her bowling. There's a long leg for that bad ball that she bowls for helping the player play a sweep shot. That's there. Nothing has changed.
it's her field, Anjum.
Surely is.
Why would you change your field?
I thought it was a piece Sara Oval field.
Just coming in now to complete her 9th over. Little push single there. So yes, if you look at those figures of Van Niekerk, the South African skipper, 1 for 27 off 9. Okay, that doesn't look particularly impressive, but considering she gave away 10 runs off her first over, that's 1 for 17 off the following 8, and that's excellent at this stage. And there the power play being signalled, and that means the next 5 overs we'll see a maximum of 3 fielders outside the circle. And it's Marianne Cap coming back on. Entirely expected, of course, at this stage. Probably the best of the South African bowlers. Bowling change, commentary change. With Anjum coming, Anjum leaving us, and Ebony coming back into the commentary position. So the start of the power play, and South Africa overdoing a little bit to the new batsman with 7 fielders inside the circle. Only need 6, but putting the pressure on. Harmanpreet certainly gives it a fair tap, but she's new to the crease. And so, as you can see, the onside field there, 2 inside the ring, and the long leg out, 3rd man out, 3 in a row on the offside, the shorter extra cover and the mid off. So good attacking field, if you like. And she's played on, that ball checked back in, she's got an inside edge onto the top of leg stump, and that's the end of Harmanpreet. Big wicket that for South Africa.
A classic Marizanne Cap here, just got that one to shape back in. That's what did her. We have seen normally she shapes the ball away. She was able just to tuck her up for room. Harmanpreet Kaur there will be frustrated. She hasn't really found her flow yet in this competition to date. She's walking off a little bit frustrated, but I think that was excellent bowling, first of all.
I think she's having trouble sort of readjusting after spending a fair while down in Australia on those quicker pitches down there.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think if we saw how she played out there, she was very aggressive. She was using her feet. She was pumping it down the ground. Here, these pitches aren't coming on in the same sort of way, but it's going to be Krishnamurti coming in today. She's another power hitter for India. And she's here because of this. Look here, just tucking her up for room. She was going for that cut shot. You just saw her there, beaten for 1 pace, but also 2, that movement.
Horrible way to get out there, isn't it? The nick down onto your stumps.
The only thing you think about that sort of delivery when you walk off as a batsman is that you've been got out by a class delivery from a classy bowler, and I suppose it's those ones where you play a poor shot are the difficult ones, but that was just top quality bowling. But there she is, Marizanne Cap, finding a way to get that breakthrough, and now just continuing to slow down this scoring rate. Mithali Raj is still there, going nicely, 53 off her 74. Krishnamurti, she's going to have to come in and find her rhythm soon, because India, to get up to a par score, still have some work to do.
Fuller delivery.
Here we go again. Great action, effort through it. You can see that seam just hitting and tucking her up for room. She's, because of the length, she actually, Harmanpreet Kaur, looked like she was shaping up for that cut shot.
Just came back in, didn't it? Did a little bit off the pitch.
This is classy bowling as well. You need bowlers who are able, when the conditions aren't necessarily going in your favour, to be able to find a way to get that breakthrough. Marizanne Kapp has been one of the leading bowlers for South Africa for a number of years now, and it just seems to be getting better and better. End of the over, 132 for 3. Just talking about bowling, actually, and Dane van Niekerk has just got a 100th wicket for South Africa, the first ever South African to get 100 wickets. I was just interested to see who else has been in that lineup. So it's Dane van Niekerk's now got 100. Ismail, as you can imagine, is their second ever leading wicket taker with 91. And then Kapp has come in there with 67 at number 4. So what's interesting to see about their history is that really the players we're watching now, you know, are really their experience. There's Ismail there, so she's second with 91 wickets.
They are the history.
They are the history. This is it. We're seeing South Africa develop right in front of us, which is exciting. And she had a brilliant first spell.
Now, would you do this? Skipper's got 1 over left to bowl. Okay, it is a power play, but she's been bowling tightly, and you'd have thought she might have just had that finished her spell off. But, she's bowled very well. I'm sure she will come back and bowl one later. At the moment, turns round to her experienced opening bowler.
Going to look to bowl back of a length. And she does. Got that third and fine down.
India looking set for a big score, but just those couple of wickets set them back. Meshram really hitting her straps towards the end of the innings. A couple of sixes. Oh, poor fielding.
Looks like that was Yulani Fori. Not good at all. You just don't want to keep giving Mitali Raj an opportunity to rotate the strike.
Also, it's 2 runs that that obviously add to the total, but just take the pressure off a bit. Couple of dot deliveries, and then you give that one away.
That's better there. Yeah, their fielding hasn't been as sharp today. We've seen some drop catches. We saw Laura Wolfhart drop that first one off Dipti Sharma. And then Chloe Tryon put one down. Maybe it's just the pressure of the environment.
That was a bad drop by Laura.
Shot nailed. I wouldn't say a classy shot there from Mitali Raj, but she got it full enough.
Didn't quite time it, but she put a bit of muscle into that, wasn't there? Powered it past the bowler, really, if we watch this again.
Well, this delivery is too full here. For the field that she's got, she should be bowling back of a length. That got too full. Mitali Raj knew no one back. She was able to throw the hands through it. Better length. That's where she needs to be with the field that she's got.
This was the really bad drop early on. Let's have a look at it. Laura Wolfart, she won't want to see this again. This one's not going in the family album.
She did all the hard work, didn't she? But just
I don't see how she drops that.
the balance, her foot was up in the air at that last moment. She should have had 2 feet planted. She had the time.
Nailed another. Half stop, it's still going to reach the boundary. That's another boundary.
This is poor bowling here to the field. And they've also got an opportunity to have one back. Look at this, getting too full again. Mitali Raj is too experienced. As soon as you get full, no man out long off or long on, she's just going to throw her hands through it. 142 for 3. And well, tough over there for Ishmael. Some good balls, but mixed in with 2 full ones.
Yeah, 10 runs coming from the over. And again, the pressure was off from the moment of that misfield, wasn't it? And then the bowler eases the pressure with a couple of over-pitch deliveries. So, well. Cap's not making those same mistakes. She's on the money. Getting a bit of... Here's another drop, but I mean this one should have been caught, but it was drilled at the fielder and didn't quite grab it at the second chance. I've got more sympathy with that one than with the youngster's drop. Nice looking shot.
Yeah, this is good from Cap here, just back of a length, just probing that line.
She's
right
getting
line and
just
left to hit the top of off stump.
She's getting just a little bit of tail in as well, isn't she? It's just a little bit tailing into the towards leg stump. Not that time.
Just probing this ring field here on the offside. It's tough to get it through that. Just have a little look at some of that field. There you go. Extra covers tight in, and then the rest sat on that outer ring. Just died a little one. That's the first one we've seen just die in the pitch. Just looking there, just on the toe end of the bat. Good work there from Krishnamurthy. But that's an indication of what I think we could see in the rest of the game.
And possibly for the rest of this tournament, as the pitches get more tireder. Ball just not having the same zip. That's why it might be difficult chasing 220, 230 on here, because a little bit of spin. We saw that particularly with the ball that dismissed Meshram. I mean, okay, she got in a mess. She would have got out anyway, but certainly lower and slower, and a bit of spin.
142 for 3 at the end of the over. Interesting there that Cap just sent a fielder out on that last ball to deep cover, looking to protect that over, which is often a good move. Krishnamurthy, who she's been around for a little while, but just hasn't quite kicked on. Just look at that, a number of dot balls in there. So Mitali's having to do all the hard work.
Well, this is the power play, and Cap's come on to bowl 2 overs. She started with a wicket maiden, and she followed it up with a maiden. Can't ask for a lot more than that. Did you teach her that at Surrey?
She came, unfortunately I'd love to say we did, but she came very skilled. She's an unbelievable bowler, and obviously there's not as much red ball cricket now, but I think with the red ball as well, she'll shape it so much. She's just, what she is she's a disciplined individual, and I don't think I've seen many female cricketers who are kind of developing in this professional area as focused on their training. She'd be the first in the nets. She had her drills. She'd go through her fitness. She was definitely a standout to me of somebody who's very professional and takes the game seriously.
Yes, I mean, everyone at this level takes the game seriously, otherwise they wouldn't be out there representing their country. But there were some players who were just absolutely spot on, aren't they? They're everything they do is professional. The way they're turned out, the way they perform in the nets, the fact that they're always on time, the fact that the kit's always together, and there's just that ultimate professionalism about them. Whereas you get other players, and every team has them, every country has them. Every men's test team will have the bloke who's always got three pairs of gloves and has left his pads at home, and isn't quite as organised as some of the others. But you can just see from the way she carries herself and everything she does, she's precise.
Also one of the best fielders in the world as well. So Ishmael to continue. Only 1.5 overs left of this power play. I feel India need to find a way to maximise this, which is definitely not doing at the moment.
Where would you have come on that scale between the sort of Marianne caps and the person whose kit's all over the dressing room and
my kit was definitely through the dressing room, but I was also a batting nerd, so I loved being in the nets. I loved training, so I'd be there as early as I can, and I usually got dragged out the nets.
You were somewhere in the
often.
middle of the range, were you?
Great shot there.
A super shot.
Krishnamurthy just stepping across the line and whipping that.
Absolutely super shot, this. Watch this one again. Cracking cricket shot. So who was the messiest, scruffiest player you played with?
That's a good question, actually.
Name names.
I'm trying to name names. I'm actually a bit worried it might have been me who was quite... I did get told, especially in the Surrey dressing room, I remember we had a player, Sinead, who used to get really annoyed that my stuff was all over her stuff. Shorter ball there. Didn't quite rush her quick enough. End of the over, 148 for 3. So I was definitely messy in the changing room.
In the change room, but your approach
when it came to the training, I was...
You were spot on there, but
Yeah.
I can't imagine Marizanne Cat being messy in the dressing room. I can imagine everything's
everything was
precise.
structured, on point. She turned up early to training. She had all her drills.
I can't imagine her kit was ever not ironed or anything like that.
No, she also... some people get a little bit frustrated about players who don't tuck in their shirts, but she was always... Her shirt was tucked in. She did extra fielding. Yeah, no, I like seeing players like that. And I think with an evolving side like this, you need players to step up and do that. But Kaka's coming back in.
Final over of the power play. So she took the first wicket. I thought maybe just you'd have had possibly just kept cap on for that extra over. Would have only taken her up to 8 overs. You can't ask for more in a power play than a wicket maiden followed by a maiden. And if this India just get away here, you think, should have kept the foot on the throat. Didn't quite carry. I think there might have been a nick there from the reaction in the field.
We said the pitch is dying in pace. Just look at this. There we go. Just flirting outside the off stump, but the ball didn't carry through. Maybe a fine edge. Last over of the power play here.
And of course there is the old saying in cricket that's probably true in most walks of life. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Never heard that before.
I've heard variations on that as well, but...
we need to throw cake into that expression.
A cake? Oh, we've had a few cakes this week, haven't we? I don't think this is going to be a cake in the park for either side today. This is going to be a really tough contest.
Just thinking here in terms of what India can look for. If they, let's say if they were to have a good back end and they were maybe to pick up sort of 60 in that last 10, that gets them to that 210-ish mark. I feel that's only around par. Obviously, we know that they've got a lot of spin bowlers in their lineup. But with the amount of batting they've got left in, I would like to see them look to explode a little bit more. At the moment, it's only Mitali Raj who's been able to progress.
Moving across the stumps there, but not making contact. 210, I think would be on a knife edge. 220, you'd fancy India. Anything under 200, South Africa. A lot of depend on how Liesl Lee actually tees off at the start of the innings. 10, 15 overs from her, and you can make any total look small.
And gone. Straight to, you talked about Liesl Lee, well there it is, straight into her hands. She's a great point fielder, she's been there all day. I wouldn't say it went into her hands from the look of her face there. Actually short, got the width, she just didn't find the angle there. Got the bat scooped underneath it. And Liesl Lee, well, held it somehow.
She's that's gone through her hands, I think, but she's managed to clip onto it. Mitali Raj, excellent knock. Getting a little bit frustrated towards the end of that, but 64 runs.
There's Davika Veda to come in. Very talented player. She's coming through the ranks, but always a tough ask to leave your captain, who's just played beautifully, really, and maybe got a bit frustrated trying to find some momentum into the shot.
As you know, I'm a big fan of Darth's. I think she's got loads and loads of talent, and hopefully we'll see that coming out today.
Yeah, she's only 19 years old. And she's there because Mitali Raj, the Indian captain, maybe got a bit loose on that shot. We've normally seen her, if she does, she gets the hands up and over, but there she just kind of loosely flirted. And, well, Liesl Lee somehow gobbled it up.
It's in there somewhere, Ump. It's not on the ground.
Well, Veda coming in. She scored a good 89 against Sri Lanka in that first game we saw her. Youngster, only 19 years old.
Not the worst leg spinner either. Not the worst leg spinner. Confident little push first ball just to feel the ball on the middle of the bat. There she is. Davika Veda. Loosening the shoulders.
Yeah, just look at it's a tough one to call this final score. Just in some ways you think that because India do have a lot of batting to come that they're capable, but I think the key is going to be Krishna Murthy. She's somebody who can be destructive when she gets going. She's got time. She could most probably have 2 overs or so just to have a little look. But it's going to be the captain coming back on. Let's not forget, only a little while ago with that wicket she got today, she became the leading wicket South African bowler, first to get 100 wickets.
Yes, yes.
Some poor running there, Roshan.
Yeah, but India 150 for 4, which is good. They got 10 overs left. There's another look at that throw. Now, that could have been very close had that hit, and I get the feeling she would have been run out. But they've always been the missers and the near missers. Vaidya yet to get off the mark. Veda Krishnamurthy on 7. We got Anjum back with us. 150 for 4. Slight dip in India's performance. South Africa should be pleased, happier of the two teams. And this is why they're looking to get off the mark.
Thanks, Roshan. Yeah, slight dip, I will say, because they lost Mona Meshram when she was just looking to attack. They lost Mitali when you needed her most to press the scoring rate, because Veda Krishnamurthy hasn't really got off the blocks. She's timing the ball well. So, yeah, I would agree with you that they are behind what they would have liked. 34 runs in the last 10 overs, losing 3 wickets, in which they had a power play as well. a batting power play.
So what do you reckon now? South Africa will be looking to try and keep India down to under 200, you think? Is it possible with Indian batting?
Well, it's very much possible. The kind of two newcomers will be at the crease, and Shibnam Ismail along with Marizan Cap will be coming in. So it's very much possible. However, I would feel that 50 runs in the next 9.5 overs or so, I think shouldn't be too difficult for the Indian batters. But their runs at the end of the day, they still need to be scored.
I like the way the South Africans have regrouped and come back strongly. They just kept pegging away. I always felt that it was important for India to win moments, particularly against the South African spinners. I felt that Meshram, her dismissal was a shame because she was trying to manufacture a shot against the leg spin of the captain. And that I thought was the opening South Africa wanted. 152 for 4, 41 overs completed.
Danai Fanikirk completes her 10 for 1 for 30 and picked up her 100th international wicket as well. She's one of those international top-class all-rounders in world cricket today. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 30 for 1. Good batter, excellent fielder, top-class bowler as well. Ayabonga Kaka has been very impressive. She's got 2 for 26 and she's always answered her captain's call to pick up a wicket.
Couple of runs here. That was short, just swinging through square leg. 2 runs to Krishnamurti. Just short of a length, just back of a length. Just looking to swing it away on the onside. But India can't afford to take it easy at this stage. They need to have that, have some score in mind. I think 210 should be something that the Indians are looking at.
And if I was in the Indian dressing room right now, I'll be interested who's going to get me those runs. It's not a time in the day when you sit back in the dressing room and say, okay, which is the next attacking batter I need to send out there? The 2 most attacking batters have actually walked back. That is both Harmanpreet and Mithali Raj. So it's up to Veda Krishnamurti, who's had a head start. I would have felt Devika Vaidya being promoted up the batting order ahead of Veda Krishnamurti earlier on would have just helped Mithali stay out there with the youngster a bit longer, not have a lapse in that concentration. Also, a left-hander, right-hander combination would have just helped the Indian batters picking up those quick singles a bit.
I think Veda Krishnamurti has in her to be able to try and take India out of this situation.
For sure. I take nothing away from that, from the great talent that the girl possesses. And that's why she finds herself in a position where she's the senior partner, hasn't gotten off the blocks. She's been out there for almost 6 overs, 7 overs, struggling at times to get the timing going, not finding the gaps. And that's why it puts pressure more on her. So if I was in the dressing room, I would be thinking, look, you have to go from both ends, but start with taking at least 5 singles in an over.
Yeah, that might be the way to go here. Not just boundaries, just keep knocking the ball into gaps. Just keep that run rate moving.
The attacking shot is always a difficult commodity in women's cricket. But if it's like this, you can always look to clear the fence whenever you feel like.
That's a tremendous shot, I'll tell you. That's what this young lass is capable of. It was short, she was onto it quickly, gentle pace, and dispatching it over mid-wicket for 6. What a great shot that is.
That's definitely going to break a lot of shackles that she has around her. She's a good timer. It's just that playing the ball quite often in the air to break those shackles is always putting your own position at risk. If she can follow it up with a single or 2, it's going to be good batting.
Good comeback by Kaka. So 8 runs off the over, but not a bad over for India, but though they have a 4 dot balls. 160 for 4, 8 overs to go. India will be hoping that Krishnamurti will be the one that will really look to kick on. Vaidya doesn't look the type of player who can go on and play the big shot. She'll be the one who'll milk the bowling, I think. but Krishnamurthy will have to really take the onus.
That's why it's important that these two string together, that partnership that the Indian dressing room is looking to get to the total that they are. Marizan Cap comes back. Guess she's going to bowl out from here. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 11 runs, a wicket to her credit. This is her third spell that she's been brought back to. Five and over from here will get the Indian team to 200. 7 and over will be 216. And I guess they would be looking to get to 200 plus from here on. A little change in the field, swapping of the fielders between mid-wicket and extra cover. Chloe Tryon there now. She's been asked to exchange with from mid-wicket to cover.
Cap it is. Steered on the offside. They're finding it difficult to break those strong ring of fielders. It's a very attacking field placed by the South African captain. Attacking in the sense just making sure that all the areas of scoring have been blocked. So in a way, you got to get the batsman thinking differently. It's not about trying to dismiss, but it's a line that is adapted to try and prevent runs being made. So single down to third man. One more run to wide. There now, Krishnamurthy will have to kick on. 16 of 24.
You know, that's what often the teams find themselves in when they don't have good running between, understanding early on in the build-up to the 40th over. That the pressure to hit out is always there. The pressure to score runs, accumulate 6 runs, 5 runs, 4 runs in every delivery that they go out and face. Whereas placing your innings total, that at the end of the innings where you want to be, just placing it or spreading it well across the 50-over mark with your required batters at that point of time when you have, is probably like building the house block by block. You can't dump everything in every time.
I see your point about the running between wickets. That's very important. That's good running. Just put a lot of pressure on the South African fielder. But my question is, the running generally we've seen in the ladies' game has been a little bit, have been found wanting. Maybe the good teams like India, they've been looking for the single just like that. But by and large, why don't the batters look for this area of scoring? Single is such a vital and important method of scoring and accumulating runs. You're talking about building blocks. That's a perfect block, a single.
I personally feel it's a lot to do from player to player. Person's intent on being focused to running in between, working on that skill as well. And always looking to be interested in picking up the run by changing strike. And also running for the partner, not only running for your single, for your own runs, it's also running for your partner. It's a very individual skill. 43 gone, 164 for 4.
Get the feeling that it's got a little bit dimmer, though we have blue skies. But we do know that rain has been predicted in these parts of the world towards afternoon, late afternoon. So I'm just hoping that that will not be the case over Sara Oval. But this is going to be a very good game of cricket. It's promising to be a good one. Well, we got blue skies. This is how it was even yesterday, a bit cloudy. But you could see that the brightness have disappeared. I mean, we've had bright days. It's not exactly one of those bright, shiny days. So that's what's really worrying me a little bit. Smiles back.
Seven overs for her, 21. She bowled really well in the start of the first 5 overs. Run and over she was at. She's been excellent in this competition. 2 Player of the Match awards. Now coming back into the attack.
Taken at point. That's a waste. That's a big wicket. Krishnamurthy. India could ill afford to lose this wicket. Straight down the fielder's throat at point. South Africa getting a wicket. Not a frightening delivery. Short and wide. Asking to be put away. Is it the Rohit Sharma of ladies cricket? Krishnamurthy, is she the Rohit Sharma of ladies cricket? Looks so good, promises so much, but doesn't deliver always.
Gone for 18 again. Cutlass Sally bowled Shibnam Ismail. India lose their 5th wicket. Shikha Pandey walks into bat, replacing Veda Krishnamurthy.
Let's see why she's here. Shikha Pandey. That was a soft dismissal. That was a soft dismissal. Look at this.
Wide, outside off stump. The ball was asking to be hit, taken to the boundary. The foot not to the pitch of the ball. Not in any position to play that cut shot and play that ball down. There was ample gap between the point and the cover region. That's what she should have been looking to target. Because being away from the ball, her body was always falling behind, not having the weight getting transferred into the shot. The ball carrying straight to the backward point fielder, completing a simple catch.
So Shikha Pandey is the new batter. So this is the first time we've seen the second half of Indian batting being tested. We haven't really seen the Indian batting lineup being tested at all up in the first round. But you'd expect this in the Super 6. You'll expect greater competition, particularly when you're up against teams like South Africa.
It's very important, even if you're playing an aggressive shot, that you hold your shape, you get into the right position. Veda Krishnamurthy, the last player to be dismissed, slicing of the bat, it's not timed well enough. The body weight is always falling behind, and that's the reason the ball has gone behind the point fielder. And more importantly, India have lost the big hitter in Veda Krishnamurthy.
Good bowling. Very good bowling. Followed her a little bit. This is an excellent over by Ismail. They're trying to strangle the Indian low order. Now, this could be frustrating for India. Now, what could happen is that they'll be looking for runs. They'll be looking to try and manufacture shots. But they need to keep cool here. Now, they need to try and tell themselves, we're going to bat out the 50 overs. We're not going to aim any target as such. Maybe singles, but let's try and bat the 50 overs. Get as much as we can.
Oh, excellent delivery from Shibnam Ismail. Surprised Shikha Pandey there by getting the ball to draft in.
How good is Shikha Pandey? Is she a good player, good all-rounder, or more of a bowling all-rounder?
Promising all-rounder. 43 gone, 164 for 5. But my concern again is, like you raised a point, now it's within a span of 4 overs from looking to attack the opposition to looking to take the bowlers to out of the park hits to now going and playing 50 overs. How quickly the situation for the Indian team has just turned around. And pretty often over the years they found themselves in this situation. Now again back to playing the 50 overs and not keeping a tab on the score that they actually want to achieve.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you perfectly. Yeah, that's going for one extreme and virtually just dropping your gear somewhat, looking to try and go on the fourth or fifth gear, and then suddenly you got to go it back and just trying to survive. So at the current rate, India will just barely get to around 190. They still should be aiming at about 200. 200 is a psychological score in this ladies' game, I think. Most teams don't chase scores of over 200 or around that figure.
They do.
I haven't seen in this series.
This is the World Cup qualifier.
Yeah, I'm
Roshan.
talking about this series. I should have. Oh, this is Apesh, but safe. I should have been a little bit more specific when I said most teams don't, because we didn't see anyone attempting a target.
I agree. In the World Cup qualifiers, till now we haven't seen, and the two most promising teams in this contest who look to get to that total are the ones who are playing right now, India and South Africa. But in the warm-ups and even in the earlier games of this competition, we've seen teams scoring 250. Quick run. She'll be in trouble. But the little girl, the Devika Vaidya, with her short strides, managed to get in safely.
Good running, good running. Would have been tight, but at least it's the right idea. She would have been well out, no doubt, but she's at least trying to keep the strike rotated. There was definitely an element of risk, but the idea is good. Just dot balls, not going to help. So another single. So far we've had 4 singles, which is the way to go for India. They wouldn't mind this. At the end of the day, if they can get 6 runs and over from here, they got 5 overs left, so they'll just get to 200, which should be a good score to attack, considering that the Indians have a good bowling attack. The spinners are good. Chipped in the gap. So 1 ball to go in the over. 169 for 5. Vaidya and Pandey. How good is the rest of the Indian batting, Anjum? Do they have players that they could call on to try and accumulate, or more bowling specialists? Oh, could have very nearly played on. Could have very nearly played on, I'll tell you. 169 for 5, 45 overs completed.
Trying to place the ball on the offside to get a single from the third man region. Should have taken a run.
Yeah, they need every run possible, India. So we're into the last 5 overs. For the first time in these qualifiers, India put under pressure. 169 for 5, not looking good. South Africa should be the happier of the two teams. But cricket is a funny game. We've seen funnier things happen. A lot will depend on how India want to finish this innings. I think they need to be looking at batting the 50 overs. Just forget about cutting out those. Just forget about cutting out, or just forget about all those big shots. Just try and bat the 50 overs, at least a single per ball. Is Miles back or continues? As Ebony is here with me. Nicely worked through the gap at mid-wicket.
Chloe Tryon chasing it down. She'll have a decent arm to get it back in. I just worry that for India, because they started slow and they're finishing slow, if they end up 190, they're leaving a door open for South Africa, who, 1, rotate the strike much more, and 2, they have batters like Lizelle Lee, Dane van Niekerk, who can accelerate quickly. So if you had 2 batsmen who came in and got quick 50s, that already puts you on the back foot.
I think this is a game that the Indians will have to prove how good they are. They'll have to back their, I wouldn't want to call it a failure, but inadequacy today in terms of run making with some good bowling. I mean, unless you do that, then you can't really call yourself a good team. I mean, or a very good team. They'll be a good team, but they won't be exceptional. Just a bit uppish, but in the gap, very safe, will run away to the boundary. Useful runs for India. Devika Vaidya, very useful, using the pace of the ball. Uppish, as I said. but quite safely.
Yeah, there's plenty of space out on that leg side, isn't there? I mean, South Africa have been very aggressive with the field because they haven't gone for the big ones. I wonder if there's a... I understand why the captain of South Africa is being aggressive, but I just wonder if now at this stage you should just have the protection out because you know they're going to go for it. Last 3.5 overs or so, just to at least have some sort of boundary rider in that middle side of the leg side.
Just sliding down the leg side. Useful runs so far in the over. They've got 7 of the first 3. So, see, let's see how good India is. I mean, are they as good as what we think they are with the ball in hand? Those are the questions that they'll answer quite well, depending on how well they defend this score. Because I still believe that they got the makeup to try and challenge the South Africans. I'm not saying they're going to win, but to challenge them. Oh, useful, very useful. These are useful runs. Complete different intention, was looking to go leg side and had the presence of mind to play it very late and just run it down to third man.
Yeah, well, good intent there. I think that was the key by just trying to shift herself around in the crease, although it wasn't the shot that Pandey was looking for, was able to react. And that's what I would like to see more from India, is just towards the back end, not necessarily playing more aggressively, but by moving around in the crease or advancing, it can throw the bowler off or get you some runs. Pandey going nicely here. Nicely chipped up over the top. No chance for Cap to chase that down. Well, there we go. Someone showing that India are more than capable.
Yeah, big over for India. No doubt they've got their second boundary the over. Back to back. So Ismail, very unlike her, going for a few runs in the over. And India should be pleased with that one. 184 for 5. They got 24 legitimate deliveries. Now what they need to do is a minimum of a runner ball. Now their last over, 15 runs. That's a big over.
Yeah, it's a massive over, and in the context of the game, this could really have an impact if they could have another couple of solid ones. Here's Ayabonga Kaka coming back in. She's got 2 overs left, so should most probably finish up here. The danger is if Pandey's hitting the ball like she is, that medium pace might be quite nice to sit up in the slot. Let's just have a look at the field. She's going to have to bowl just back of a length, but that might just encourage the batsman to try and hit back over the top here. I think they need much more protection.
The line will have to be on the offside, but this is beautiful. My goodness me. Pitched up, and I think you called it correctly. Medium pace on that length, not at this stage of the day, because you're looking for runs. You're looking to go after the bowling. Look at the length she's bowling. And at that pace, that's easy picking for somebody who's good enough.
Yeah, and the captain should have one more out. Now they're sending a cover out and a long off, and that should have been in place before. You could see from the last over they were starting to be more aggressive. Just a bit slow to react there, Van Niekerk.
And also, they have the luxury of having another field outside. You can have 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, isn't it? In the last 10, so they're still having 5. Well, you could see that there are 3 fielders. Those 2 fielders will walk in, and on the leg side there are 2 others. So you've got 5 fielders. You don't need 5. Have 4.
So you're happy to take these sort of singles now. That's just ease through for 1 at this stage of the game. You'll feel comfortable. What you can't afford is the hands to go through the ball, and that's a 4 runs. So now it's calmed things down. Last couple of balls makes the batsman have to think. There's still an option here if drags it short, that over long on, over cow corner, all the way round square. There's a big shot to pick up. Nice and full there from Kaka. I think any length at her pace you can get under it. But equally then, I'm a bit confused by the field. You either are going to go back of the length, or if you bowl fuller, you can set long on, long off back, and they just drill it up and down the field. So it feels a bit mixed here.
Safe, down to third man. Just a bit too much of width. That's what Pandey will be looking for. She like a lot of width and she like the length, because this is the time that the batters would trust themselves to go hard at the ball, and anything that is wide they'll go hard. So India suddenly looking good. They've got 6 runs of 5 balls. They got to 190, a score that we thought they might end up with. They got still 3 overs left. Straight to cover. Still a good enough over for India. 190 for 5, 47 overs completed.
210, 205, 210 is the magic number. We saw it as a big over of 15 a couple ago where Pandey got stuck in, but now 190. I think they need to go big now. I know we see teams save it to the last over, but I think with 5 wickets in hand, it's a real opportunity for both batsmen now who are set. Vadia's going at a runner ball, Pandey almost going at a runner ball. There's a chance now. If you go big now, it throws the pressure back on the South Africans. Cap's got 1 left. She's bowled beautifully today. Got that one to shape back in for her wicket, but let's just have a look at, again, she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out. So she wants the protection, as you would expect. Well, now she's pulled one back in. She's actually pulled in that fielder, that fine leg up into the ring.
Healthy edge down to third man. Again, that wide half volley. South Africa wouldn't mind it at this stage. Singles wouldn't hurt them too much. Plenty of dot balls if they can get into the equation, but what they wouldn't want is boundaries. They can smell some kind of control over India at this stage.
Just marshalling the field here. She's going to look to angle it across. Plenty of protection on that offside. She's got 1 man down at fine leg.
Sensible. India looking very sensible. Playing each ball on its merit. Singles of every ball might be the way to go for India. They'll want to try and get to that 210. I think 210. That might be the score they're looking at, just over 200. Well bowled.
We've seen her get a few today just to angle back in. Let's just have a little look here. She's tucking up the batsman nicely here. Fantastic action. Getting through the crease there, and you see it just towards the end. The keeper's having to go to her left quite a way to take the moving ball.
Over the top. I like the way Pandey has looked to try and accelerate. Not Pandey. Yeah, Pandey, that he's just looking to move around the crease, being aggressive with her feet movement, just trying to put the bowler off her length. Even that last shot, though a single, you could see that she was looking to move around. That was that she should have made full use of that.
Keeper getting a bit excited there for not much going on. But Cap's sticking to a good plan here. She is just settling in, has a very measured start to her run-up. And bowled. Excellent delivery. Full. She's fired up here. There's not much of a celebration here from Cap. I think she's frustrated. But look at this. Right in the block hole. Bit of movement. Vader just looking to work it. Lost balance. Head was all over the place. And that was a frustration there from Cap. So tough there for the 19-year-old. Picking up 19 off her 21. Came in and, went at a reasonable rate, but just wasn't able to get the fireworks going towards the back end of the game. Now in comes the keeper, Verma. 2 overs. This is almost that opportunity, that time when you can just start to free your hands. You've got plenty of wickets in the tank. You've got Pandey, who's moving around nicely at the other end. This is a chance for her really just to clear that front leg. Maybe give yourself 1-2 balls and then get right into the action.
So Verma is the new batter. I'm sure you've seen her. How good is she? Is she able to try and play the big shot?
Yeah, look, a lot of these Indian batsmen are very well drilled. A bit like we've seen Pandey come in, she'll offer something similar.
So the last 2 overs, that's a wide. That's a wide. Useful for India. Good start. But let's take a look at that wicket. She was completely done looking to swing it away on the onside or work it away on the onside.
Middle stump wobbling around the ground there. There's nothing worse as a batsman, is there, than when your middle stump gets knocked over.
Knocked out of the ground. That's ultimate insult. Oh, this is Apish. Might be taken. No, it's not. Just a single. Just on the subject of being bowled. I used to remember when we were kids. Maybe let's first take a look at this and then we talk about that.
Laura Wolfhart going for it. We saw she dropped a catch earlier. Here, not so much her fault. She did the hard work, went around, but just couldn't quite get there.
Sri Lanka had a commentator called Roshan who used to be a radio commentator. It used to be the days, pre-television days. So he would describe a batsman being bowled in 2 ways. One is bowled and one is clean bowled. So bowled could mean that it could clip the stumps or take the bails off. Clean bowled is a stump is out.
No chance. You've been cleaned up. It's a good back end here for South Africa after that wicket. Just has that impact on the game, doesn't it? It slows things down completely. It's just hard for Verma to come in and get some action. Pandey still moving around the crease nicely. Like you said, she's someone who's come in and had a bit of energy.
Straight to the field. Oh, could be trouble. Could be trouble. It is. It is gone. So India lose another wicket. India losing wickets regularly. They're looking for runs, and in the process, just losing some vital wickets. That's a run out. Fairly straightforward.
Really easy decision there. That was just a bit of confusion. Hit the ball. No talk, but Ishmael was completely on it. Good throw as well. Kaka was able just to take it and follow through. So Verma not having much of a chance to impact the game today. Run out with a good throw from Ishmael, who reacted very quickly. Well, this is just taking the wind out of India's sails. We saw a good over of 15 a little while ago, which got things really ticking for the Indians. But since then, it's difficult now. Ektabish coming in. Now we're getting into the back end of the batters here. South Africa should be looking to try and bowl them out if possible. It's still only a few balls, but if you've got bowlers at the death who can really put it in the block hole, and there's a chance here of just completely drying things up.
So 2 balls to go in the over and then 1 more over left. Kaka it is. Upish down towards deep cover. So lot. Oh, come on, Pish. What are you trying to do? Just trying to get a second run which wasn't there. So a lot will depend on how Pandey makes full use of the last 7 balls. Well, this ball she wouldn't be able to do much.
Well, she's got to stay at that far end on strike, so Bish needs to either get a 2 or a 4, because the last thing you want is a new batsman drying things up in the last over. She's taking her guard there. Looks like she's going for a leg stump line, so she's going to look to try and free her hands. But plenty of room on that leg side.
Last ball of the over. So she survives. 1 over to go. India 197 for 7.
Well, what can they look for here? We've seen 1 big over of a 15. I think Pandey, if she can maintain holding on that strike, then that will really give India something to work with. But Kaka's had a decent spell, picked up 2 for 44, so maybe a tad expensive in the context of this game, but equally picked up some good wickets. And now we'll want to finish up strong in the field for her team, but solid performance. And now we're going to see the frontline bowler Ismail coming in. Let's just look at this field. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4 out. So still being semi-aggressive by not having that fifth fielder out.
No fine leg. Could be trouble. Could be trouble. I think. Oh no, she didn't. She missed out. Was Ismail in the right position to try and effect that run out? I don't think so.
There's a look on her first face there. She did all the hard work. Ball just chipped out. Well picked up here at mid-wicket. Good throw by Dupree. But she set herself up wrong. She needed to be at least half a metre closer to that stumps.
Or behind the stumps. Collect it. I mean, she's in front of the stumps. She's still searching for it. When all she need to have is a good view of the stumps and then whip the bails off. So Bisht on strike. Oh my goodness. This is not a situation India would have wanted. And why did Pandey get a single off the first ball?
Yeah, she was looking for the big one, but just she scuffed it. And this is where experience can come in. Sometimes in that situation, the Pandey might have just thought about holding off, knowing that Bisht is not as aggressive. And that's where I think experience of being comfortable taking the lead comes in. And now she's exposed Bisht, who's less capable. Just chipped one up in the air. I think she closed her eyes on that one.
Pandey needs to bat the last 3 balls for India. Very important. She can't afford another single. She's got to take her chances. Just take a look at Bisht here.
Yeah, look at this. Head completely gone, looking over square leg as she contacted the ball. Equally, a 1 run added to the score.
Very useful run at this stage. So 3 balls to go in the over. Where would Bisht or Pandey's scoring options would be?
So much space on the leg side. She might go across her crease, as she does, and picks it up. Perfectly executed there. The South African captain has left a massive gap on that leg side, and this is exactly what she's done. Look at this. Getting across the crease, using the pace. Well picked up, got really underneath that shot. Smart cricket.
How critical can these runs be for South Africa in the overall context of the game? India going over the 200 mark, 203 for 7. Always a psychological number.
They've still got a massive gap on the leg side here. They can have 1 more out. Just a little bit confused here.
Why is she taking the single? She's not happy, but it would have been better had she just ignored the single and gone for a boundary of the last ball. The chances here now is you get a single of the penultimate ball and you may not get anything of the last ball.
Well, Bishop is going to have to swing from her bootlaces here. It doesn't matter if she closes her eyes or not, I think, but she's going to need connection. Last ball. See how Ismail approaches this.
Ismail it is. Last ball of the innings. Oh, it might fall safe in the end. And they're running 2 here. Oh, good work. Good work. Excellent work by South Africa. They were attempting the second run, but great piece of work by the fielder. Underarm, hit the stumps, quick thinking.
Well, that's Chloe Tryon. She looks like she might just injured herself. Look at this. Ball's gone up very high here. Bish, like we say, no, not looking at the ball. Just gave it a good old swipe. Firstly, Chloe Tryon stopped it on the bounce, but that's when they looked for 2. She did the good work. But might have just injured herself there on that full stretch. Easy decision for the umpire. But I think she's done something there. She might have just, you can see her hobbling around there. She's number 25 on the screen.
Can you just run out again? I don't think the umpire was in a good position. If you have time to talk.
They're all coming in now. They know that this is going to be a decent chase, but there's a lot of opportunity on. They didn't get to that magic mark around 210.
Let's take a look at the run out and look at the umpire's position. Vimala Siri, the umpire. I'm not sure whether he was in the right position to judge this. In the end, he did give it out, but let's see. Oh, I think he was all right. He was all right. For a moment, I thought he was looking over his shoulder. He was all right.
He was all right. In an ideal world, he would have got onto that crease line, wouldn't he? But it was enough space. He could see clearly where he was from. But here we are, the captain, Van Niekerk, just giving a team a good bit of inspiration here. She likes a good team chat, actually. And they know they've got a lot of work to do here.
Well, South Africa should be very pleased with their effort. 205 is all what India got. One would have thought with a very strong Indian batting lineup, they would have looked at something big or bigger.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights here. Ishmael starting off. And this is that drop catch there by Laura Wolfhart. Really
More of a low light there than a high
very
light.
much a low light for them. But this is Vader as well. After dropped, just punching it down the ground. Excellent shot. Didn't quite get going. And then Mitali Raj coming in. Really starting to get the scoreboard ticking. Easy catch there for Lizelle Lee off the left-hander. And then this is where Mitali Raj really started to take the game away. She played fluently, timing shots all over the park, over the top there. Excellent, classic Mitali Raj. And again, all about the placement, making it look easy. There she goes, timing it in the floppy hat. Another excellent shot. But then South Africa couldn't find a way to contain, and this is that middle phase where we saw Meshram start to come in, hit sixes and fours down the ground. And that was an unbelievable shot off the back foot, just punching, creating a little bit of room. And this phase, you felt that India could have gone on easily, especially with poor fielding like that, to go on and get a big total. Look at that. Through the hands there of mid-off, but then the wicket came soon after this. Dane Van Niekerk. First a drop from Chloe Tryon. Excellent shot. Tough going there it was for Yolande today. Look at that classy shot there from Raj. But this was 100th wicket for Dane Van Niekerk. Leading run wicket taker now for South Africa. But some excellent shots there. Tough to chase down. Yeah, this is the back end now. Tough going for India. They picked up a few boundaries. Look at that, diving over it there at mid-off from Kaka. Again, some nice shots. But that was the catch that changed the game. Lizelle Lee fielded excellently at point today. She just about held on to that one. Again, look at that, right in the stomach there. And this is when the ebb kind of really took it away from India. They looked placed for a big score. A few shots towards the back end started to kick in. It was Pandey who came in. There we go, that shot where she just ran it down towards the leg side. But this was tough here. Bish coming in to join Pandey towards the end. Some last nice shots. But you just feel India here, after that wicket of Vader, just lost the momentum. And the run out, that just started to slow things down. That one there from Ishmael. And then, of course, this is the last one here. Chloe Tryon, when they tried to take the two, doing the final bit of damage. We'll just look at some of the key batting performances here today. India, I would say, had a mixed innings. Meshram started very, very slowly, but towards the back end got things moving nicely. Mitali Raj really was the mainstay of that innings. She went for a long time at a runner ball, but then started to lose momentum once wickets started to fall. And then really it was the kind of back end where they chipped in, starting to score those runs. But you just feel maybe 15 runs short here, David.
Yeah, you do with the openers particularly. If they could have found another 20 runs, 225, big difference to 205 for 8. Bowlers impressive, especially your girl Marizanne Kapp. Very impressive from her and from the South African skipper there, who conceded 10 runs from her first over and bowled very well after that. There's the target in this game. Target in this game, 206 to win for South Africa. Just before we go, quick update on the other two Super 6 games being played today. Ireland 144 all out against Bangladesh. Pakistan going into the final over of their innings against Sri Lanka. They're 206 for 7. So we're off for lunch now. Hope you have a bite to eat as well. We'll join us again in half an hour or so. Good afternoon, welcome back. Hope you've had a nice lunch. We certainly have. A little bit of local flavour and some more chicken. South Africa are chasing 206 runs to win this afternoon. And let's have a look at how the wickets fell. India were put into bat this morning. They started slowly. But first one straightforward catch to backward point. Deepti Sharma. That one spun, but batter got herself in an awful position. Harmanpreet Kaur there, a little bit unlucky. That one rather painful catch, went through the hands, but she held on. Another catch at backward point. That was 3 there for Lizelle Lee. Poor old Devika trying to push it towards the end. Straightforward run out. And then this was the last dismissal. Swung away, held comfortably enough. Just have a look at the card. We've got Anjum Chopra in the box. Would you be happy with that, or where do you see room for improvement, Anjum?
Loads of improvement possible. Mithali Raj, the lone standout performer, 64 of 85. You minus those runs and the partnership that she had with Mona Meshram, there'll be a very few for the taking for the Indian total. Everybody got starts, but nobody capitalized on those starts and managed to increase the scoring rate. 205 for rate at the end of 50. With those 9 extras contributing for the South African team. Shibnam Ismail bowled out for her 10 overs. One of the standout bowlers in today's game. Marizan Cap as well, picking up 2 in her 10. Ayabonga Kaka again picking up 2 wickets. And I thought she was outstanding in her 10 overs. The skipper getting 1 wicket and completing her 100 wickets in international cricket. And the Fury and Lasala a little more expensive.
The Thai women's team, they were eliminated last week, of course. After the group stages, they put up pretty good performances in 1 or 2 of their matches, and the game's certainly developing over there. I know the Irish women very impressed with how hard the Thais had fought and how well coached and drilled they were. So nice to see players from a non-traditional cricketing country really coming through there and starting to make their mark. There's the Indian team. What do we reckon, Anjum? 205 to defend, 206 to win, obviously. They could have done with another 20 runs. Certainly. That's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of chatter going on there. A lot of words from the coach out there in the middle. Just making sure the final instructions to her team is passed on. Remember, they're only playing with 1 fast bowler. That's Shikha Pandey, who will hopefully be bowling from one end, the rest being spinner. So a different strategy from the Indian team and the Indian management. Last few words of instructions being passed on, and not a very high total to defend.
No, but you just wonder. Wonder about the total, wonder about the weather as well. Had some rain here yesterday afternoon around 5 o'clock time. Well, if it comes around 5 today, that'll be fine in one sense, and as much as we need 20 overs of this innings to get a match in today. So the 2 openers, and we'll see for the South African team. So there's the opener, Lizelle Lee, who batted very well against Bangladesh. She gets on with it. She gives it a bit of tap. And her opening partner there is Laura Wolvaert. We'll see in a minute. There's the opening bowler for India, Pandey. Where's Laura? We haven't seen Laura yet. She's a non-striker then. Easy to spot with that long mane of hair down her back is number 14, Laura Woolvard. So all ready to go. Let's just hope we can get a full 50 overs in. Shika Pandey. But no Joshi today. Mansi Joshi left out. She's not injured, is she? Any instruction? Have you heard anything from the Indian dressing room? Just rested or?
Rested.
Saving her for the final next week, perhaps. Which everyone expects to be a rematch between these two sides. Here we go. Poor wicket keeping, and that's going to go away to the boundary for 4 wide. So what? So let's have a look. Drifting away down the side. I thought that just flicked the pad, but it clearly didn't. And poor keeping, and that's well. The innings hasn't started yet, and already the target's been reduced by 5 runs. So. Poor cricket that from India. Lee off the mark.
Starting with a slip and a gully. Shika Pandey as Laura Woolvard would be facing Shika Pandey. A third man wide, point cover mid-off. A slightly straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on. 2 people patrolling the boundary on the on and the off. Third man and fine leg. So this field clearly shows that she would be wanting to pitch the ball up on the off stump.
Bottom edge there, just short of slip. Oh, a bit of a stinger early on. Ooh. I'm feeling that from up here. Wide, but not too wide. Few stretching exercises there. Would you like to know what's happened in the other 2 Super 6 games, Anjum?
Please update me, David.
To what we think will be fairly closely contested games going on in other parts of Colombo. At the teams that finished second in Group A and Group B are playing each other. Pakistan made 212 for 7 against Sri Lanka, so a similar run chase to here. Ireland not doing so well against Bangladesh. Those are the 2 teams that finished third, didn't carry a win through with them into the Super 6. Ireland making 144 all out, so they're going to have to bowl very, very well to defend that against Bangladesh.
I like the fact, David, that you're not reading from your book. You don't have a iPad in your hand, and you remember these scores by heart.
2 scores.
That means 4 of them. That's amazing, David. Look, he has nothing. He's not reading from anything. He's got no paper. His computer is lying on that desk, and he's just remembered each and every team that has scored.
212 for 7, 144. Not too hard to remember 2 names.
Very impressive, David. Nice stop. Deepti Sharma there in the gully region. Stopped a certain single. 6 without loss.
Yeah, so those are the games today. The loser between Ireland and Bangladesh will effectively not be able to qualify for the World Cup in England. 4 of these Super 6 teams go through. the winner here today will be assured of a place. I think both these teams are assured of a place really anyway. It's only just a matter of just carrying through. They've both got 2 wins already. 2 wins should be enough. I mean, there were mathematical ways of sort of working it that doesn't happen. But yeah, so we'll see really who comes the first 4. We're expecting India, South Africa, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. Bangladesh win today. They've got a chance against Sri Lanka, maybe just to cause a little bit of an upset there. Sri Lanka, of course, could beat Pakistan and in doing so almost secure their place. All to play for.
A new ball in the hand for Ekta Bisht. She's been used to this role quite a number of times. She's opened the bowling for India. And the reverse sweep straight away. And a polite inquiry. And yes, the finger goes up. Kathy Cross, the umpire from New Zealand, has no hesitations in declaring Lizelle Lee as out.
Lizelle Lee not at all impressed with this, and let's have a look. Oh, not sure what that came off. Not sure whether there'll be a little bit of dissent there towards the umpire, maybe just disappointment, having a stare down at the other end of the pitch. Lizelle Lee, who can really give the ball a bit of tap, going for the reverse sweep early on, and well, that's the end of the explosive opener, and that's a big wicket. Wonder if we can get a look at that from another angle. Dupree's coming on. Let's have a look, see if we can actually see what this did hit. Because clearly not happy. Let's have a look if we can see anything from front on. She reckons it, I think, came off her forearm, but may have come off the forearm. Umpire thinking probably it came off the glove. And
that's a sharp ball.
all
Mignon, the new batter in. A brave shot because she's just gone back on the back foot and tried to play a cut shot to a ball coming in.
that's more of a correct defensive shot. Don't like to get bogged down early on though, the South Africans. Nice little bit of drift into the batter there. That's the end of the second over. It would have been a wicket maiden, but for that single off the last ball. Key wicket though, that. Very dangerous batter. We saw Lizelle Lee opening her shoulders against Bangladesh here last week. Hits the ball very, very hard. Fell on that day to a superb catch running around the boundary. Would have been 6, but excellent catch.
Mania Dupree, former captain of the South African team, left her captaincy that's 6 months ago, decided to hand it over to Tanay van Niekerk and concentrate on her game more. Aggressive batter, quick runner between the wickets, and more importantly, experienced, hugely experienced from the one that's standing at the other end. Laura Woolwood Menya Dupree is new to the crease and will be expected to lead the youngster Laura Wolford in this run chase.
Covers up there. No need to go too quickly early on. No point telling that to Liesl Lee because she always goes quickly wherever she's batting. Key blow though. I think if Lee had stayed round for 10-15 overs, could have made short work of this chase.
Coming in from string of good performances for Menya Dupree. Just before coming into Colombo, they had a series against the Bangladesh women in Bangladesh. Menya Dupree leading the way for her sides, a couple of half centuries and a match winning half centuries. So she should be looking confident, feeling so as well.
Another watchful defensive shot. So we had 5 wides off the first ball of the innings. Since then, much quieter. Another 16 deliveries, just the 2 singles and the departure of Liesl Lee. Nice firm drive, but no run there. Mitali Raj be reasonably happy, I would have thought, at this stage.
She will be well aware for the fact that Menya Dupree is out there in the centre, and she does provide that solidity to the South African batting lineup and the other batters to follow. So Priya was gone, 7 for 1.
Just signs again that final delivery dying a little bit. And we were talking about this morning, I think with Ebony, that the fact that this pitch is going to wear. It's the second time it's been played on. Ball will keep a little bit lower as this innings goes on, and also perhaps a little bit more grip for the spinners. It's going to be a big ask for South Africa to get these runs, but I think that India missed a big chance, in as much as 14 for no wicket after the first power play. They'd have just found themselves another 10-15 runs there, or maybe another sort of 10 runs in the next set of 10 overs, which they could have done. There are plenty of gaps there, not going for it. And that's pushed into the offside, no run. That would have taken them up to 225 with no great extra effort. And if they'd scored 225, they'd have been very firm favourites to win this. Nice looking drive, but decides against the single. Last thing South Africa need now is a run out. Blocked. Up towards mid-off.
After 3 balls, there was a slight field change for Ekta Bisht. She dropped the mid-on back to long-on region. Maybe expecting a bigger drive or an aggressive push from Laura Wolford. Defensive, bowling wicket to wicket, keeping a tight leash, Ekta Bisht.
Nearly crept through that one. Last ball of the over, so a maiden, bished 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. Batsman having a little natter. The experience being passed from one to the other. Youngster listening intently. Slip and a gully, still the attacking fielders. That's away down to third man. There is the field, the 2 inside the ring on the leg side, a long leg, slip gully, third man and 3 saving 1. And she's gone. Dupree's has gone. LBW. Want to see that one again on the replay, because I think that might just have been slipping down. Oh my word, let's have a look at this. It's coming in, it's beating the forward prod. I think she's unlucky there. In fact, that's the youngster, isn't it? It's not Dupree's. That's the end of Laura Wolvart. I think she can count herself unlucky there. 8 for 2.
I guess the decision that went against Laura Woolworth was the fact that it hit her back leg and she was playing across the line. What the umpire would have seen is just the off-stump bail, and playing across the line would have just prompted him to give the decision.
Disappointing start then. Both openers have gone. Comes Trisha Chetty, the number 4. Plenty of work to be done now. Let's have a look again. We're not directly behind on that angle. I reckon she's unlucky there. Oh, Anjum's given it. The Chopra finger would have been up.
The reason why I say that again is because she moves across to her stump and she's playing across the line. Maybe it was a marginal decision if you get the ball tracker, but what the umpire would have seen is that it's hit her back leg and she was playing across the line.
It's pushed into the offside. What I saw was a clear view of off stump and the ball angling in. Yeah. So, well, as we always used to say, look in the book. You can't change the decision now. And I think possibly we'd have seen it was umpire's call if we'd had DRS here. Oh, Chetty having a little fiddle outside the off stump there. How close was she to this?
I like the shape that she's able to get from the relatively new ball, Shikha Pandey. Angling in, getting away from the wickets, using the return crease as well, and letting the ball do the talking.
Great start this from India. Chetty up on her toes. Nervous time for South Africa.
A few doubts that are going to be creeping in which way the ball is going. She saw Laura Woolwood get out to a ball incoming. Next one leaving Trisha Shetty.
Pulls that one away down to long leg. Straightforward single. A couple of runs off the over. 5 overs are gone, changing the commentary position with Anjum moving out. Nine for 2. Great start this for India. Need to keep the pressure on. New batsman there, slip. Otherwise a relatively defensive field. The boundary fielders at deep mid-wicket and straightish long off. Good looking drive, but didn't quite time that one. Big shout there, but again, I think that was just drifting down. Let's have a look. What is it, how much has it turned?
Yeah,
Yes.
going down leg. Easy decision there for Kathy Cross.
It's the sound on that replay when they slow it down sounds like a wounded bear, doesn't it? The appeal.
Thanks for that in my ears there, David. Oh,
Not that I've ever heard a wounded bear in real life, but you know what I mean.
so you're not Bear Grylls getting out into the wilderness then?
Good bowling this. Keeping it tight, Bisht. Runs this time.
We'll chase down. It's an interesting one here. India have gone with a clear bowling plan actually today. Take the pace off the ball. Pandey back in. Obviously bowls those sort of medium shapers. End of the over. 11 for 2. But we're also seeing a lot of spin. So they've gone in today with the spin lineup. Ektabisht bowling those darts. Just keeping things nice and tidy. South Africa haven't really responded positively. Maybe Lizelle Lee, a bit too early to go for that reverse sweep shot. And then of course that puts you on the back foot and allows India to bowl at them. So some rebuilding to be done.
At the moment the weather's holding. We're expecting rain here later this afternoon, but if we can get 20 overs in, then we'll get a result here today. If we can't get 20 overs in, if the rain arrives in the next half an hour or so, then we'll be back here tomorrow to play again. That's away, all the way to the boundary.
Nice shot here from Dupree. She got the width. Pandey doesn't really swing it once she gets that wide. She let it come to her, drilled it into the floor. Perfectly behind. Just use the pace. That's good stuff there from the former captain. And she'll be needed for that experience today to hold her team together. She is one of those sort of gritty cricketers. She can hang around.
Good stop there, that was hit firmly to cover. We've seen those slip through the field, but not this time.
Let's look at that again. Drilling it, well fielded. She hit it pretty hard there. The captain, 27 years of age. She's been around now for a good while. Played 90 ODIs. Averaging over 30, which is pretty decent, so she'll be needed today.
You do just feel that if India could get through Dupreece as well, they'd be very much firmly in the driving seat. She's the key, isn't she? You often get these guys that you can build an innings around. Loads of experience. She knows what she's got to do.
Just flirting there. She's been enjoying those wide ones outside the off stump. That one was a little bit shorter. Let's just have a look. And getting through there, Pandey, just dragging it a fraction shorter than previously. She didn't get her body across. Just stayed in the same position and just flirted. She'll need to get that shoulder across if she wants to just find a way to get some bat on that.
Tempted Yorker there, but not quite full enough. The end of the over.
Just thinking what they've got to come here is obviously there's after Trisha Chetty, we'll be looking at Marizanne Kapp. Chloe Tryon's been their best batter in the tournament by quite a way, but they'll want to have a steady ship between now and then. I think they need to look at building for the next 5 or 6 overs at least, maybe try and pick up some singles. And actually they have been as guilty as India were of just drying up a little bit, not looking for those singles and rotating the strike here and there. So they just need to find a way to start ticking that scoreboard.
Well, this is interesting because seems we may have had an injury here because Pandey's gone off, and she's gone off as if she's injured, which is a real problem for India, because she's the only quick bowler. Shikha Pandey, she finished that over and just walked straight off. Single to be had there, but there's some thinking to be done now by the skipper. Her one quicker bowler has gone off after 4 overs. Plenty of spin options. Well bowled. India today deciding not to play Mansi Joshi. Just the one opening bowler plus spinner. It's worked so far. They've got 2 wickets and just going along at about conceding about 2 runs per over.
Well done, Viva, shabash.
Can't find the gaps. Excellent bowling from Bisht.
16 for 2 at the end of 8. No, you're right here. If they lose that seam option that they have been working with, then it just becomes difficult maybe later on in power plays if South Africa hang around to find that breakthrough. It looks like there's going to be a change. It looks like Deepti Sharma is going to come on, and she's bowled brilliantly. Again, that young batter who's also offers a lot with the ball. She'll be coming in here. Bowl some tweakers.
Not good news for the rest of this tournament though for India. Pandey, a key bowler. Key member of the attack.
Just looking at the field here, well, making a move here. They've got one out deep square. And also a long on. So got some protection here for the off spinner. Expecting maybe for her to get punched up the ground or potentially pulled out to square.
Trying to work it through the onside there, but just Picks out the only fielder in front of square, saving one.
That's good running there. Very good running. There's space behind the wicket at 45 angle on both ends. It'd be hard to reverse or paddle at the moment because the pace isn't coming onto the ball. But just there by angling it into that gap, if you go quickly, there's definitely runs. Sharma giving it a bit of air.
Wide, gets away with it.
No turn. I noticed the wicket's quite different from what we saw maybe in not the last game because they played on the same wicket, but the one before we saw a lot more grip. Here it's just kicking on. She has got a nice action here, Sharma. Classic finger spinner.
That one turned in just a shade, didn't it? I think the one when South African player Van Niekerk was bowled Meshram. Meshram got in a mess. She got in no position to play the shot, but that one did turn and take the top of middle and off. So there has been a little bit of grip out there, but you're right, not what we'd expect from a pitch that's as old in playing terms as this one.
Trisha Tetty there having a good chat with Dupree. I think they're going to have to look to pick up those singles. Again, Bish to continue. She's just firing it in there.
She's getting just a little bit of drift occasionally, isn't she? She's angling it in. Good length and not giving the batsman too many opportunities other than to play down the ground.
Bit of a clonk on that bat there. It doesn't sound like she's timing it. I think she might be just closing her hands a fraction there, Chetty. She does like the leg side. She just might need to hold her shot a little bit longer. Well played nicely, actually. Just tuck that slightly straighter delivery in. If they can pick up 3 of those and maybe a 2 and an over, that just starts to get things going.
The good news is we're approaching the end of the 10th over, halfway towards having a game here. If the rain arrives as we're expecting it to this afternoon, we can get 20 overs in, then there will be a Duckworth-Lewis result. Again, nice little bit of drift into the bat there. Dupree thought of a run. Her partner not interested. Chetty leaning on her bat at the far end. So that's the end of the power play. India were 14 for no wicket. South Africa 18 for 2. So no early runs in these situations for the either side. And there we go. The power play has finished. And time for a change here in the commentary box. Anjum's back, and to join her, Roshan.
Thanks, David. Shikha Pandey has just stepped out of the ground, had just stepped out on the ground. She's stepped back in as Deepti Sharma continues. 18 for 2. South Africa. Looking for that single, Trisha Shetty. Loose now. Little before. That's a very, very poor line that Deepti Sharma has bowled. 3 good deliveries to Trisha Shetty, and then just pushing this one quicker. It turned. All it had to do was just be helped on its way for another boundary. Trisha Shetty will be released because she was wanting to take the strike for a single, but has picked up 4 in the bargain. Again, forcing the pace. But this will be much better. Deepthi wouldn't mind that, nor would Mithali. Roshan?
Yes, indeed. That's the right length, I think, rather than bowling short and down the leg side. Get the player driving on the front foot. It's a much better delivery, looking to hit against the turn. Oh, come on. They're going to come back for 2. That's poor. That was poor. That was Pandey. It's just ambling after it. India need to cut off every possible run here. But they're not defending a big score, don't forget. Just 205. Oh, trouble. Trouble here. Just that the return was to the wrong end. They had a great chance of a run out.
Shikha Pandey making a diving stop there. And there was some confusion between both the striker and the non-striker. Mignon Dupreez was ball watching. Trisha Shetty thought she could get to the other end to complete that single. In the end, they both went back to either ends without having a run being scored. Change in bowling again. Poonam Yadav, the leg spinner, replaces Ekta Bisht. She bowled 5 overs, Ekta Bisht. Picked up a wicket of Lisa Lee. Good time to come in. Poonam Yadav picked up 5 wickets for the Indian team against Zimbabwe 2 days ago. Getting the confidence from her skipper. To go ahead and try to replicate what Ekta Bisht has done.
She was the man of the match in the last game India played. Player of the match, I should say. Bowled brilliantly, 5 wickets. He was quite shy talking to me after the at the post-match. Well, there's a silly mid-off or a deepish. I don't know how to describe that fielder. Is it a deepish silly mid-off or a short mid-off?
Never heard that before,
Exactly.
Roshan.
You see, once I heard a commentator say there was a short long leg.
The idea is that the mid-off is not at the edge of the circle. She's just near the bowler, near the return crease. There you can see it on the left-hand side of your screen while Mithali just crosses her. That's Deepthi Sharma. And the only reason she could have been that close is probably she's expecting the ball to come in an uppish drive towards her.
Is the pitch slowing down? The Indian spinners looking to toss the ball up. Is the pitch slowing down? I'm wondering with that fieldsman at short extra cover, the fielder at short extra cover, and a lot of loop in the delivery, a lot of flight.
I went down in between the break to have a look at the surface. There wasn't a lot of change, to be honest, as we had seen even at the start of the game that the grass had been shaved off quite a bit. So there wasn't a lot of change, but just the fact that the bowlers' spike marks were there pretty predominant, especially from the end where Poonam Yadav is bowling. That means if you bat that side. So that just gave a picture that it might be a better end for a spinner to bowl from the pavilion end. The end from where Deepti Sharma has been bowling.
27 for 2, 12 overs completed. We got a good contest out there. South Africa looking to overhaul that 205 of Sri Lanka. Both openers gone.
But another trick for the Indian bowlers, especially the spinners, while South Africa requires 179 in 38 overs to win this contest, is also going to be bowling in tandem. Very rarely have we seen this combination of Poonam Yadav and Deepti Sharma bowling, and even if they've not bowled for a longer time together. So while Poonam Yadav tries to flight the ball, give it a bit of a loop, tempting the batters to come down and hit her, Deepti Sharma is the more tighter bowler. She likes the drift, she likes the ball to get quicker onto the bat. So maybe this combination can work better against the South Africans. Remember, they're not the best players of spin bowling.
Deepti Sharma looking to drift the ball away from the right-hander. She gives it a lot of air. And India obviously playing that waiting game. They're not looking to attack as such, but just taking a step back. Maybe just inducing some kind of error on the part of the batting rather than really wanting, when I say inducing, waiting for the error rather than looking to induce it. There is some slow turn available to the spinners. There isn't a great amount of pace in the pitch.
Again, trying to force the pace, Mignon Dupree. The bottom hand really coming in stronger while she plays the shot.
Singles to complete the over. 30 for 2. The required rate around under 5 an over, which should be manageable for South Africa. But what India will need is wickets. If South Africa bats the 50 overs, they will be the favourites to win the game. So India need to get them all out.
Well, I would reckon if this game is going to the 50th over, then Sri Lanka, South Africa is definitely in a spot of bother here. Because if they're taking to score 206 for a win in 50 overs, then they would definitely be reeling under a lot of pressure.
What I mean here is that India need to get the wickets. They need to dismiss them. There is no question of defensive play. So Yadav, Poonam Yadav, which she's known. Why can't Yadav have a slip? Being a leg spinner. She's been used as an attacking option. Gets a single off the first ball, but I like to see some aggression on the part of the Indian captain, particularly with an attacking bowler bowling, a bowler like Yadav. Oh, great work, great work. Tremendous anticipation, just couldn't get it to the ball, Harmanpreet.
Yeah, well placed as well from Trisha Shetty, but she worked her way through to the onside, picking that gap. But a nice effort from the Indian vice captain. If you're a South African supporter here in the dressing room, you'd be thinking, before these two spinners settle in. How many can I amass? How many runs can I build so that the dressing room is nice and comfortable? And this probably is the best bowling pair to put the pressure on the South Africans. Poonam Yadav and Deepti Sharma.
Good use of the feet. Poonam Yadav is not a tall girl. She's very small in stature. Finishes the over, 33 for 2. So not afraid to loop the ball. Just tossing it above the eye line, as they call it. 173 in 36 overs. That's the equation. Well, the weather seemed to be holding up, which is good news. So in 6 overs, we'll have a game. 14 overs at the moment, I think, or 20 or 25 overs to complete a game.
20.
20. So we have 6 overs, which is good news.
A lot of people around the ground will be hoping that. Change in bowling. Rajeshwari Gaikwad comes in to replace Deepti Sharma. A left arm spinner. This should be interesting. Change of an angle. Trisha Shetty and Mignon Dupree at the crease. Mithali Raj making sure her troops are positioned correctly where they want them to be.
Rajeshwari Gaikwad looks an attacking spinner.
Rajeshwari Gaikwad has come in and she's been given an attacking field, a slip. But that slip is what? Third slip? Fairly deep. She's not a gully for sure. She's not a first slip. She's somewhere between the two. So let me say it's a third slip. And she's attacking the stumps, Rajeshwari Gaikwad, because that's the best possible chance of picking up a wicket or inducing an edge. Why would you want to keep a third slip?
I agree. Get her a little bit finer, because it's not turning. Turning a lot. One ball did turn, just went past the outside edge.
And I would reckon you can just get a leading edge there. It's a slash that you're trying to play or a leading edge of the bat that it comes to. So it should travel slightly more finer, I would reckon. 15 gone, 33 for 2, South Africa.
Come on.
15 overs, South Africa going at 2 runs an over, a little bit more than 2. So Poonam Yadav, the leg spinner, will continue. Rajeshwari Gaikwad was given a slip when she bowled, but Poonam Yadav only a field on the drive with short extra cover. I would have liked to see a slip with a leg spinner bowling. Oh, playing it off her stumps. Just an easy single, but why not a slip?
And I think it just allows that sort of shot, doesn't it, there? You know that there's no one in that slip region, so you can just, if the ball's got a little bit of width, just run your hands down to third man region. Good use of feet here. Mignon Dupree much stronger using her feet coming down the wicket. She's been playing some nice ones, hitting through the V, which is nice. Yadav, who's off the back of 5 wickets against Zimbabwe's in the hunt.
Dupree looks a good player. She looks a very fine player because she's a clean driver of the ball, gets to the pitch of the ball and knows exactly what she's doing.
She's very composed character, and I think what she does better than maybe what the Indians do. She's just knocking it around at the moment, relieving a bit of pressure. Yeah, there she is. She'll be thinking, taking her time. She's someone who remains calm under pressure. I think that's why she's been so solid for South Africa. Especially when the situation's like this, where these two teams, if you look at the scores on the board, it's very similar at this sort of point. Not much in it. And again, no slip there, Roshan. You must be frustrated yourself.
Well, frustrated for the bowler, because if you're a wicket-taking option, you need to be supported. 36 for 2, 16 overs completed. But just look at the way this ball is steered in the gap at slip. No slip at all, waiting for it, just short. Well, easy pickings. Just wait for it, run it down to third man.
Yeah, you're right. And this is where I think South Africa might be able to get themselves back in the game, is just picking up these runs. It's, you know, it's nothing elaborate. There's no big shots. But Trisha Chetty, again, someone with so much experience, is just looking for those gaps and trying to poke and prod. There is a slip here in for Gaikwad. He's bowling quite nicely, actually. I like her action. I think she gets a little bit of motion in the air with the ball.
Indian spinners have been just that little bit short. Gaikwad has been played off the back foot. Yadav has been played off the back foot. Yadav's case, of course, she's not a very tall girl. And also the slowness of the track, I think, allows the batsman to adjust.
Completely agree here. Just making a little shift in the field here. They've moved mid on back to long on. Interesting movement there from Chetty. She just moved quite far across her stumps there. I wonder if she doesn't want to take the easy option and just knock it up the ground.
She looks a good player of spin too. She's quick to move, gets into position. Like the way she rotates the strike with the single.
She's very strong on that leg side. That's her favourite option. Actually, I think India might have missed a trick when she first came in. I would have looked to plug with just 2 mid-wickets, because that's how she likes to relieve the pressure. You know, just ticking along, nothing electric at all. They're just trying to build a partnership. .37 for 2, end of the over. And one thing we did see as well towards the back end of the Indian innings, we saw some sixes coming from Mona Meshram, is that there is, if you get your hands through the ball later on, there is room to pick up. They know what they need to chase, and assuming the weather, which looks like it's holding up well, they should be fine. Roshan, just in terms of the weather over here, so one person mentioned in the subcontinent, the weather the rain comes later in the day. So we thought it might come around 12, but I was told it might come back. But the sky looks good. Does it ever go from perfect blue sky to start raining?
It doesn't happen like that. It happens only in England or Australia. It doesn't happen here. It can just. I've been on days where in both England and Australia that the weather has changed so much. Lords I've seen just go from one extreme to another. So Sri Lanka, it's not bad. We're far more consistent.
So we'd see it coming rather than all of a sudden.
Yes, we will see it coming.
Sky would change.
It will give you warning signs. It will start to build up. And Apesh, is that taken? She's asking for a catch, but I'm
not convinced
sure
about that.
No, she's not convinced also.
That was a bit dodgy, wasn't it? It was well hit here, but it was just a fraction. Didn't quite get to it, Dupree. Yeah, definitely a bump ball. But she half asked for it, didn't she?
And she would have suddenly remembered that you can't claim for a bump catch. And she'd be in trouble if she did that. Claiming for a bump ball, deliberate.
This is good work here, actually. Sort of short mid-wicket. She's quite tight. It's hard to work the ball into the angle off that pace. So now Dupree's looking for another option. The first two she's tried to pump back down the ground. The third ball she tries to give herself some room. Just struggling here.
"38 for 2, 18 overs completed."
That was a good over there from Yadav. I think with the pace that she bowls as well, you have to almost look to force it. Wonder if there's a sweep shot on option to Yadav. We know that she picked up a brilliant 5 wickets. She gets the ball up above the eye line, but at that pace it's really hard to get rid of her unless you use your feet or find some way to generate pace into the ball. But she's ticking nicely at the moment. I do think the Indian spinners have just a little bit more variety. I think when we see Gaikwad come on, for example, now, the left armer, she's got some shape in the air, just gets her body round the action more so than we saw from the South African spinners. She's going to go a little bit more defensive now, so they'll have 3 out. They've got a long on.
Looking to push it through quicker. Rajeshwari Gaikwad. She'll have to mix it up. So Natali Raj continues to have views exchanged. She's now moving across, which is a good thing. She's going across because she's seen Shetty just looking to try and work the ball always on the leg side. Have someone in a little bit closer at short extra cover. Why I say that is looking to turn, you might be playing off a leading edge, so that option should always be remembered.
Might just work now for Trisha Chetty if they do move and keep this 2 on the leg side as well. It means that it opens up 1 on the offside that she can just pump for that 1.
Just drifting onto the pads. On a pitch that's not turning too much, you can afford to play that shot as long as you ensure that you cover the line well.
It's tough to know options when you've got such a drilled offside. There's options of pumping it up the ground at the moment for 1. It's possibly knocking it square if you get that slightly shorter length. Like that. Into that gap. But the difficulty is, at this pace of bowling, it's hard for the paddle sweep. Paddle sweep's such a good shot to get off strike with, but if the ball's not quite coming on, you can end up snookering it. So you almost need to maybe look at the flat sweep in front of square.
Taken. That's clever bowling. Swung across the line, tossed up, and a simple chance to slip. That's what turn can do, and that's what guile can do.
And I think she was thinking about that sweep shot option. She just didn't get her body in line. The ball was too far wide. Solid catch, actually, there at first slip. But she just didn't get her body in the position. I understand what she was trying to do. She was looking for that opportunity to relieve some pressure. But Mignon Dupree, who's been there a very long time, 15 or 55, kind of held things together for her side. But now after that wicket, you just feel things are going to be very tough. Well, Marizanne Kapp, who's got a lot of gloves to choose from there, but she'll come in again. Another batter she's not an aggressive batter. She's very technically correct. She'll hit through the line, but not a batter who's going to come in and change the dynamic of this game.
It's not Ben Stokes.
It's definitely not Ben Stokes. They still have a more Ben Stokes like person to come, Chloe Tryon, who scored their most runs. But let's just have another look at this here. Tossed up again. She came, if you're going for the sweep, sometimes you need to get that bat out to allow your arms to free across your body. She just got a bit tight as well, so ended up scooping underneath it. So, tough work there. A lot of work for these two to do. You just feel now, if India can squeeze 1 more out, then they start to feel that they're massively in the driving seat of this game.
I still get the feeling that the Indians are looking good here. 41 for 3, chasing a score of 205 against a good spin attack. doesn't inspire too much of confidence in the batting side. You need you need a special effort here, just to try and erase that doubt and to overcome the challenge. I thought the way Dupree and Shetty were setting about, they look good. So 1 ball to go in the over, which is over number 19. Cap is off the mark. They run the first run hard. They want the second here. And a direct hit would have been interesting. It bounced. So a couple of runs in the end. Good over, 43 for 3.
Pretty quick running there. The ball just died on her, but she just worked it in quickly. But it was the call. Cap wanted the run. Again, if there was a bit more power in that throw, and if it was straight to Sharma, there might have been Verma even. There might have been a bit of a question asked. Well, work to do for these two bats. I feel this game is important for. We know both these teams are pretty much likely to qualify, but there is a battle going on here between India, have mostly held that 5th position for a long time. South Africa today wanted to mostly come out and show that they're the rising team, that they're the team on top, but India have really been able to hold them, especially here with the ball. So for South Africa, it's a long way to show that they are the 5th in the world at the moment.
Shetty's good. She looks a good player of spin. That last shot, the way she used her wrist very strongly against the leg break. Not that it's a dangerous returning pitch, but still there is this element of risk when you're hitting against the line of a wrist spin bowler.
Just playing patiently there. 21 off her 43, but like I say, favouring that leg side. Good use of the feet there from Cap. And this is what she'll offer you really as a batter. She's very technically strong. Drills the ball through the line. Can play aggressive innings. I've seen her with Lizelle Lee in a partnership against England. Previously took a part in attack in the last 10 overs, but traditionally known more as a batter who will tick things along, quick between the wickets.
2 balls to go in the over. Shetty's looked to try and dominate the spinners, 21 of 45. Again, not a frightening rate of scoring, but what's important is for someone to be there and the others to bat around her. She's so good with that shot, isn't it?
And I still think Mitali Raj could, 46 for 3 at the end. I think Mitali Raj could look to plug that gap. It's just been her release shot on that mid-wicket shot. So a lot of work for these two batsmen to do. 160. They've got plenty of time. There's no doubt about time, David. And we saw that the score got moved on quickly when Meshram started batting towards the end of that innings. So we know it's possible.
Yeah, but there's no pace out there, is there? There's no pace off the pitch from these spinners. They're having trouble forcing the ball away. They're having trouble finding the gaps, finding the boundaries. They've got to look at ways of scoring regularly off these spinners. "20 overs gone then. And the good news is we've got a game. That's punched into the offside, and we'll have a game if we get a few more boundaries like that as well." Lovely timing there from Chetty. Little bit too short and wide there, just giving her enough, and she found the gap, punched it away to the boundary. And that takes South Africa to 50 at the start of the 21st over. If it rains now, and to be fair, it doesn't look like raining for an hour or so, then we will have a result. Duckworth-Lewis. So the teams won't be coming back tomorrow. Turn quietly into the gap. That's good cricket. Hit the boundary, take the single. 51 for 3.
Trisha Shetty has looked good. She's looked in control. The way she's rotating strike, punching the loose deliveries, and the running between. Now how quick Marizan Cap is. Ah, that should be more than a couple. Ordinary running there. Ordinary running from the South African girls. Should have surely been more than a couple there. And Cap just having a look towards her batting partner at the other end. If she could have come back in.
Long boundary down there to get that throw in. Should really have gone hard, look for the 3 runs. Perhaps they thought it was going for 4, but that's poor. You have to play as though it's not going to go for 4. Another easy single there.
What you don't want to give to the South African girls right now is time to settle in. Both the Indian spinners are bowling the ball slower through the air. They're not rushing through the over as well. And in the bargain, enough time to the batters to go back and place the ball. That should be better. 21 gone, 54 for 3.
And that looks as though it's going to be drinks. A little bit later than normal. Here the highlights of those opening 21 overs as it was. That rather ambitious reverse sweep, a catch at slip. Easily not impressed. An LBW decision against the other opener. Laura Wolfart, she went for a duck. Hard for the South Africans to find the boundaries in those first 20 overs, and that's the end of Dupree's swing and a top edge. So India will be a lot happier with that card than South Africa, but the danger there would appear to be Trish Shetty.
Batting out there on 27, Trisha Shetty. Marizan Cap, it's been a while that she played a match-winning knock, so she would be eyeing this contest and this opportunity with almost the entire match in front, wide open for her. Shikha Pandey started out well, picked up a wicket early on in her 4 overs. Ekta Bisht was the attacking bowler, picking up Lee in the first over itself. Deepti Sharma hasn't picked up a wicket yet, and the 2 bowlers in operation, Poonam Yadav and Rajeshwari Gaikwad, having 5 and 4 overs apiece.
Do we know what's wrong with Pandey? Because she walked straight off, didn't she? But after bowling 4 overs and has then come back on, maybe
A slight attention to her ankle. In the first game against Sri Lanka, she had a fall while she was in the delivery stride, and that was a cause of concern as well. So she was given a let off after that. But yes, it's a strange thing because you bowl 4 overs and you get off.
she didn't seem to be in any great distress, but then she just turned around and walked straight up into the pavilion. She's back on now, fielding at what will that position be? Deep mid-wicket for the bowler at the far end. 54 for 3. Could have a cracking game on our hands here. South Africa have got to start finding a few boundaries though.
Both Marizan Cap and Trisha Shetty in the warm-up game against India had a good little partnership going for each other and for the team as well. So they would be remembering that and trying to replicate in this much needed batting partnership for South African girls. Deepti Sharma replacing Poonam Yadav.
Plenty of slow bowling options. it's going to be a trial by spin this afternoon for the South African batters. Can't stray down leg side with the field she's got, but it's eased away for a single.
.27 the required run rate, and creeping up. If these two batters are out there in the centre for South Africa, picking up the singles the way they are, I'm sure the required run rate is bound to climb down, at least to the end of next 10 overs. There is a little partnership which develops. I'm sure at the end of 10 overs they'll be closer to 100 or 110. That's where the panic button in the Indian dressing room might be pressed to break through this partnership.
That's paddled around the corner. Lovely little shot, that. Premeditated almost. She knew what she was going to do if the ball was in the right place and just played that away down to fine leg for 2 runs. Clever little shot. Loads of experience there from Marizan. Push just backward a square. Plenty of work on that ball from Deepti Sharma, and getting a little bit of response off the pitch, but really getting some revs into it. End of another tidy over, 0 for 15 for her. Very nice shade of blue, that hat, isn't it? Were you a sun hat person in your day, Anjum? Did you?
I always had one in the kit bag at all times, and I have always liked to wear a Panama hat. As the Shikha Pandey comes back after bowling 4 overs, she had a little bit of a breather and picked up a wicket. But apart from a Panama hat, I've always worn a county cap.
Cap or baseball hat?
Cap.
More traditional Anjum Chopra.
It's always easier to wear a county cap or a baseball cap. When I say easier, is because it stays in much control. It doesn't fly off.
Shaping in nicely. They're going for a quick single. Shot the stumps. That might have been close. Have a look and see how close this was. She didn't seem to go quite as quickly as she could. The throw come in there. She just home. No problem.
And a lot of girls also like to play in the county caps. Because when you have slightly longer hair, if you have short hair, it doesn't really matter. But you have a slightly longer hair, when you have a small little bun or a ponytail behind, and you wear a county cap.
It is becoming quite popular, this hair coming out of the back of the cap, isn't it? As looking around the field, it keeps the hair in place. Good shot. That's away to the boundary. 4 more for South Africa.
Very wide outside the off stump. It was always asking to be hit. the only thing that the Indians must be wary of is not to giving width to these South African girls.
She does seem a yard or so slower since she's come back on. Pandey. Whether she's struggling with that ankle. Or something else maybe. It's hard work. Another shy at the stumps. So, there's some more hair out of the back of the hat.
It's easy to hold on to the hair from flying off, and also wearing a hat, dual purpose, because it just gives you a better grip when you tie it around underneath that ponytail. As this one is probably the best and the closest one can imagine. Don't look at the headband, which is over the cap. It's not protecting the cap from flying off. It's just because when she takes that off, she can hold that hair while bowling. Poonam Yadav.
You got that situation though where there's no headband and the hair sort of fills out and the cap holds the hair in place and the hair holds the cap in place as well. So not something we see too much of in the men's game.
Yeah, I wonder why. Can you enlighten us, David? Why?
Well, there are one or two players that got sort of long flowing locks, but they tend not to have them in ponytails, or a term I've learnt since I've been out here from Ebony, top knots. You don't see too many men with top knots.
English, isn't it?
The odd Scandinavian you'll see with a top knot when they're on holiday in these parts of the world. Hair. I used to call it a bun, but apparently it's a top knot now.
Yeah, but
Show
you
my
don't
age.
got a bun on top of the head, do you,
No,
David?
No, okay.
A bun can
There's
be
another one, you see that?
just at the back of the head.
The bun's at the back, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
A bun on top of the head, like the way you just
That's not a bun. That's a
gave
top
a
knot.
picture now.
I need a diagram. It's like when you go past a barber's or a beauty salon, you see all the pictures of the models at the front. So if they had big lettering, top knot, I'd be, oh, that's a top knot. Oh, well.
Yeah, I've always fancied those little haircuts that they put out on their show display window, and like this one. And they always somehow tease you to have a hairstyle like that. But it doesn't turn out to be always, does it?
Well, see, same with me, but I never end up looking like the handsome young man who's actually modelling it.
You had a hairstyle just a couple of days ago, didn't you?
I had
Or
a
maybe
haircut,
yesterday?
Yeah, haircut. I had a bit of a tidy up for the
Super Sixes.
tidy up for the Super Sixes. A little bit of a trim.
You were getting ready for the contest, isn't it?
Oh. Serious end of the tournament now. Trying to get this field set.
Yeah, there's been a long wait and a long chat between the skipper Mithali Raj and her bowler Deepti Sharma after she bowled the first ball, which was round the stump to Trisha Shetty, which according to me, I think is a good move, is a much better move. And after that ball, there was a long discussion between the skipper and the bowler as to where exactly do they want their fielders, especially on the onside for Marathon cap.
She hasn't got too big a margin for error here, has she?
That's shoddy. Just undoing what was planned by both the skipper and the bowler.
You should have stopped this. That's poor. Well bowled. sort of made up for it there. Sprawling stop.
I like this angle that Deepti Sharma is testing both the South African players. Remember, Trisha Shetty is a wicket keeper, so she is extremely strong on the leg side. She's picked up 60% of her runs between the mid-wicket and the square leg region.
Optimistic shout there, but again well bowled. She can't give her any width outside the off stump when she's bowling at this angle. That's the problem, and so far she's bowled perfectly to her plan. That's again on leg stump, again just worked away, but she won't mind conceding the odd single. The end of another very tidy over. I like her as a cricketer, you know, Deepti. Batted very well last week in the group matches, and a bit slow this morning. Coach has got to get hold of her, tell her to work that ball around more when she's opening the batting. Instead of just defending, perhaps push it into the gaps, run the odd one down to third man, get a few singles. Could have made a big difference in this game. It's still going to be very close, we think.
Somebody just put an injection. Medicinal fragrance.
And that's whipped through mid-wicket. That's away to the boundary from Pandey. Only 3 fielders on the onside, struck beautifully there from Chetty, and no chance of stopping that. Excellent effort from the South Africa number 4.
Poor delivery. Just undoing all the hard work that was done from the other end of Deepti Sharma, trying to create a little bit of pressure on these two batters.
Full toss that time. She's not quite right, is she, at the moment, Pandey?
How important it becomes for all your players on the park to be seeing what's happening, the pace of the game that with which it's going on. The support of the fielders is paramount for any bowler if they have to go out there and make an impression.
Slower delivery, worked away down to deep backward square. Plenty of bowling options, most of them slow bowling options there for the Indian captain.
Extremely well played. Very well played from Marizan Cap this. Straight down the ground, the bat being offered as a full face down the line.
Hitting this one into the ground. And up and over the head of the bowler. Yes, we'll have one there. Off she goes. Able to see there close up her concentration. Coming towards the end of the 25th over, so halfway through the innings, 72 for 3. Pretty much happy with that, you think, South Africa? Maybe they'd like 10 more runs, 1 fewer wicket, ideally. Weren't too happy with a couple of the early dismissals. And running that one backward a square, 1 more to the total. 73 now for 3. Need a wicket at this point, Anjum. Just slipping away a little bit from the control slipping from India at the moment.
The worry is that Shikha Pandey's 10 overs will be required. They've got 4 spinners who will bowl out their quota of 40 overs. Those 10 overs need to be completed either by Shikha Pandey or get help from Harmanpreet Kaur. 25 gone, 74 for 3.
Plenty of spin bowling options. Rotating the spin bowlers. Looks like the left arm is coming back on. Gaikwad. Bowled beautifully from this pavilion end earlier. There she is, Gaikwad. Nice action.
Halfway stage. It's still interestingly poised. Looking for it, need to dive.
I don't think the dive would have helped her. I think she was gone if that had hit. Let's have a look.
Yeah, just pushed in straight to the fielder. She stitched herself up, but she managed to put the full stretch in and a poor throw. I just feel it's interestingly poised. At a similar stage, India was 77 only for 1 wicket down, but the runs, there weren't that many in it, and so you just feel that if this partnership continues to grow, then there's just an opportunity for South Africa here. If India would have got 220, there's no doubt I would say South Africa would be out the game at this stage. But 205. From here, India had got 4 big overs. Yeah, they got 4 overs where they scored over 8 and 1 big one of 15. So really, from here, all it is for South Africa to do is a couple of big overs, build long partnerships.
Oh, dearie me. Shy at the stumps, nobody backing up. 4 overthrows. And I think that's what you like to describe as village, Ebony.
It's village, and it's a massive gift. Look at this. Picked up. To be fair, the bowler should have actually looked to defend that, and she just jumped her own way out of it. So
it goes in the book as 4.
Added to the batsman's score. You'll take that any time of day. End of the over, 80 for 3. Just over the halfway stage. And these two, they're settling in. There's a few smiles. Cap's just ticking things along nicely. That 4 has moved her along as well. So 21 off 24. So going off just a runnable. Both these batsmen average around the 30 mark. Marizanne Cap has scored 100 before, so she can bat long.
Similar run chase going on at the nondescripts club. Pakistan making 212 for 7. Sri Lanka 102 for 2. And they're just in the 24th over, so they're making a far better fist to that. And it looks as though Bangladesh are getting the best of the 2 teams that are in that finished 3rd in their respective groups. Ireland 144, Bangladesh 79 for 2 after 24 overs. So fair bit of work to do for the Irish there if they're not to see their chances of qualifying for the World Cup disappearing tonight. Both Bangladesh and Ireland securing ODI status though, so that was one of their
Created room nicely there. Chetty.
that was their main aim for the Ireland and Bangladesh teams, was to first of all get into that Super 6 and get their ODI status. Thrown up in the air, punched down to long on for one more.
Today you feel there's a big battle going on, isn't there? There's the South Africa-India who's trying to show that they dominate that 5th spot in the world, and also Ireland and Bangladesh have been kind of in that 9th, 10th position for a while.
A little bit of an afterthought there from the keeper. Had that was a little nick on that. Of course, Poonam Yadav took all the wickets the other day, 5 against Zimbabwe, so she'll be full of confidence. Tossing the ball beautifully bowled. That was in the own age, wasn't it? Oh dear. Could have gone for a cup of tea and come back before that one landed. Again, just moving away from the bat, bowling. Great variation here. Nice to see the Thai women's team along here watching today. Haven't gone home yet. That was earlier, Ebony. Again, move away from the bat. Again, going to have to hurry. Good running by the South Africans.
84 for 3 at the end of the 27th. I feel for South Africa, if this partnership goes deep, that they've got Chloe Tryon to come, who's been their best batter in this series, but after that it then goes downhill a bit. Ishmael, not known to score big runs, someone who will hang about, and after that the batting lineup just slows down. So it's all on these two. They need that big partnership. They're communicating well, running relatively well despite that one hiccup, but they're both quick between the wickets.
We were saying towards the end of Anjum's last stint that they're just almost taking the control away from India at the moment, bringing the game back into balance, aren't they? India need a wicket. Lovely cricketer, this Marizan cap. Mercifully, the rain has stayed away. Had some rain, buckets of it last night about 5 o'clock. Swung away to deep backward square for the single. For about half an hour it was that very, very wet rain pouring down, hammering down. But then, as so often is the case, an hour or so afterwards, no evidence that it had ever come. Plenty of encouragement out there for India in the field.
They've let her milk so many runs into that sort of mid-wicket gap or just in front of square. I'd say half of her singles nearly have come in that region. If the opportunity's there, she's going to keep knocking it. On the full, nicely played. 87 for 3, 28 gone.
Balance just slightly moving towards the South Africa chase at the moment.
I think the danger is that the tail for South Africa can be a little bit long here, so 2 more wickets and it looks like a different game. Cap has scored, like I said, 100. She scored it against Pakistan a couple of years ago. She will never go at an electric strike rate. She's always around that sort of 70s mark, but she has got the ability to bat long. But I just feel 2 more wickets, David, and it could be a different game. So this is why this partnership is crucial.
And that's why Yadav will be looking to break it. Well bowled. I like watching her bowl. Also like watching Vaidya bowl, and she hasn't had a bowl yet. The leggy, she's got that little X factor about her. I think she gives the ball a good rip as well. I feel with Vadya though that she'll probably only appear today if India are in trouble. I think if they keep control of the game, she won't be risked, if you like. If the game's slipping away, they can risk taking a couple of wickets and producing something a bit different.
Just nudged it straight down the ground there. I just feel with Yadav there that just looking at her action, you feel that she should be able to bowl that googly because her wrist almost slightly over rotates in her action. And you feel that if she does, she should be able to get that one out the back of the hand. Just a little bit of purchase, but she looks capable of the googly, but we haven't seen it come out yet.
Swung away to the fielder out there at mid-wicket. You happy enough at this stage just to keep South Africa to 3 singles and over, 4 singles and over perhaps? Still a lot of work to be done.
Nicely played.
Rattling through the overs.
Just feel the energy has gone out of both teams here a little bit. South Africa obviously battling away, but India, no real energy in the field. They're not running around, high fives. But let's just have a little look here at the action. Interested here, just going nice and slow. Gets nice and slow here, but just look at the wrist. Normally you see the wrist facing the umpire, but she gets slightly here. We just see that point slightly over rotates, and that seam, you feel if it was angled more at 45, get some rotation on it. But you just feel there's googlies in her, just the way she comes out. If she got the hand through a little bit quicker and let the back come through, there's a bit of a googly in there. We haven't seen that variation yet. Well, a very different type of spinner here, Ektabish, much more round arm. It makes me think of Jadeja a little bit for India, that kind of fizzy action.
Bowled well early. Opened the bowling. Kept it tight. That's what she'll be looking to do now. Just build the pressure on the South African batters. That's the 50 partnership. 50 partnership coming off 63 balls, so just over 10 overs. Exactly what's needed. Just resting control here at the moment. That's a clever little shot. Pushed it square. Fielder anticipating, moving for the straight shot, and she just changed her mind at the last minute.
Smart batting there. She used her body to get that ball around.
That's just straightforward. Eased it out to mid-wicket. They've got to cut these ones off, India.
You look at the field and they've got 5 on the offside, and they're about to do it now. You just feel there's a chance to let's bring that person over into mid-wicket, which they're now doing, plug that gap. Could you just feel with the line that Bish just bowling? There you can see.
As you said, a lot of...
just come into mid-wicket now there by the umpire.
Awful lot of runs have been leaked through that area.
And it's induced a change immediately. Previously, Trissa Chetty would have got across that ball and tried to work it into that mid-wicket gap. Now it's not open. She's trying to force it down to that third man region.
Down the pitch, and good stop at mid-wicket. So a couple of dots to end the over. She'll be happy enough with that. Very good bowling figures, just the 1 for 8. And that's the end of the 30th over.
Well, drinks needed. You feel this partnership is exactly what South Africa needed. There's been no danger. Does not look like they're going to lose a wicket at any point. They've just knocked it around. I think if they would have made that decision just to tie up Chetty's major option into that mid-wicket, though, it would have dried up a few runs, but they've taken a long time to react. So Chetty really helping this partnership grow, Roshan. So evenly balanced, would you say?
Yep, evenly balanced, but I think India have missed out on a few tricks. Bit baffled about some of the field placing, just like this over. Just look at the field. Just see where mid-off is. Taken. Yadav has struck. Poonam Yadav has struck, I should say. And that's a big wicket. That's Cap who's out, deceived in the flight. Tossed up. Looking to drive. Just not to the pitch of the ball. The bottom hand just coming into play. And a fairly good catch. Straightforward catch to the fielder at extra cover. That's a big wicket. Because she looked good. That's the captain, Mithali, who takes the catch. And Cap goes for 29. Anjum's here. Must be relieved, Anjum. The fourth wicket's done. South Africa 93 for 4.
Chloe Tryon, the new batter. She comes in replacing Marazan Cap, who surely the Indian team will be very, very happy to see the back of. An important partnership both between Tryon and beg your pardon, both between Trisha Shetty and Marazan Cap was developing.
So Tryon is the new batsman or batter. Shetty on 43. She's played a very fine hand for South Africa. Now, from their point of view, they'll want her to bat on. She's going to be the key here. She's settled in quite nicely. She's been able to cope with the spinners. But I always knew that the Indian spinners are going to come harder at the South African batters. Very different to what the South African spinners bowled. Poonam Yadav is a very tiny leg spinner, but she's a very attacking option as a leg spinner. Off the mark, that's a free hit. There is no point. That's the danger when you bowl with an extra cover and not a point as a leg spinner. That was punched hard.
That was a free gift. I'll put it down to ordinary field placements. And the reason I say that, when a leg spinner is bowling, if you see the field on the offside, you got a straightish point, a cover point. There is no protection behind the square, and the gap is pretty big. So any ball which is pitched short by the leg spinner, it's going to be taken to the boundary. You need to strengthen your leg spinner's bowling armory by protecting the offside field for one bad ball in the over that she's going to be bowling.
She's expected to bowl wicket to wicket, obviously, but again, as you say, anything short will be punched. 97 for 4. 31 overs completed. South Africa now needing close to a run a ball. 5.74. Just 119 of 19 overs. 109 of 19 overs, should I say, with 6 wickets standing. Gettable, but they'll have to bat consistently.
Yeah, just like you mentioned earlier, Roshan, I think wicket's going to be the key over here. South Africans don't lose a wicket. There's no way the Indian team can contain them. It has to be picking up wickets and creating that bit of pressure. if this match has to go down to the wire, that is the 50th over, then surely South Africa is in big deep trouble.
Ektabish. Another one of India's very fine left arm spinners in this side. They have two good left arm spinners, Rajeshwari and Bish. Different types. Bish, of course, the slower and shorter. Rajeshwari is very different, more front on, and tends to spin the ball a little bit more to me than Bish. Bish, the orthodox sideways bowler. So 2 runs of the first 2 balls. South Africa will not just have they'll have to not only protect themselves, but they'll also have to ensure that the runs keep ticking. The 100 is up. Just a quick single. Shetty seemed to be so good with that shot. Just working it on the leg side, dropping it almost where square leg mid wicket might be, and they just run. She's so good. That's the 100.
And experienced as well. She knows the importance of this innings from her. She knows she's striking the ball well, so wants to make it count. Trisha Shetty.
Burst through her hands. That was a firm hit. Tround seemed to be quite a powerful striker of the ball. She seemed to be able to really pack a punch.
She's a fast bowler as well, struggling with an ankle injury, and that's probably one of the reasons why she's not been bowling of late for South Africa.
Shetty has been very, very sensible and very canny with the way she's played. Just dropped the ball into gaps, dropped it almost at her feet. Sometimes can be a very annoying proposition. It's 102 for 4. 32 overs completed.
And again, the importance of running between the wickets, keeping the scoreboard moving, gets reinforced. Look at the amount of singles that Trisha Shetty has amassed in her knock of 46 till now. She's keeping the partners busy, running in between, keeping the opposition fielders busy as well.
Yadav continues. Oh, that's a reverse. That's gone away for 4. That's a 50. That's tossed up. And look at that. That's great, isn't it? Great anticipation. Picked her spot. And perfect shot against the leg spinner. That's Shetty for you.
Very well implemented as well. Extremely well. 50 for Trisha Shetty. And a loud applause coming in from the dressing room for her.
Ooh, that's the danger. She tends to do that all the time, and when the ball spins, that can happen. Because you're looking to try and drop your wrists and run. And most of the deliveries she did, she was either on top of it or it didn't turn, but this one turned.
Trying to muscle it over this time. Intent was correct. She wanted to not let the ball bounce. The spread out field on the offside. It's been a good over till now for South Africa.
And they kept that required rate at 5.7. That was about the rate they needed. Driven it along the ground to long on. I don't understand why you have mid-on inside, mid-on on the boundary with the new batsman in, with a leg spinner bowling. Get mid-on into the circle. Mid-off comes in, but there is no mid-on inside the circle. That is a baffling field placement. So single to mid-wicket. One more run to the score. It's 109 for 4.
Deepti Sharma comes back into the attack. Mithali Raj really rotating her bowlers well here, trying to not let the South African batters settle in. 5 overs for 18. Again coming round the wicket. Outside the off stump, trying to create a different angle for Trisha Shetty, who's been very much comfortable trying to work the ball around on the onside. Down the track again, it's in the air and straight to the mid-off fielder. Mona Meshram did everything right to be positioned at the edge of the circle and complete the catch. The ploy works, the plan works. Well bowled, Deepti Sharma. What a big wicket this is for the Indian team. Trisha Shetty, after scoring a well-compiled 52, walks back to the pavilion. 5 down for 109. South Africa in all sorts of trouble. Dene van Niekerk, the captain of South Africa, makes a walk into the centre. Chloe Tryon, who's relatively new out there in the crease, is joined by her skipper. And 2 new batters for the South African team out in the centre now. And she's here because Deepti Sharma round the wicket, and a good line that she went on to bowl was teasing Trisha Shetty to go over the top. Didn't time it too well, held on straight to the mid-off fielder, and Mona Meshram completed the formalities.
Well, it's nicely poised, I must say. 109 for 5. But India should feel a little bit more comfortable at this stage, knowing that the pitch is responding a little bit better to the spinners. The pitch is slowed down a bit. There is some turn. 2 new South African batters at the wicket, Van Niekerk and Tryon. And one thing that the Indian spin bowlers have tried to do is they've tried to bowl a little bit slower. Deepti Sharma in particular is looking to toss the ball up, looking to try and take off whatever pace rather than push the ball through quicker. There you could see what I mean. She's looking to try and bring her arm right over.
I'd be interested in attacking Dene a bit more if I was the skipper of the Indian team.
I wouldn't even want to go there. There have been quite a few opportunities for this Indian skipper to attack, to be honest. With a new batsman in, and Tryon is just 7. I mean, you can take the chance to try and create some pressure. And when she gets beaten like that, why don't you have a slip in or short leg or someone? It's 109 for 5.
Yeah, it's just important to plug that opportunity, a little opportunity, an iota of what either of the skippers get. It's a one-day format, shorter format of the game. There's not much that you would like to wait on, sitting back on your heels, to wait for something to come towards you. You have to create them. And when an opportunity comes, you just need to grab it.
See, smart captains tend to spot things. They tend to see things from afar. They don't really wait for things to happen. They move and make things happen. Supunam Yadav, she's having figures of 1 for 30. Tryon on strike. Down towards deep extra cover. Now let's see what's going to happen with Dana on strike. Dana Van Niekerk on strike. That's the captain. Now mid-off comes into the circle. That's fine. Long on's out on the boundary, which is a shame. Why are you having a long on out on the boundary? New batsman in. Why aren't you having a slip with the leg spinner bowling? Those are questions that the skipper have to answer. Well, I've got a former skipper here. Let me try and get her to try and answer those questions.
You're looking to get all the answers from me. I'm sitting in the commentary box. Not much I can do than contribute by saying an answer sitting next to you, Roshan. But yes, I understand. You know, it's a whole new game to be watching from over the bowler's arm than when you're there in the centre. But I think like any batter would find it difficult to get the ball off the square. You need to make life more difficult and delay it as much as possible if you're an opposition skipper. That's what largely the commentators have been speaking. If not a slip, at least make sure that you don't give a single. And remember, it's a leg spinner operational. So you need to protect the area behind the batter as well. 35 gone, 110 for 5.
Dana Vanyakirk is yet to get off the mark. Trown looking to try and knock the ball around. Well, that asking rate is closing in on 6.5 runs and over. That's a lot for South Africa. With wickets lost of just 5 wickets in hand. Why are they signalling the power play? 35 overs? What?
So there goes a signal for the batting power play. The ICC Championship started with the older rules of the power play a few years ago, so they had to keep the same power play rules to the end of this cycle of competition. So we've just seen the batting power play started, which we haven't seen for a while in the men's game, but it's because of
I've forgotten the rules. Just remind me, because I've not seen the batting power play for a long time. Just 3 power plays now.
Yeah, so it's the same 2 out for the first 10, then 4, and then when there's the batting power play, you're only allowed 3 out during that period, and then obviously, of course, the last 10, it's 5. So it was complicated back in the day. I think that's why it's now been shifted. Much simpler. Good strong shot down the crease. But yeah, I think it's, you know, it confuses a lot of people when they watch, but it is because the competition started, well, I think it's 2014, which was the previous rules. But all we've seen really, everybody just lets it run, taking the power play at the latest moment, which is 35 overs.
Off the mark, Dana Vanyakirk, the captain of South Africa. I get the feeling that it's becoming very difficult for South Africa at this stage because they've lost wickets at regular intervals. They've lost the cream of their batting, so to speak. And at 112 for 5 with 15 overs to go, that's asking for a lot.
It's just leaving too much pressure, isn't it? These two are, you know, very strong batters. Chloe Tryon is their leading run scorer at the moment. We know Dane van Niekerk is a very good batter for South Africa, but when you come in at this stage, you're then under pressure to not only score runs, but also you can't afford to lose wickets. You know, you either need it one way or the other, where there's plenty of wickets in hand and you can free your arms, or you need runs on the board.
Running the first run hard, they'll come back for 2. Let's try on. She looks a busy cricketer and she looks a powerful cricketer. 114 for 5 and 36 overs completed.
Yeah, these two batters are quite powerful. Tryon, you know, someone who can hit sixes. In this context, you know, I don't think we'll see them at this moment yet pulling out the big guns. But if there was a T20 or they had a nice period where they could express themselves, both of these batters can really make the most of it. So they're going to have to think long and hard here about how they're going to find their way back into this game. 14 overs, like you say, nearly 7 and over. You need a lot of big overs to do that. There's an opportunity now when no more than 3 are allowed out for the next 4 overs. But it's a big ask, especially when Van Niekerk's only on 1. Tryon's just getting a bit of a start. But this might be a good move with Pandey, the seam bowler. Maybe a bit more pace onto the bat. Might be an opportunity to get your hands through the ball.
Yeah, that's true. With the power plays on, they might like a little bit of pace on the ball. And just 3 fielders allowed outside the circle, so they got a third man, an extra cover, and a deep mid-wicket. So Pandey, Shikha Pandey, who will bowl medium pace, so medium fast. Dana Kirk is a new batsman. Just running the first ball down for a single. They'll have to make maximum use of this batting power play. They need to try and bring this run rate down. You can't be batting in the batting power play. You can't be batting in the normal way that you'll bat in the other overs. Batting power play, you need to have a bit more urgency. But again, I feel, Ebony, that lots of teams, even in the past, in the men's format, struggled to really handle the batting power play and understand to manage it. They either lost it completely or lost their way.
Yeah, I heard something like more wickets or something go down in that batting power play just because people either tried to go crazy or just kind of get a bit stuck. So it hasn't really, this style of power play didn't quite work for a lot of teams, men or women's cricket. And this is why I think we see the women just let it run the 35, often play in a similar manner to they were before. But in a game like this where South Africa need runs, this is actually a gift where there's room if you go through the field or you can get over the top. There's that option to pick up some runs.
Oh, that's well played. Beautiful timing. That race just raced away to the boundary. Kirk was right on top of it, didn't hit it hard. It was just the timing.
Really checked the shot at the end. That could have been a bit dangerous between those two fielders. Both dived. But you're right, she just waited that fraction. Really smart to hold back on the shot a little bit. It's a very tight gap between almost those 2 points. They're still in place.
Get the feeling that Pandey hasn't really bowled at the pace we know she can. I mean, when I first saw her in the tournament in the opening game against Sri Lanka, I thought she was a bit more brisker, ran in, much better seam presentation. And then she, I think, had an issue with her ankle. I wonder whether that's working on her. I hope not.
I also wonder as well, I mean, just looking at how the tactics have been today for India, they've taken only one seamer into the game, they've taken the pace off the ball, whether it's one of those where they're not saying to her to bend her back, and almost as a trial of lack of pace today. Not easy for the South Africans to get their hands through it. India had a lot more pace onto the bat.
This time finds Ektabisht at point. So 37 overs gone, 120 for 5. I get the feeling that the captain knows that she's wasted the batting power play, one of the overs. Should have done much better.
Yeah, and I think with that pace, she was trying again to thread it through that point region. There wasn't that opportunity on. It looks like another change at that far end. Ektabisht back on. No, she's bowled a fair few overs. Let's just have a little look. She's got 2 left. Gone nicely. Picked up 1 for 17. Again, that round arm, very flat. Let's just have a look here. There's a few singles on option.
Lele, go. Well done, well done.
This is
Oh. Yeah, let's just have a little look here. So her options, she can look to use her feet and punch the ball up and down the ground. She's attempting it here, not been able to bat a bit straighter. And she's also got a little... There we go, punching it down the ground, making the use. With there being only 3 men out, there's an opportunity for her actually to stand on maybe middle and leg and then look to free her arms through that offside. There's no one out now on the offside. And she's trying. She's trying, just the lack of pace. Maybe not quite got in yet. But that is a real opportunity there through that offside.
She lost her timing. Completely lost her timing.
You can hear the clunk on the back,
Yeah,
can't you?
yeah. It's not coming off the middle. They seem to be struggling, maybe the lack of pace. Good shot. Very good shot. That will give her a boundary. Good way to end the over.
Yeah, she was struggling for shot options here, but this sweep really worked. She got fully forward, got the hands extended through the shot. And that seems to work quite nicely for her. There's a lot of thinking having to go on here about shot options. It's sometimes really hard when the ball's not coming on. She's trying to force it through that offside. It just wasn't there. But that sweep shot seemed to be quite productive. She got nicely forward. I think that's a chance to make the most of that again. So 2 more overs left in this power play. Pandey to continue. The sole seamer in today. Getting a little bit of movement.
Only a single of the first ball. So over number 39. This and another over. And then South Africa will be down to the last 10. So they should be really looking at about, ideally, 150 at the end of 40 overs with 5 wickets down. That seemed to be a fair bit away. They need some really big overs to get there. Another single. So at this rate, they may just get to about 138, 140. Which means they'll need more than a runner ball in the last 10 overs. And that's going to be difficult.
I think these 2 batters are capable of scoring big, but it's for such a long period. That's where the challenge will come in. Chloe Tryon is known to power it, and so is Van Niekerk, but it's a long ask.
This should be taken mid-off. She does. That's Harmanpreet at mid-off. Made it look very easy. And Tryon goes. That was the cutter. Really didn't come onto the bat, and in the end a simple chance to the fielder at mid-off. Look at how Pandey just rolls her fingers on top of that.
Yeah, and with that shorter one as well, it just held up. Solid catch there from Harmanpreet, just taking it nice and easily just under her eye line. But you felt that South Africa had to do something, didn't they? It was the power play. Tryon had been there a little while and was looking good when she came in, but just wasn't able to get hold of that one. So now it's Ishmael to come in, and we're kind of starting to find our way into the South African tail here. Not a stronger batter, averaging only around 13 in ODI cricket. But Shabnam Ishmael has got a lot of work to do. Not very powerful as well. As you can see, she's a very slight figure. And she's here because of this.
Well, she was looking to blast, and then the ball really didn't come onto the bat. That was a horizontal shot. And in the end, she was never going to clear mid-off with the type of pace or delivery or the pace on that delivery. It never came onto the bat. You needed a bit of pace to try and play such horizontal shots to get some pace off the track, off the bat, so it didn't work.
Well, a lot of thinking here for the captain to do. You can see she's talking to Ishmael here. You'd imagine the plan would be for Ishmael just to try and get off strike as much as possible, knock the ones, just give it back to the captain. She is capable if she decides to get into another gear here, but she's taking a long drink. Talking to Sune Luz today, whose 12th man got left out for the off spinner. But this is going to be tough work here. The Indians massively doing well here. Matali Raj really talking to her team. She knows that they're massively in the driving seat here. And Pandey, well, good to see Pandey bowling the change-up as well. She's been bowling a lot of those seamers that just carried through, but that one just rolled her wrist on it. Not sure you'd refer to it as a slow ball bouncer because it didn't really get up, but with it digging halfway in the pitch, didn't really carry through.
Yeah, I think it just got stuck in the pitch. It never came onto the bat, and then Tran was in with a shot or through with a shot. Fairly simple chance to long off. Harmanpreet who made it look easy. So India should feel far more comfortable. They should feel a little bit better here with South Africa now almost into their tail. With just the captain, Dana Kirk, the only recognised batsman here. She's going to play tough. She's having a really tough role. 127 for 6. Now the asking rate almost 7 runs and over.
The last few batters to come in, well, there's no average really above 13. Most are around that 10 mark or even less, so we're really into the tail here.
How good is Ismail as a batsman or as a batter?
Yeah, look, she's averaging 13. She's a bowler, you know, and that's how she'd be known. And there isn't much power, and you can see that she's a slight batter. So I think her game plan here will just be to nudge it around, try and just rotate the strike, support her captain. But I don't think we're going to expect to see fireworks at all here. And this is the thing as well, which makes, I think, the teams in the top 4 actually so successful, is that they do genuinely bat down to 9 or 10, as opposed to here you feel that once you start to get into 7 or 8 for teams like South Africa, even India at times, that depth isn't quite there to get you out of that hole sometimes.
Swing and a miss. Very fine over comes to an end. So 11 overs to go for India. South Africa need a lot of runs. 128 for 6.
Well, there's been plenty of bowlers who have done the job here. India have definitely gone for taking pace off the ball today. It's been hard going for the batsmen. You feel that the best of the bowlers maybe has been Pandey. She picked up her 2 wickets, but economy of the spinners has been great. Ektabisht only going at 2.5 and over. Sharma, Yadav and Gaikwad all around that 3 and over mark. Everyone picking up wickets. Must make the captain very pleased when every bowler you've turned to is chipped in to make things happen. So looking at it, it looks like it might be Gaikwad. She's still got 4 to go. Left armour gets a little bit of purchase, gets it above the eye line. Quite nicely bowls. Maybe doesn't use her front arm that much, very open, but equally she's got a really nice action and has contributed today with a wicket.
Rajeshwari Gaikwad. She has a quick arm action. Arm speed is good. Tends to really be deceptive. It's always good to have good arm speed because, you know, you can be deceptive. You can. It's how you release it. Certain balls you could release it a little bit early. The other balls you could tend to hold it a little bit harder and just delay the release. Single behind square leg. So arm speeds are a great asset when it comes to spin bowling. They can really deceive you. They can really play games on a batsman.
It's one thing I don't think I've seen that much of is just that variety in terms of change of pace. So I think we've seen a lot of bowlers getting, you know, nicely into their action, just getting through it. But I wouldn't say I've seen many fired in or maybe any real dip It's been consistent, which is, I think it's worked today, maybe in these conditions as well. But World Cup in England a few months down the line, and I think you could get lined up a little bit.
What grounds do you think they'll play the World Cup in England?
Yeah, there's 4 venues. Taunton, Derby. So the smaller venues, which I think is right.
Taunton, Derby.
Yeah, Taunton, Derby, the finals at Lords. And I have to have a little think there. I'll come back.
Oh, in fact, she's asking for stumping. I think Ismail was well in, but she was beaten. Nicely tossed up. Yeah, I would have thought Bristol is Gloucestershire ground. It's a smaller ground where the ladies will enjoy a little bit more. Not the big boundary. What about the Oval?
Yeah, so just to confirm, so Derby, Bristol, Leicester and Taunton.
Leicester meaning Grace Road?
Grace Road, yeah.
Okay.
And then Lords is where the final is. It's an interesting conversation, actually, around what venues you play the women's game at, because over the years, we've seen the women's game played at, say, places like Taunton. I've seen that ground packed, and the atmosphere is incredible for the women's game. You know, the capacity is around 8,500 there, so you see when it gets filled, you get a real energy. Whereas you go and play in the bigger stadiums,
Yeah.
you know, and we have seen women's games at the Oval, and you know the Super Surrey Stars will play at the Oval, but it's a different atmosphere. You kind of lose it in those big stadiums. So I think it is important to really make sure that you get the size right. Interestingly enough, at the World T20 in Bangladesh, so a couple of years ago, the women played at Sylhet in the group stages, and it was packed every single game. And then they go to Dhaka for the final, and there was no one watching. And it makes you question, you know, what was the, you know, it maybe doesn't fit as right for that. So we're now actually seeing that the women are going to play standalone T20s as opposed to alongside the men, because if you get the stadium sizes right, you can really attract a nice size audience as opposed to trying to force fill the stadium.
Correct. So the power plays are over. We're into the last 10, 129 for 6. I think it's time for a double change. First, I want you to just hold on until David joins.
Sharma to continue here. Just knocked up for 1. They're not looking for the single here. Van Neerkerk wants to stay on strike as much as possible for this last 10. And David about to join me in the commentary box. Knocked around nicely here. They should get up and back for 2. Desperately needed at this point.
Clever little shot that, wasn't it? But they're struggling a bit at the moment, and not looking to threaten this Indian total 205 at the moment. It's not impossible, of course it's not impossible, but certainly need to put a partnership together here. And were South Africa 131 for 3 or 4, you'd think they're in a very strong position. That's drifting outside off. Just played quietly away. Getting right across and trying to work that ball again, and it's going to get 2 more runs, I think. No! Well fielded out there on the boundary. Good chase round, kept them down to 1 run. Skipper doing what she can. And then picked up and got the throw away quickly.
Devika Vaidya was the fielder at the boundary who did the running and picking up. Good fielding.
My favourite Indian player.
Yep, very athletic.
Great batter, useful little leg spinner.
One would look at this South African team and wonder what went wrong. Why are they in such a position that they are in right now? 6 down, 132.
I think the 2 early dismissals didn't help. Maybe Lizelle Lee, it's the way she plays, going for a reverse sweep in the 10th ball of the innings, I think, and gloving one, or maybe unluckily one coming off her arm going to slip. We don't quite know. She wasn't too impressed with the decision. And then an LBW decision couple of overs later against our fellow opener Sara Oval. 8 for 2 at that stage. Long way to come back from there.
But if you see their batting card, you'll see the batters to follow even after those two openers. Seen Minya Dupree, you got Marizan Cap, Trisha Shetty.
Bold, Raj.
And you look at the target, see 206.
Good stuff, girls.
And you look around the dressing room and say, look, we've got enough talent around the room to go out there and achieve the target that is required.
Yeah, I don't think they played the spin as smartly as they could have done at times. I think
Well done.
spin bowlers, slow bowlers, slow pitch. They haven't perhaps worked the ball. They've worked it okay, but maybe could have found a few more singles. Haven't gone down the ground a lot, have they? Like that.
And another thing that amazes me is this may be one of the games where Janay, the skipper herself, is giving an opportunity to other batters around the room that they can go out there and play some important knocks, get some confidence going for them. They're just testing a combination which is the right batting order that they need to go in with. But having said that, Janay Vanikak, I feel, is required in this batting lineup to be batting higher up the order.
Cracking shot down the pitch, found the gap, and that's away for 4.
If Shibnam Ismail can dance down the wicket and play shots like this with elegance, then you definitely have a lot of skill waiting behind to score those runs.
There's still every chance of actually winning this game, of course. That target of 206, just 69 runs away. Only 8 overs remaining after this one, though. Just short of the fielder. Lucky she didn't get hold of that with a bit more oomph behind it, because that would have carried. Drag that one down a bit more pace on it. A couple of runs for the skipper, or did it come off the pad? We'll wait and have a look. Nope, bat on that, so 2 more runs to Dane Van Nijkerk. Let's have a look at this scorecard. Obviously the standout innings there, Trish Shetty. 52, but she rather gave it away at the end. 1 or 2 shots they won't be too proud of.
Everybody got starts here, apart from the first couple of batters. Dupree, 15, 52, Shetty, Marizan Cap did the hard work of 29, Chloe Tryon, 14. Everybody's got starts, but nobody has actually hung in to make a bigger one. You needed 2 little partnerships of about 50 runs each, and the others to just rally around to get this total up closer to 170, 180 at this stage of the game, and just finish the game in a much more clinical manner.
Don't think they would worry too much at the moment if they were 140 for 3, would they? But it's those wickets. They've got to try the big shots. There's one just short of long on. That's going to be the 1 run. 1 run only. Just didn't carry. It's in the air for a while.
And if they were 3 down at this point of time, which was about 140 for 3 in the start of the 40th over, even an average of 8 runs in excess would have been much easier to chase. At least the confidence would have been there much more than Janay batting at one end, holding up one end, trying to push the scoring rate up, and Shibnam Ismail just wielding the big willow to get the maximum.
Slapped away. 1 more to the total, but of course every ball was just a single off, pushes that required run rate up. It's above Won a ball, as you can see, 64 required from 46. Plenty of movement there in the field, swapping round for the right and left-hander. Gives the ball a fair old whack, but can't pierce the field. That's in the air and it's 6. That's gone the whole way. Couple more of those and South Africa will be right back in it. Ismail down the pitch. She needed to get hold of this. It was going straight at the fielder out there. As you can see, it's gone straight over the top of her. 6 runs. And shots like that are going to give South Africa hope. If these two can stay there. Fabulous blow, that. Couple more of those. That's hit backward a point, no run.
She packs a strong punch, does she? Shibnam Ismail. Down the ground again.
Appeal for the run out there, but only a half-hearted ask.
43 gone, 148.
I'm sure there were people in the ground who thought that that was close. But let's have a look there. Interesting. No great appeal, but if we can get to look at that again. And down the pitch there, she's well out of our ground at that stage, and the ball's onto the stumps. Oh my word, that's close. Well, I think the skipper was just back in the air and gone. So it didn't make a great deal of difference. Down the wicket, didn't get hold of that one, and the ball just spooned into the covers. Delight there from the Indians. Talk us through this one. Anjum, didn't quite get to it.
Forcing the pace rather than playing it along the ground. Was looking to get the boundary. Tanay at the start of the over. Wanted to get underneath the ball. Wasn't successful. Gone for 20. South Africa lose their 7th.
Disappointing this from South Africa. The over, after you get a 6, maybe just think, yeah, we're back in this. We've got a chance. Kaka now on her way out to bat. Nice footwork by Vaidya.
This is a shot that Dane plays really well, getting under the ball and clearing the infield on the offside. But just not enough room to play that. Tried creating that room, but just not enough to clear the 30-yard circle. And the bargain holding out to Devika Vaidya.
Bisht really has bowled excellently, hasn't she? 2 for 22. Bowled at the start of the innings, never easy in the power play. Didn't give much away there. And now she's taken that vital wicket.
Oh, another opportunity being missed there by the wicketkeeper, Sushma Verma. Wouldn't get to the fence. Harmanpreet does the cleaning up act. But what a miss this is.
Well, should have been it, shouldn't it? Oh dear. To be fair to her, it kept a little lower than she was expecting. Maybe just shot a bit out of the rough that the bowler's footmarks have been making. Down the pitch again, in the air. This could be out, and it is. And that is just about match with Ismail gone. She caught one in the blast over, cleared the boundary, didn't catch hold of that one. A third wicket for Bisht. All happening now down the pitch. Slapping across the line rather than through it. And nicely taken. And the delight you can see out there on the boundary. Meshram, who scored a half century earlier in the day, taking that catch that just about seals India's victory here, and of course confirms them a place at the World Cup mathematically. As South Africa slipped to 150 for 8. 4A coming out now, number 10. Not much these two can do. Imagine they'll have a good swing and go for it. Let's have a look at that one again. As soon as she had come across that a little bit, it was safe enough catch. And India know they're home and hosed. Important marker this one, in ahead of what we think will be next week's final, next Tuesday. Well bowled. Swinging in and dug out. Another defensive shot from Kaka. Excellent. Hector Bish today, hasn't she? 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 22. And if you consider that 5 of those overs were bowled in the first 10 when the power play was on, that really is a great effort from the left armour. She's pleased with herself. Done me work for today, Skip. Yep, well done. Done your job. Job satisfaction there as she marches off to her fielding position. 2 wickets to fall. And just 6 overs for South Africa to somehow conjure up 56 runs. It's not going to happen. Pandy coming back. Just want to take a couple of wickets, finish this off. 2 overs left. She'll be thinking, yes, I only need 1 of those overs. Good move this by the skipper, Mitali. She no doubt hoping that a quick finish is in prospect. Like all tail enders though, for you'll be thinking, oh, I can win this. What's everybody saying it's over? Never met a tail ender yet who didn't think they could bat.
Shikha Pandey coming in. Deepti Sharma was the bowler that was supposed to be bowling, but a change coming in, and Shikha Pandey being called up by the skipper. It's a good time to try out those fuller deliveries for this quick bowler.
Need a bowling end of that far bowling change at that far end.
Good stop. Excellent. Ekta Bisht at the point region. Quick move on her left hand side. Slide coming in to stop, and that protected the South African girls from crossing over.
You know who I'm gonna suggest, don't you, for the next over from the top end? Anjum. Devika. Get the leggy on. Their eyes will light up. She'll end up with 2 for 2, and the game will be all over in a couple of overs.
I agree, David, and I think Devika Vaidya should have been given the ball much earlier. Nevertheless, not that the match has got over around. She can still bowl 2. At least 2.
Oh dear, there's the 9th wicket. Gone. Swing across the line. Needed some needed some runs. We might not even see another over. Pandey there, regulation delivery, swing across the line, and it's barely got to mid-wicket, has it? So another one bites the dust. And the skipper taking that catch comfortably enough. 4A on her way. Last batter in. Lot to do. Big ask. There she is. Let's Oval. Right idea. She just didn't get hold of it at all. Sliced under it. And the skipper says, thanks very much. That'll be another catch. Go down on my career record. Will they keep swinging? I think they probably will. Pandey looking to wrap this up. Nice shot from Kaka. Elegant looking. Off drive. Big marker this for India. These are the best two teams in the tournament. On performances so far, you would have said South Africa maybe were favourites going into this game. Been thoroughly outplayed. That there, the end of the 45th over. 150 for 9. Last two. Let's Oval and Kaka. They're thinking to themselves, what do we do? Do we go for it? Kaka doesn't seem to know what she's got to do. So those are the bowlers with overs left. And looking around the field. And is that it? And it's over the top and running away for 4 runs. So we thought for a minute when that was in the air that was it. But not a bad shot for number 11. Oh dear, down, got the knee down, got the leg out. And that's quite sure what we were showing there on the replay. Deepty looking to finish this off. Another fierce drive.
Deepti Sharma is probably trying to coax these two South African girls to hit over the top. What she can also try to do is tease on the length part and the trajectory. Marshall at swallow. Just not very happy because she didn't time that ball too well. Tail enders, David.
Yeah. Can't get that one past the mid-wicket, but Deepti's not going to get a second. 50 runs from 24 balls. Pandey will be looking to wrap things up.
You've heard the news. She's going. She goes on the 19th night final amongst three of How are we going to do that?
Anything more that I can do apart from shaking my head?
Playing a miss.
That's terrible. You asked her to take us along. Yeah. We also attend the English dinner. We'll take the Indian boarding card and go.
Push back down the pitch, no run there.
Come on, get it in there. Get it in the block hole. Shikha Pandey. It's been a race between both Shikha Pandey and Deepthi, who would get out there for the last wicket.
Well, good use of the feet, but didn't do a lot when she got there. She's not going to die wondering. In the air and gone, that's it. All over. They've won by 49 runs. Straightforward catch. Ektabesht at backward point. In the air, slapping across the line again. Straightforward catch. Thank you very much. And that's India's victory. 49 runs to that margin, flatter them.
Yeah, good victory for the Indian team. Coming back strongly. Didn't have the brightest of starts to the cricket match early on in the morning, but managed to finish at 206. But getting this South African strong batting lineup wrapped up and winning by 49 runs is definitely going to please the skipper of the Indian team and the team management as well.
Yeah, the South African team looked stronger, but India had the answers today. They had the variations, they had the talent, and they've run out comfortable winners by 49 runs. Will we see a repeat of that in next week's final? The final on the 21st. India will now be favourites going into that. And if the pitch again is slow and low, then you think India very much the equals of South Africa on that pitch. I think if you're going to have a quicker wicket, then maybe South Africa would fancy their chances. But cracking game of cricket today, and 4 marks to India. They started slowly with their innings, but the skipper led the way really. Half century from Mitali, another half century from Meshram, who batted very slowly early on, but then managed to cash in. Everybody there shaking hands, as you can see. Half of time, South Africa must have fancied their chances. But there at the top of the innings, Lizelle Lee, an attempted reverse sweep very early on, came off her glove or a forearm, ballooned up to slip. And then poor old Laura Ulvar, LBW decision, maybe a bit unlucky with that. It might have been clipping leg stump. Then we saw something of a recovery from Dupree's. Chetty particularly played the best innings, and Marizanne Camp looked as though she had everything there to take South Africa close and then rather gave it away. The tail, or the lower middle order and the tail, then found the run rate rising, and the spin attack very hard to get away in those circumstances. Pandey, the main wicket taker, not necessarily the pick of the bowlers today. I thought the pick of the bowlers was Ekta Bisht, but then the other three spinners you can see there, a wicket each to them, but good, accurate, tight bowling.
India managed 205 in their allotted 50 overs, with Mithali leading the way again, scoring 64. Meshram struggled start, finishing with 55. Shikha Pandey with a quick fire 21. South Africa, in their reply, just managing 156, getting bowled out in under 47 overs. Trisha Shetty, the standout performer, with a half century. Marizan Cap with 29, and the skipper scoring 20. A lot happened when the South African team came out to chase in the first over, second over itself. Lizelle Lee playing a careless shot and getting out, and soon to follow was Laura Woolworth, the other opening batter. Then a few touches and pushes managed by Trisha Shetty, settled in nicely and then started plugging those gaps. Till this happened, with Mignon Dupree losing her concentration and playing one to the slip cordon. Trisha Shetty continued her good form, picking gaps and picking singles and structuring together a nice little partnership with Marizan Cap at the other end. This happened when Poonam Yadav tossed one to Marizan Cap, and she held out to Mithali in the cover region, breaking an important partnership and creating more trouble for the South Africans to go out there and chase. Trisha Shetty went on to notch up her 50, but soon after losing a bit of concentration and holding out to Mona Meshram at the mid-off region. That really was the biggest blow, with Chloe Tryon coming in and trying to accelerate, not being successful. Harmanpreet completing the catch at the mid-off region. Ekta Bisht continued her good form, picking up her wickets. This one was the skipper Tanaif and Nikak holding out in the cover region. And Shibnam Ismail, after getting a huge 6 from the other end, held out to Mona Meshram. Shikha Pandey came in and answered her captain's call by picking up the last 2 wickets and putting the nail in the coffin for the South African team.
So there we go, India winning there by 49 runs. In the other 2 Super 6 matches to be played today, Sri Lanka looking as though they were on their way to victory against Pakistan. Pakistan making 212, Sri Lanka 191 for 4, so they've got just under 8 overs there and 6 wickets in hand to get those further 22 runs they require. And Bangladesh have beaten Ireland. Bangladesh 145 for 3, beating Ireland by 7 wickets with just over 10 overs to spare there. So it looks very much as though Ireland won't be going to the World Cup in the summer. They're the only team now in the Super 6 without a victory. Certainly India will be going to the World Cup. Almost certainly South Africa will be going with them. We've got some cracking matches coming up later this week with Sri Lanka, who look to be recording their second win today, taking on South Africa here at the Sara Oval. That'll be our next televised match. We'll be back shortly with the presentation, but for now, up here, we'll leave you.
Cheers, David.
just to get this thing started. Why do the players not come out early?
What do you call this? Is that going to get me
EP.
one? EP.
Earpiece.
Earpiece. Yeah, no, but I mean, when you go, if I go on, if I just type earpiece into Google,
You'll get it. There are two types of it. This is the one which is very, not that static one I'm saying, not static, it's a very standard one, this one. And then they also make a mold of your ear.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they make that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
So they've got both the options.
if I type it over it now, earpiece, but I don't think that'll come up.
Mosquitoes around the room. South Africa and India. The match has just got completed with India wrapping up a clinical finish and a victory over the South Africans. Roshan is down there with the presentation.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presentation at the conclusion of a very fine game, the opening game of the Super 6 stage of the qualifying round of the Women's World Cup. We had a fantastic game between South Africa and India in the end emerging as the winners. Let me first introduce our presentation party, Mr. Vasantaraja, the President of Tamil Union Cricket and Athletic Club, and Mr. Anuravira Singh, Secretary of the Western Province Cricket Association. Welcome, gentlemen. Let me first invite the losing captain, South African captain, Dana Wenje-Kirk, to have a quick word with us. Obviously, you should be disappointed. Won the toss. You reckon you should have batted first?
No, we still stick to our guns. We had them, 40 from 1 after 20. So that just shows that the wicket was conducive for us to bowl first. I think we just took our foot off the gas and let it go. We kind of assumed things are going to happen, and it kind of bit us at the end.
Disappointed with the Indian score in the end because you look like restricting them a little bit lower than 205.
Yeah, look, like I said at the start, we had we maybe didn't get the wickets like we usually up front, but we really restricted them, and all credit to Mitali and I don't know what the other batter's name, but the one that scored 50, they stuck at it. They kind of showed us how to go about it. They put their heads down and batted, and at the end it kind of looked like it was easier for them to score.
So big game for both India and you trying to prove a point. So what happens here after you lost to India?
Yeah, look, we know their quality side. We would never underestimate them. We know that the warm-up game was just a warm-up game and there's nothing you can go by. It was, look, all credit to them. We didn't play good cricket today. I'm going to stand here and lie. The thing is, we've got 2 more games. We're still a quality side. We still have 1 more games than last. So we're just looking forward to playing Sri Lanka and hopefully qualifying.
All the best, Dana. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
That's the losing captain from South Africa. May now invite the winning captain, Natali Raj, to have a quick word with us. First talk to me and then I'll give you the award. All right. Were you disappointed or upset or worried when you lost the toss?
Well, I definitely was a little disappointed that I lost the toss, but nevertheless I knew that if we get a good start, then we can pile up a better score than what we did in the practice game.
Tell me about going with one fast bowler. Were you expecting the pitch to slow down and take some turn? Especially in view of dropping Mansi, who I thought was very good.
Well, you need to understand that she came in place of Julian Goswami, is a very experienced bowler for India for so many years, and when it is a tight game, you need experience to be in the middle. And Mansi definitely bowled well against the other teams, but it comes to intense competitive cricket playing against good sides, then you definitely need to give that breakthrough for the team when you bowl the new ball, which we were not able to get against good sides. So when the spinners are bowling well, I guess to open with a spinner makes sense, because Ekta is again a very experienced bowler who's won matches by bowling in the first overs, like as a new ball bowler.
Do you think in hindsight it was a good thing to play South Africa in the opening game, just that you'll be tested a little bit more as the tournament progresses?
Well, it is good, as you mentioned, that we've played South Africa in the first game, because it gives us a sense of where we stand and what needs to be done by the time we reach the finals, because again it's going to be not an easy game in the finals.
Well done, Mithali. You're also the player of the match. Receive your award from Anuravira, the Secretary of the Western Province Cricket Association, and of course the President of Tamil Union Cricket and Athletic Club. Mithali Raj, the winner and also the player of the match, and that's it from the presentation area.
So India wrap up their another victory over South Africa women's team. What's coming up next from the pre-Sara Oval on the 17th of February is the game against the home team, Sri Lanka. They take on South Africa in their next Super 6 encounter. A must-win game for both the sides, especially South Africans. That's all from us for the moment. Till 17th, have a nice evening. Bye-bye.